and
Ask one.
Hi, hello everyone. Hope you all are doing great and safe. So this is Uma working as a youth coordinator in Rubaroo. Since it has been 1 year, I am working, but actually I'm a youth champion in 2017. So since that time onwards, I know Rubaroo. So I have been saying Rubaroo. So what is Rubaroo? And what actually we do? The work. So okay, I'll tell you about Rubaroo. So Rubaroo is a youth development organization where we work with young people across Telangana with the vision to create an inclusive and equitable world where individuals transcends boundaries through a genuine engagement with self and society. So the major three thematics that we work are gender, interfaith, youth development. So the programs that we run currently are Emerging Leader Fellowship for My Life Mere Faisle, Change Rooms Leadership Fellowship Journey, and Youth Resource Center. So now that you all get a small idea about what is Rubro, so for more details information, you can go to our Rubro HYD Hyderabad in Instagram, FB, Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn channels. So about 16 days of activism. So every year, United Nations conducts 16 days of activism focusing on the human rights. From that, Rubaroo has been organizing Rubaroo with Gender on December 10th on International Human Rights Day. So as it is International Human Rights Day, Happy Human Rights Day. So, okay, a day where our youth and partners getting to celebrate gender and its diversity and to raise their voice against violence and discrimination. Since this year, has been a totally different experience for all of us due to the pandemic and more of technology usage has come into social work sector. So but whatever the challenges are, our amazing youth has been together to celebrate this day as an online event. So here we are, Team Rubro, welcoming all of you to celebrate this day with us. So this full day it has been full of interesting things, activities, sessions are being happening. So stay tuned to all this day and uh, think and use these channels for your learning perspective. Today it has been a very long day, but it has been a very interesting and amazing activities are being going on. So come on live and see our stories and activities on live. Stay tuned. This all today. All these fantastic activities are going to happen. So stay tuned for more updates and details. Hey, are you still here? Then you liked our program. So, okay. It's the itinerary for today I'm going to share is as today is Human Rights Day and we are doing the 16 days of activism, the end of the day. So 11:20, it's going to be breaking the chain of silence. So the session is going to happen at 11:20. Then at 1:15 to 2:15, it's watch party. Of course, it's an amazing session. Be watch. And then 2:15 to 3:45, it's been Changemakers Corner. Then 4 o'clock to 5, it's the Devil Advocate. It will be very interesting. Please be watch, huh? Then 5:15 to 6:15, it's OMG, Relationships and Toxicity. Then 6:30 to 7, it's going to be Mohe, Give Me Color. It is also very interesting. Please be watch, huh? And then 7:15 to 7:45, gender policy and citizenship with Jandiala. Then 8 to 8:45, it's going to be open mic. So here you can ask. It's going to be open mic. Then at 6:45, 6:45 onwards, it's uh, yeah, this is the itinerary, most probably. Yes. So if you have any doubts still about Rubaroo or about 16 days of activism or about the Human Rights Day, any questions, any thoughts, or what are you are thinking about our work and all, please do messages and ask questions, whatever it can be, will respond. So yeah. Uh, it's full day, it's going to be very fantastic day, so stay tuned, don't go away. Please get your snacks, water bottle, everything, and be watch. Do I have any questions from you? Hello. Okay, so anyway, we have time. So I'm going to introduce more about Rubaroo, so that the work we will do. So Rubaroo is a youth development organization, as I shared before also. So actually, when I started with Rubaroo, it's 2017 that I started. So it has been 3 years now. But I was working in Rubaroo from 2019. So 2017, I'm a Agaji participant. Agaji Bachit is an concept program. So it is this program is most very interesting, and like one must should and know this program, what is it, and what is all happens in this. So it's going to be like in this program, it's been like uh, you will get to know what you are actually. It's not that you are a person who is a girl, or who is a this particular religion, or from this particular background. It's not that matters. So the this it is, you will get to know that what is actually you are and what you meant to be. So your goal and what you wanted to be, that you can learn from this program. And about my life in emerging leader fellowship for my life fellowship, it's currently running. This program is actually about uh, gender gender related gender based violence, consent, and yeah, what gender role plays in your daily life. These are the things that we are discussing in this program. So it's also a very interesting and amazing program. And then change rooms, of course, it's a entrepreneurship that you will also get to know very much about this also in coming sessions too. Um, okay, do I have any questions? Why Rubaroo started? I got a question, of course. So, okay, why Rubaroo started? Actually it's for youth. This Rubaroo is for youth. Youth is our main thing. So, of course, Rubaroo it's not simple that easy to do, but it is also with many things. It has been back and front. It has happened, but still with our goal of developing youth is our main target. Of course, gender interfaith, these all are main targets. So that's how we started Rubaroo in 2014. It's not that simple. We are sharing that Rubaroo has started in 2014, but it's not that simple. But it's many things has happened, and yeah, finally we did it on 2014. Yes. Any other programs that you wanted to know or anything? Okay. Let's go to the our session at which is going to start at 11:20. So it is about breaking the chain of silence. So it's going to be, we can say very broadly, like non-profit corporate and non-compromisal. We rely on donation to carry out our mission to create more safe and inclusive space for young people. Will you give today? Okay. So the thing is, we are also actually doing our fundraising thing for our Rubaroo organization, of course. So if you are, it can be small amount starting from 50. Please donate us. We'll share the link in the bio. That is one. Of course, I'll play some music. I can do that. So, okay. Before that, before we start, please do follow us on Instagram, Facebook, FB, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Okay, still we have time. So let's play some music and rock it.
అభిషేకం కర్పూర దీపం तेरी यादों में मुझे दिखे बस हर जगह एक सपना लेके बैठा हूँ अपने ख्वाबों में बिखरता लगे तेरी बंदिशों में तू ही आसमां तू ही मंजिल मेरे मंजिल में तू ही शामिल इस प्यार को
अगर बाकी प्रोग्राम्स के देखेंगे तो ये भी थोड़ा नहीं ज़्यादा ही मुश्किल है व्हेन यू कम्युनिकेट किसी से बोलेंगे ये बात किसी को हम इसके बारे में जानकारी दे देंगे तो ये बहुत क्लोज्ड रहता है ना अपना आना जैसे समझो कि कुछ एजुकेशन के बारे में हम जानकारी देंगे या अवेयरनेस देंगे दैट इज इजी टू स्प्रेड आउट इन द कम्युनिटी हाँ या ना यस और समझो कि कुछ हेल्थ के बारे में हम कुछ जानकारी देना चाहे तो सब आ जाएंगे मगर हम जो जिस चीज़ के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं जिस चीज़ का हम बात करना चाह रहे हैं वो वेरी सेंसिटिव एंड बहुत बार ये घर के अंदर ही बात कर किया जाता है एंड जब ये बाहर नहीं मतलब किसी को भी अच्छा नहीं लगेगा कोई अपने घर की बात बाहर बात करे या नो तो हमको बहुत ही ध्यान से बारीकी से ये सब चीज़ें ध्यान में रख के हमको फील्ड में एंटर होना बहुत ज़रूरी है ओके या सो जैसे कि आई थिंक स्मिता ऑलरेडी यू आर डूइंग दिस इन द फील्ड या तो मैं अभी आपको एक प्रेजेंटेशन बताऊंगी कि कैसे कैसे व्हाट इज द की ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ दिस प्रिवेंशन प्रोग्राम में क्या किया जाता है ओके मेरा मैं स्क्रीन शेयर कर रही हूँ आपके साथ
Uh, Hello, everybody. Am I audible? Can I have some thumbs up? Am I audible? Yes. Yes. So, hi, hello, namaste, vanakkam, adab. Welcome. A hearty welcome to everybody to the 16 Days of Activism Fest onto this virtual platform. So my name is Rakesh Raju, and I am a fellow, and I'm an emerging fellow of Rubaroo, and presenting you the session, breaking the chains of silence, breaking the chains of silence. And so, how today's event is going to look like? So, the whole session is, about it's a monologue session where a person speaks about his or her personal life experiences or that they have seen in somebody's life or in the society, whatever they have witnessed, against gender-based violence. And so nobody is wrong here and nobody is going to judge anybody. So this will be an open platform To be more precise and to have an example, let me just go with an example. Suppose if a child is there and if the child got abused in the school, it is natural and it is obvious that the child tends to not to share it with anybody, either with their parents or either with their teachers or either with with their friends or anybody, because they feel low and they feel, what if they could not understand and what if they think that it's their fault. So there are some chances of, of this side too. So this session is an open space for everybody to come up and to break the chain of silence and to speak out for what actually we have witnessed or what actually we have seen against gender-based violence. So now we have participants. I welcome everybody again. Thank you so much for showing up your energy. And I would really like to have some sound. Uh, so now I actually call Zara to take over and share your experience. And yes, Zara, can you please unmute yourself and switch on your video and
Hi, Rakesh. Thank you so much for that description. And yes, I have unmuted. I'll open my video as well. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So I will quickly share my story where I was, I took part in a very similar incident regarding to possible gender-based violence. So first, am I audible? Is my mic fine? Yeah. Okay, so 2 years back, I was, in a cafe and I was walking back to my bike in the parking lot, and the parking lot was opposite, sort of diagonally opposite to the cafe, and it did not have street lights. It was a dark place. It was around evening 6 7, so the sun has already set down. And while I was walking to my vehicle, I saw a young woman sitting on the porch, kind of a space, like a small low lying wall, and facing the roadside, and her head was down and she looked evidently whimpering, and her body was also sort of shivering, like as if she's crying. And right behind her there was a man who was pacing back and forth, muttering something to himself, and his body language sort of seemed to be a little angry. So my first instinct was, okay, something is wrong here, and it looks really wrong. So what I did, just impulsively, I just went and I sat down beside that young woman. The moment I sat, she didn't say anything. She looked at me. She just glimpsed at me, and just she was continuing to bow her head and sort of crying. But that man behind her seemed to be unhappy, and he looked at me in a very rude, glance, and sort of he was uncomfortable with me sitting there, is what I felt. Anyhow, I told that woman, are you okay? Do you need some help? Do you want me to drop you somewhere? Like, I was just asking random questions. Do you know this person? And something like that. But she was not answering any of those. But she wasn't even telling me to go away, or, it's okay, or, something that would give me the hope that she's fine. I was not getting that. So around 4 to 5 minutes passed. I was just sitting there, and then this person who was behind us, the man, he told me that it's their personal matter. He interfered. He said it's their personal matter. It's our personal matter, miss, and we would appreciate if you go away. If you don't interfere. So I said, I'm not interfering or anything. I mean, I'm just sitting here, and it's a public place. You can sit anywhere you want. I'm not physically touching anyone. I'm not stopping somebody. I'm just sitting here. So I was very calm in my demeanor, but I don't know why it made that person very angry. So he told me that he would call 100 because I'm invading their privacy in a public place. To which I was a little taken aback, because I didn't expect a possible suspect abuser to be threatening me with the police, when it should be the other way around. The irony, as we all can see. So I said that, you know what, you actually call 100, because if you don't call, I will call, because what's going on here is more serious than what you are alleging me to be doing. And at that point, I don't know what happened, because I actually took out my phone also, and I was sort of pretending that I'm going to dial 100. I was still didn't want to dial so quick, because the scene was not that. physically serious. So I just was pretending, and I think he thought that I'm actually going to dial. So he walked off. He muttered something angrily. He told something to that girl, and then he just walked off. And then finally, after he walked off, and then like the girl, after like a few minutes, the girl just looked left and right to make sure he's not there. Then she opened up saying that she's in a relationship with that person. They live in a living relationship, and since the past 6 months they've been having fights, physical fights and abuse. And today she was crying because that person had hit her in that parking space, since no one was around, and that's the reason she was crying. So at that point I just said that, if you need any help, I have a few contacts, a few NGO people who know the she team. I can get you connected with the she team and you can approach them. And she did not decline, but she was not that willing to take as well. So I just did one thing. I took her phone and I put my friend's number, who was studying law by then, and I thought she's better equipped than me to deal with this. So I just put my friend's number, as well as I connected my friend to her from my end. And what happened after that was, she went back, and I got to know that she did approach the she team through my friend. But then again, after a month, I don't know what happened, because we lost track, and my friend says that she went back to her hometown or something, and she's not living with that person anymore. But then we can only help so much, to an extent where we can empower such people. We can't really go and sort of spoon feed someone. You can only empower somebody, and at the end of the day, it's their choice. So yeah, that's my story to share.
Great. So yeah, so very nice initiation, Zara, Dr. Zara, and yes. So we do what we can do, and the leftover thing, it depends on the other person. Great. It's a nice move that you have actually. I'm happy for one end of the story, that you were actually there for her, and looking out the things to go in a very good manner. So yeah, adding to that, one more thing I would like to mention here: there is no language barrier. Anybody can speak in any language, whatever the language you people feel comfortable. తెలుగులో మాట్లాడొచ్చు, आप हिंदी में बात कर सकते हैं, or else you can also speak in English if you want to share your insights or your experiences or the things that you have witnessed. So yes, now I welcome Sana to I welcome Sana to come up and share her experience or whatever you feel that can add to this against gender-based violence. Could you please switch on your camera and unmute yourself?
Sorry.
Hello, Sana.
Hi everyone, my name is Sana Fatima. I am from youngzoomers.club. I want to share something which I don't like. हमारे यहाँ जिनके हस्बैंड नहीं होते ना, उनको लेस रेस्पेक्ट मिलती, और जब शादी रहते ना, उन लोग को बोलते हैं कि हल्दी नहीं लगाना, और दूल्हा या दुल्हन को फ्लावर नहीं पहनाना, या जिसके हस्बैंड रहते उन लोग को ही फूल पहनाने का और हल्दी लगाने का इजाजत देते, और सर को फ्लावर नहीं लगाना, हाथ को मेहंदी नहीं लगाना. तो ऐसा क्यों बोलते? जिनके हस्बैंड मर जाते, उनकी रेस्पेक्ट क्यों कम हो जा रही है, और उनकी क्यों कदर नहीं कर रहे, और उनको क्यों नीच भाव से देखा जा रहा है? वो भी तो इंसान है ना. आवाज उठाना चाहिए और पूछना चाहिए क्यों. And I think the breaking the chain of silence should happen at this stage. लड़कियों को क्यों कमजोर सोचते हैं? क्या लड़कियां बिना हस्बैंड के जी नहीं सकती? हमारे फैमिली में भी हमारे लिए सिर्फ हमारी अम्मी है, और मैं देखती हूँ कि वो बहुत मुश्किल से हमें पालती है, हमारे लिए सब कुछ करती है. She is alone, but she is as strong as a single pillar. Gender-based violence has to end, and we need to put an end to that today. Thank you.
Great, great move, Sana. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. So I'm very proud of you. And yes, yes, it's true that the society tends to show low respect to women whose husband passed away. And yeah, so thank you for sharing your personal experience with all of us, and I appreciate that. And you are inspiration to others as well. Uh, so Sana, I just have a question to ask you. Like, how can we actually make this, okay, or how can we try to like make them not to think like that, or kind of prove them, what can we do to prove ourselves that we can, live ourselves, we can live by ourselves, or we can be independent. आप बोल सकते हो, मतलब हम क्या करना चाहिए अगर हम ये दिखाना चाहते हैं तो हम किसी के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट नहीं है, हम इंडिपेंडेंट है, क्या कर सकते हैं, क्या मतलब
जिनकी जो बुढ़े हैं उन लोग की तो सोच को अपन नहीं बदल सकते। अब जो युद्ध है ना उनकी सोच को तो बदल सकते ना, तो उन लोग की सोच को बदलने से आगे जाकर उन लोग शायद ये सब खत्म हो जाता।
अच्छा, तो आप यूथ पे ज्यादा कंसंट्रेशन करना बोल के बोल रहे हैं ना? So
हाँ।
youth is the strong, backbone of the nation and the society, right?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, Sana, and so it was a very inspiring moment and inspiring story shared by Sana. Thank you very much. And now I invite Prasanna to share her experience or events about gender-based violence. Welcome, Prasanna. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, you're audible. You can proceed. You're on mute.
Okay. I want to share. Good morning, everyone. My name is Prasanna. I am from Engzuma's Club. Today, I want to share one incident which was shared by my mother. There was a family of 3 members: one husband, wife, and one girl child. The husband was very particular and he didn't want to have one more girl child. So he said to his wife that we should not have one more girl child. So she was she she's scared. She fears about his her husband, and she was very scared about his husband. So she aborted her pregnancy 2 times, thinking that she may bore girl child. And third time also, when she became pregnant, she also tried to abort it, but it was unsuccessful. She After some time she gave birth to one girl child, but she was very unhappy that she bore girl child, because if she bore girl child, her husband may not allow into his house, he may beat. So she was very scared and very feared, and left that baby girl in hospital itself. Somebody of my neighbors has adopted that girl. Now she is very happy. But after listening this, I was very sad about why people think that girl child is less than boy child. Why they think in society some people think that having a boy child is fortune. Giving birth to girl child is like shame to them. Why they think like that? Uh, they marked as they marked Society marked as giving birth to girl child is negative, and giving birth to boy child is positive. It is not only we can't blame only that person, but we should talk about society, because if society is correct, that person may uh, uh, not reject to have any girl child. If society is secured and protective, he will agree to have a girl child. This is I want to share. That's it.
Okay, so it is very sad about that lady. So I'm also very concerned about the baby right now after listening to your story. Yes, Prasanna, it's a very deep story, experience or incident that you have shared with us. So I just have some questions to you as well. So is the baby right now with the neighbors, and she's, does the parents know that it is their child? You can switch
She
on
is
your,
with neighbors.
yeah, yes.
The adopted people.
No, the lady, does she know that it's like her baby still?
I don't know why.
Okay, fine. Okay, so apart from that, what could have like what could we like? How can we become part of making this set right, or what do you think are the ways that we can empower people, saying that girl child are also like human beings, they're also children, and they also do a lot many things. How and what we can do, in
Uh,
your opinion, or in your you know
in my opinion, we should change the mindset of people.
how?
How we can change? How we can change means we should prove that girl child is equal to boy child. She also earns. She also can take care of parents after getting marriage. Also, she can do hard work or smart work equally to the boy. And first, society should be protective and secure, so that parents may also not scared or feared about her. If they think that if we send the girl child outside, what will happen. So they, if we want to change, if we want to change that, we should remove that fear from the parents. So if so they can give birth to girl child, and they will send the girl child outside, and they can study, they can earn, they can do everything.
Okay, so great. So what do you think is the root cause of this problem, or the main cause? Why the gender-based violence is happening? Why exactly? Like, where do you have any idea, or if you have observed that also, could you please share that? What is the root cause of all these problems or this violence? I feel like violence cannot be like chaku leke maar di, lakdi leke maar di. It can be this is also a kind of violence. And do you have any idea like what is the main cause or the root problem? Yeah.
One of the reason is domination of male.
Okay.
If they have equal rights, that women may not, if they have if they have equal rights and they are equal, if he say that you should bore boy child only, she will say that how can I decide it? I am not responsible for that. So male domination, one of the reason.
So only one, or do you have any other reason?
No, I didn't got any reason.
Okay. So yes, thank you, Prasanna. So thank you so much for sharing that story with us. And I'm still thinking about the baby and her condition. Hope she's doing fine, and hope she found good parents who can take good care of her, and help her in growing for a better life. Thank you, Prasanna. And now I welcome Archie to unmute himself, and switch on his video and share his story with us. Yes. Good morning, Archie.
Good morning, Akashana. Hello, everyone. Good morning to one and all. I am from Youngzoomer's Club, student of Youngzoomer's Club. I want to share so many things about girls, as Prasanna said. in near my house, I see one uncle is have two children. One is daughter and one is son. Daughter is bigger, and she is studying in government school, and her brother is studying in private school. అండ్ వాళ్ళ ఇంట్లో తనకి కేర్ కూడా ఎక్కువ చూడరు. తనకి ఎప్పుడు ఏమంటారు దూరంగా పెట్టేశారు. ఏమన్నా అంటే వాళ్ళ నాన్నకి అస్సలు నచ్చదు ఆమంటే. ఎప్పుడు చూసినా నువ్వు ఇంటికి పట్టిన దళిద్రం, నువ్వు ఏమను ఎందుకున్నావు ఇది అని తిడుతూనే ఉంటాడు. ఇక మళ్ళీ ఏమన్నా వచ్చిన జ్వరం అట్లా వచ్చిందంటే ఇక లైట్ వాళ్ళ తమ్ముడు ఏమో ఏం చదవాడు, అయినా కానీ వాళ్ళ తమ్ముడు కానీ ఏమో మంచిగా వస్తాడు. ఏమన్నా అంటే రేపు పొద్దున ఈడే సాకేది అంటాడు. వాళ్ళ అమ్మ అడుగుతారు ఇంట్లో గొడవ పడినప్పుడు, ఎందుకు నువ్వు ఊక దాని మీదే పడతావు, అది ఏం చేస్తాను నేను అంటే చెప్పక నువ్వు దాని గురించి చెప్తా కదా దరిద్రం దరిద్రం అంటాడు. వాళ్ళ తమ్ముడు గాడు కూడా ఏం చెప్పాడు, నాన్న అట్లా అనకు అక్కని ఎక్కని అని. మేము కూడా ట్రై చేసాం వాళ్ళ తమ్మునికి చెప్పడానికి, కానీ వాళ్ళ తమ్మునికి తిడితే మళ్ళీ పోయి వాళ్ళ డాడీకి చెప్తే మళ్ళీ గొడవలు అయిపోతాయి అని భయం అవుతుంది. ఇక అట్లా అని చెప్పేసి ఎందుకు అనుకుంటాం. మళ్ళీ అదొకటే కాదు, ఇంకా మా ఇంటి పక్కన ఇంకా ఉన్నారు ముస్లిం వాళ్ళు. వాళ్ళైతే వాళ్ళ కూతుర్ని అసలు బయటకి రానియరు, అసలు ఆడుకోవద్దు అంటారు, నువ్వు చూడొద్దు అంటారు. నువ్వు 10th దాకా ఆమెని 10th దాకా చదివిపించి తర్వాత మానేపించారు. ఆమెకు చదువుకోవాలని ఉంది, ఆమెకి ఏమంటారు రిపోర్టర్ అవ్వాలని. కానీ వాళ్ళు చదవలేదు. ఎందుకు నువ్వు పెళ్లి అయిపోయి చేసుకుని వెళ్ళిపోతావు, తర్వాత పిల్లల్ని చూసుకోవాలి, ఇది చూసుకోవాలి, నీకు ఎందుకు చదువు ఇది అంటారు. ఆమె ఏమనలే, ఇంట్లో వీళ్ళ డాడీ ఏమో ఎప్పుడు తిడుతూనే ఉంటాడు. ఆ అమ్మాయి కూడా ఏడుస్తుంది కానీ ఏం చెప్పదు. ఇక మళ్ళీ ఇంకొంతమంది ఉంటారు పక్కన వచ్చేసి వాళ్ళ కూతురు చదివింది, IPS చదివింది, ఏం చేసింది, లాస్ట్ పెళ్లి చేసుకున్న తర్వాత వాడు చదవద్దన్నాడు ఊకుంది అని చెప్పేశారు. ఆమెకి వాల్యూ ఉండదు, వాల్యూ ఇవ్వట్లే ఆ అక్క. ఇప్పుడు కూడా అక్క IAS చేసింది. ఇక బాబుని చూసుకుంటుంది, రోజు అంతా ఇంటికాడ ఉంటది. ఏమనంటే అమ్మాయిలు తక్కువ చేసేస్తారు యాస్టీజ్. వాళ్ళు నోరు ఇప్పాలి, ఎందుకంటే నాకు కూడా అక్క ఉంది. అక్క అట్లా కాదు, అక్క చాలా డేర్ అమ్మాయి. చాలా మంది నేను డేర్ ఇవ్వని కూడా భయపడుతూనే ఉంటారు ఏది చెప్పాలన్నా కానీ ఏదన్నా అయినా. ఇక అలానే దక్కాలి. 21th centuryకి వచ్చినాం మనము. సేమ్ ఉండొద్దు, మ్యాన్ టు ఈక్వల్ ఉండాలి, గర్ల్స్ కూడా అని మా అక్క వర్మక్క మా అక్క పేరు. థ్యాంక్ యూ నేను చెప్పాలనుకున్నాను.
Okay, great, Archie. Thank you so much, Nana. So, నువ్వు షేర్ చేసినటువంటి స్టోరీ దిట్స్ about a girl education is important or not, or why gender is playing a role even in this, discriminating against even in education. So, అవును. సో ఎందుకు అనుకుంటున్నావు అసలు పిల్లలకి అంటే ఎందుకు తేడా చూపిస్తుండొచ్చు, ఏంటి రీజన్స్, ఎందుకు తేడా చూపించారు?
సింప్లీ అమ్మాయి కదన్నా, రేపు పొద్దున పెళ్ళైందంటే మస్తు కట్నం ఇవ్వాల్సింది వస్తుంది. ఇంకోటి ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఎక్కువ, అమ్మాయికి అయితే మనీ ఎక్కువ అవుతుంది. ఇంకొంతమంది ఏమో అంటారు కూతురు కంటే మళ్ళీ రేపు పొద్దున ఇప్పుడే చంపేద్దాం, మళ్ళీ రేపు పొద్దున మనుషులు మంచిగా లేరు, రేప్ చేసి చంపేస్తారు, అప్పుడు ఇంకెక్కువ బాధపడాలి. అన్ని సింపుల్. పక్కన వాళ్ళ మాటలు వినొద్దు. ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ పక్కన వాళ్ళ మాటలు వినేస్తారు, అమ్మాయిలు తక్కువ చేసేస్తారు, భయం పెంచేసుకుంటారు, వాళ్ళకి భయం పెంచుతారు. ఇంకా వాళ్ళు భయపడకుండా వాళ్ళు ధైర్యంగా ఇస్తే మెంటుగా ఈక్వల్ చేసి నువ్వు గట్టిగా ఉండాలని చెప్తే ఇట్ విల్ బి నైస్. ఇదే కారణం. సింపుల్ గోల్స్ అని చెప్పేసి భయపడిపోతున్నారు, వాళ్ళని భయపెట్టేస్తున్నారు. వేరే వాళ్ళ మాటలు వినొద్దు, వాళ్ళు ధైర్యంగా ఉండాలి, వాళ్ళ పిల్లలకు ధైర్యం నింపాలి.
ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ Archie. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Yeah, it's true whatever you said, and it's the reality at the end of the day. Thank you so much. And now I welcome Aarti to unmute herself and switch on her video and share her experience with all of us. Hey there, Aarti. Good morning, Aarti.
Good morning, Bhaiya. Hello, everyone. My name is Aarti. I am from Hyderabad, India. आज मैं आप लोग के साथ एक इंसिडेंट शेयर करूंगी जो मेरे फ्रेंड के साथ हुआ. ये बात उस वक्त का है जब मैं प्राइमरी स्टडीज कर रही थी, और उसका जिसके साथ हुआ उसका नाम सरिता है. जैसे हर बच्चों को टीचर पढ़ाते थे उसी तरह हमें भी पढ़ा रहे थे टीचर, हम सब पढ़ते थे. पर सरिता को कुछ प्रॉब्लम था, उसको याद नहीं रहता था. कुछ पढ़े तो आज अच्छा पढ़ लेती थी, नेक्स्ट डे वो भूल जाती थी, टीचर पूछे तो नहीं बोल पाती थी, तो टीचर हमेशा उसे गुस्सा करते थे। ऑब्वियसली कोई भी बच्चे नहीं पढ़े तो टीचर तो गुस्सा करेंगे ही, टीचर तो चाहेंगे कि बच्चा अच्छा पढ़े, हमारी बात सुने, पर उसको प्रॉब्लम थी, वो उम्र में बड़ी है, पर उसकी बिहेवियर कैसा था तो चाइल्डिश था, क्योंकि उसको ब्रेन इश्यू थे कुछ, पर क्या था नहीं मालूम। तो वो कुछ याद नहीं रख पाती थी, हमेशा अच्छा पढ़ती थी पर नहीं बोल पाती थी। सब बच्चे उसे पागल बुलाते थे क्योंकि उसका बिहेवियर वैसा था थोड़ा, पर वो पागल नहीं थी। जब बुलाते थे तो वो थोड़ी उदास, अनकंफर्टेबल, बैड फील करती थी। अब ऑब्वियसली अगर आपको कोई बोलेगा पागल हो तुम, पागल हो, तो हम बोले ए आई एम नॉट पागल, वी विल से, वो भी वैसे ही बोलती थी आई एम नॉट पागल बोल के, बट सब उसे वैसे ही चिढ़ाते थे। जब वो कुछ याद नहीं रख पाती थी तो किसी को कुछ बोल भी नहीं पाती थी कि उसके साथ क्या हुआ, कुछ कोई लड़के ने छेड़खानी की या बुरी बिहेव करा या शी माइट बी अब्यूज्ड, नहीं बोल पाती थी। और क्या, वो मुझे फ्रेंड मानती, तो कभी कभी हम जब कहीं मिल गए तो सिर्फ थोड़ी देर के लिए शेयर करती थी जो भी उसको याद था, बट उसको याद नहीं रहता था बोल के नेक्स्ट डे तो वो भूल जाती थी, किसी को नहीं बोल पाती थी। जस्ट बिकॉज वो एक लड़की है तो उसको ट्रीटमेंट भी उतना अच्छा ट्रीटमेंट भी नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि लड़की है, शादी करके दूसरे घर ही जाना है, उसके पेरेंट्स भी ऐसे ही सोच के उसका ट्रीटमेंट भी नहीं करे। क्यों ऐसा, लड़की जस्ट बिकॉज लड़की है बोल के ट्रीटमेंट नहीं करना क्या? अगर वही प्लेस में कोई लड़का रहा तो उसका ट्रीटमेंट करते। प्रॉब्लम तो प्रॉब्लम ही है ना, चाहे लड़के के साथ हो या लड़की के साथ, ट्रीटमेंट तो होना चाहिए ना। ट्रीटमेंट हुए तो वो प्रॉब्लम से बाहर आती, उसके साथ क्या हुआ, कुछ बुरा हुआ तो बोल पाती, अपने राइट्स प्रोटेक्ट कर पाती वो खुद को। तो ये जेंडर डिफरेंस क्यों जो भी है ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। जस्ट आई होप कि वो ऐसा ना हो। जेंडर वायलेंस शुड बी एंड। थैंक यू।
ओके, थैंक यू आरती, थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपको, मतलब आप शेयर करें ये स्टोरी आपके जो मतलब आपके फ्रेंड के साथ जो हुआ। तो अभी आप उनके साथ मतलब उनके टच में हैं, उनके साथ आई यू स्टिल इन टच विथ हर?
नहीं, जब से लॉकडाउन हुआ तब से तो मैं मिली नहीं उससे। ऐसे तो प्राइमरी स्टडीज के साथ ही थे हम, स्कूल चेंज हो गया तो कभी कभी इवनिंग के टाइम में हम मिलते थे, तब वो शेयर करती थी रास्ते में।
Okay, thank you Aarti, and yeah, so now I welcome Rahat to share his experience with us regarding gender-based violence. Hello Rahat.
Hi Rakesh. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much Rakesh to organizing this and to Rubaroo to create this platform on this day. Yeah. So today I tried to write something actually. मैं कुछ लिखने की कोशिश की थी जो कि एक और ये स्टोरी जो है इट्स वेरी ट्रू, है ना? ओके, तो ये एक ट्रू स्टोरी है जिसको मैंने लिखने की कोशिश की। आई एम नॉट ए राइटर बट आई हैव ट्राइड स्टिल। सो या, तो जब आप किसी से ये सवाल करते हैं कि वो कौन सी जगह है जहां आप खुद को सबसे ज़्यादा महफूज समझते हैं या सबसे ज़्यादा, है ना, खुद को पुरसकून फील करते हैं, जहां आपको सबसे ज़्यादा पीस मिलता है ना, तो मैं यकीन के साथ ये कह सकता हूँ कि अधिकतर लोगों का जवाब होगा उनका घर। घर, अपना घर। बहुत अच्छा लगता है ना जब हम ये लफ्ज़ सुनते हैं, लेकिन ज़रा सोचिए, किसी इंसान का घर जब उसके लिए मानो जंग का मैदान बन जाए, मानो एक कैद खाना बन जाए जहां लोग बस ज़िंदगी गुजार रहे हों या कोई सज़ा काट रहे हों। यही कहते हैं ना हम एक लड़की से जब वो अपने मायके में होती है, तू तो पराई धन है, और फिर जब वो ससुराल आती है, तुम तो पराए घर से आई, आखिर उसका अपना घर कहाँ है? जब एक लड़की शादी करके ससुराल को जाती है, उसके कंधे पर ये बोझ डाल दिया जाता है, चाहे कुछ भी हो, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, अपने माँ बाप की लाज को बचाए रखना है। इस इज्जत की खातिर वो ससुराल में हर तरह के अब्यूज और वायलेंस को सहती जाती है। छोटी से छोटी बात पर गाली देना, ताने कसना, उन्हें जलीलो ख्वार करना, लात, घूंसे, थप्पड़ या जो भी चीज़ सामने दिख जाए उसे मार देना। वो हर जुल्म को सहती रहती है। फिर एक दिन उसके सब्र का बांध टूट जाता है और वो अपने पेरेंट्स से मदद मांगती है। उसके घर वाले उन दोनों को समझा बुझाकर फिर से एक साथ रहने के लिए भेज देते हैं। ये सिलसिला कई सालों तक चलता रहता है। वो अब उस रिश्ते से निकलना भी चाहती है, लेकिन फिर भी वो उस रिश्ते से नहीं निकल पाती, क्योंकि अब वो अकेली जान नहीं है, उसके साथ उसके बच्चे भी हैं। कभी अपने वालिदैन की, अपने पेरेंट्स की इज्जत के खातिर, कभी अपने बच्चों के बेहतर मुस्तकबिल के खातिर वो उसे अपना तकदीर समझ लेती है। देखते ही देखते उनके बच्चे बड़े हो जाते हैं। ये उनके घर का समझिए हर रोज़ का मामूल है, महीने में, हफ्ते में, तकरीबन हर रोज़ का मामूल बन गया है ये वायलेंस, अब्यूज़ एंड वायलेंस, वेरी violent kind of behavior at home. Her husband is very abusive एंड ऑल। सो एक दिन क्या होता है, कंटिन्यू 3-4 दिन से घर पे इस तरह का माहौल कायम है और वो लेडी किचन पे अपना काम कर रही होती है। तभी उसका शौहर अचानक से किचन में आ जाता है और दोनों में किसी बात को लेकर बहस शुरू होती है और उसका शौहर सामने रखा जो रॉड या सरिया जिसको बोलते हैं वो उठाकर उससे मारना शुरू कर देता है। लेकिन ये वक्त अब वैसा नहीं है। उनके बच्चे अब बड़े हो चुके हैं। उनके बच्चे जो है अब बड़े हो चुके हैं, वो लोग बालिग हैं, उनकी उम्र 15 से 18 साल 20 साल हो गई है। कुछ लोग उनमें से उनके कुछ बच्चे मैरिड भी हैं। तो उस दिन उनके बच्चों को गुस्सा आ जाता है और वो उन्हें रोकने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन वो आदमी उस बच्चे को भी धक्का दे देता है और उसके माँ के साथ और ज़्यादा वायलेंस करने की कोशिश करता है। और उसी दौरान वो बच्चा अपने बाप के ऊपर हाथ उठा देता है। आफ्टर दैट वो लड़का या वो बच्चा कुछ अनकॉन्शियस, उसे कुछ भी समझ में नहीं आता है। उसे ऐसा लगता है कि उसने बहुत बड़ा जुल्म, दुनिया में इससे बड़ा कोई जुल्म ही नहीं है कि उसने अपने बाप के ऊपर हाथ उठा दिया है। एंड आफ्टर दैट जो वायलेंट था वो उसकी मदर की तरफ से हटकर उस बच्चे के ऊपर आ जाता है और कंटिन्यूअसली जो है वो 15 से 20 मिनट तक कंटिन्यूअसली उस बच्चे को मारा पीटा जाता है। फिर कम्युनिटी के जो लोग होते हैं वो उस घर में ऑल ऑफ सडन वहाँ पर आ जाते हैं। किसी भी तरह से उस जो वो सिचुएशन होता है वो सिचुएशन ख़त्म हो जाता है। फॉर ए मोमेंट सब लोग अलग हो जाते हैं। फिर आपको मालूम ही होगा, जब हस्बैंड वाइफ में इस तरह के झगड़े हो जाते हैं तो घर के जो बड़े लोग होते हैं वो आपस में बैठकर उसे रिकॉन्सिलाइट या रीयूनाइट करने की कोशिश करते हैं, राइट। तो जब घर के बड़े लोग बैठकर आपस में बातचीत कर रहे थे तो हस्बैंड का जो वायलेंस था वो 15-20 साल से, शादी के बाद से, वो पूरा वायलेंस एक तरफ हो जाता है और उस लड़के ने जो, मैं इसको जस्टिफाई नहीं कर रहा हूँ, उस लड़के ने अपने बाप के ऊपर हाथ उठाया या कुछ भी, आई एम नॉट जस्टिफाइंग दैट। वायलेंस किसी भी तरह का हो, किसी भी तरह से हो, किसी भी सिचुएशन में हो, इट्स नॉट जस्टिफाइड। ये जस्टिफाई नहीं हो सकता। वायलेंस इज वायलेंस एट एनी, किसी भी सिचुएशन पर वो वायलेंस ही होता है। तो आई एम नॉट जस्टिफाइंग दैट, लेकिन फिर भी वो पूरा जो है जो बातचीत है वो उस 15 साल या 20 साल का जो वायलेंस और अब्यूज था उससे हटकर जो लड़के ने अपने बाप के ऊपर हाथ उठाया था, पूरा जो बातचीत है उसके ऊपर तय हो जाती है। ठीक है, तो दिस इज वन थिंग एंड आई वांट टू से दैट द स्टोरी इज वेरी रियल एंड इट्स अबाउट माय ओन मदर। ओके, या सो इसी तरह चलता रहता है। फिर बच्चे बड़े हो जाते हैं सबके तकरीबन, जैसे हम लोग अब बड़े हो गए हैं, हमारे चारों बहनों की शादी हो चुकी है, सब अपने अपने बड़े सब अपने अपने जगह पर हैं, अपने अपने लाइफ जी रहे हैं। माई राइट नाउ माई फादर इज नाउ इज नॉट लाइक दैट। उनका बिहेवियर वैसा नहीं है, नॉट मच एग्रेसिव, नॉट मच दैट मच वायलेंट। तो मेरे जो सिस्टर्स हैं, मेरी बहनें हैं, बिकॉज मैं अपने फैमिली के साथ अभी नहीं रहता हूँ, तो मेरी बहनें मेरे भाई जो है वो मुझसे हमेशा ये कहते रहते हैं, अगर फादर हैज़ चेंज्ड देयर इज़ नो लाइक दैट। बट मैं उनसे यही कहता हूँ कि देयर इज़ नथिंग इज़ चेंज्ड इन दैट पर्सपेक्टिव। उनकी सोच में और उनके जो पर्सपेक्टिव है उसमें तब्दीली उसमें नहीं आई है। एक्चुअली द थिंग इज़ ही डजेंट हैव दैट पावर। जो पावर उनके पास उस वक्त था वो पावर अभी उनके पास नहीं है। दिस इज़ द रीज़न। अभी सिचुएशन कुछ अलग है। ओके, सो या राइट नाउ I am working for an organization, My Choices Foundation, Operation Peacemaker of My Choices Foundation. So Operation Peacemaker जो है विक्टिम ऑफ डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस और चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज के ऊपर काम करती है। तो हम लोग जो विक्टिम ऑफ डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस हैं उनको फैमिली काउंसलिंग और लीगल काउंसलिंग प्रोवाइड करते हैं। तो आई एम वर्किंग हेयर सिंस लास्ट 3 years। तो 3 सालों में मुझे ऐसे बहुत सारे केसेस, बहुत सारे क्लाइंट्स आए हमारे पास, लेकिन 2 चीज़ें हैं जो मेरे माइंड पर स्टक हो गया। एक बार एक क्लाइंट आए कि हमारे पास उनको उनके हस्बैंड ने मतलब सिवियर काइंड ऑफ अब्यूज एंड वायलेंस विथ हर। ही हैज़ ब्रूजेस ऑन हर फेस एंड बॉडी। मुझे मतलब मैं जब भी ये बात शेयर करता हूँ आई फील दैट लाइक वेरी मेरे रोंगटे खड़े हो जाते हैं। तो उनके साथ जो पेरेंट्स आए थे वो ये कह रहे थे कि देखिए उन्होंने इनको जानवरों की तरह मारा है, मारा भी तो इंसानों की तरह मारना था। मुझे अभी तक ये चीज़ समझ में नहीं आती है कि इंसानों की तरह मारना क्या होता है। एक और तो ये चीज़ें मेरे माइंड में स्टक कर गई हैं। और एक चीज़ एक और दफ़ा ये हुआ था कि उनके क्लाइंट जब आए तो उनके पेरेंट्स ये कह रहे थे कि उनके शौहर ने मारा तो मारा, उनके देवर को या दूसरे लोगों को नहीं मारना था। यस, तो ये चीज़ें शेयर करने का मेरा मकसद ये था कि कहीं न कहीं हमने एक पर्टिकुलर जेंडर को एक पावर दे रखा है कि इन सर्टेन सिचुएशन से ही कैन बी, वो किसी को मार सकता है, वो किसी को पीट सकता है, वो अब्यूज़ और वायलेंस कर सकता है। सो टुडे ऑन दिस सीज़न और ऑन मैं इस स्टेज से, इस प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, वी वांट टू ब्रेक दिस साइलेंस। इस चुप्पी को हमें तोड़ने की ज़रूरत है, तभी हम इस अब्यूज़ एंड वायलेंस को ख़त्म कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच राकेश फॉर दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। आई एम डन।
Rahat, thank you so much for sharing, all that experience. And I'm feeling so sad for your mother, and I'm so at the same time, I'm so happy for you, and I'm so proud of you. You are, really taking a lot of responsibility right now, and I'm so proud of you for that. And finally, you are into the thing in which you have faced, and you are trying to work on that. So that is something really great and should be appreciated. And thank you so much. And it's been a very nice session. And seriously, yeah, everybody showed up and everybody turned up. And thank you so much. On each one's name, I thank everybody for sharing all your experiences and situations, or that you people have witnessed about the gender-based violence, or and I hope everybody are well aware of what exactly happening around them, and also how to react to it and how to overcome that, and in what way we need to approach. So yes, I thank everybody once again. A big round of applause for everybody. And I wish you could all pat yourself because you did a great job. And thank you so much for sharing all your personal experiences and situations. So now I request everybody to follow up Rubaroo visual platforms on Facebook and YouTube and on Instagram for the upcoming events and programs. So after this, very soon we are going to have the watch party event, which is going to be a very interesting part of the event. And yes, tune on for that and be in touch with Rubaroo, Amni Samni. And thank you all. Have a nice day. Hope you all had a great time. I had a great time. Thank you.
Hello. Hope you all enjoyed this session. I think, and how you felt with this session, please give a message and bio and put how you felt this session. And did you learn anything? Then put that message also. And then, okay, next it's going to be a watch party session at 1:15. Please stay tuned. And until then, have your lunch and yes.
కలవా అటు ఇటు అన్నింటాను వేదగమంతా పరుగులు తీస్తావు వెంట బయట అనుపని రవ్వంతా అదనే ఎదవంట పెరుగులు పూస్తావు వెళ్ళేదారంతా మగువా మగువా లోకానికి తెలుసా నీ విలువా మగువా మగువా నీ దానానికి సరిహద్దులు కలవా
बेटी नहीं किसी से कम कर आ जाए अपने पे जी के ही लेती दम मन है बड़ा बेटी जैसा न कोई दिल है बड़ा बेटी जैसा न कोई पकड़ माकर इसकी अद्भुत निशानी है साक्षी मलिक ने देखो रची ये कहानी है। साइना नेहवाल, साइना नेहवाल देखो भारत की शान है। पीवी सिंधु को हम करते सलाम है। खेलों में भी मेडल आए, जहाँ देश को भी ये चलाए। खतरों से न घबराए, कोई दुश्मन न टिक पाए। फूलों से ना तू समझना, भारत की शान बेटी जैसा न कोई। देश की ये जान बेटी जैसा न कोई। समझे बेटियों को होती है पराया धन, बेटों से भी ज्यादा नाम जग में करिए रोशन। भेद नहीं दोनों में, भेद नहीं दोनों में, सोच का ये फर्क है। दिल से दिल को जोड़े ये आखिरी सांस तक। कहीं दुनिया से लड़ती है, कहीं पेट में ये मरती है। कहीं रुपयों में तुलती है, कहीं लालच में दबती है। जननी तो है ना तू सहना, सरस्वती तू तेरे जैसा ना कोई। पार्वती तू तेरे जैसा ना कोई। लक्ष्मी है तू तेरे जैसा ना कोई। दुर्गा है तू तेरे जैसा ना कोई।
So, well, hello everyone. Welcome back to the 16 Days of Activism by Rubaroo. So, what are we doing now? We're going to watch video and react to it. So, we're going to watch video and react to it. So, in this session, we're going to have fun, and it's going to be informative about about the gender-based violence. What does this mean? So we're going to have a virtual watch party. So let's have a watch party, guys. Okay. Firstly, before starting the video, we'll just talk a little about what is gender-based violence. Gender-based violence against women, girls, youth, or any or children is a very prevalent thing uh, again nowadays, and it is faced by many people every day, and it keeps increasing, but it's not decreasing. So this is this should be a very sensitive thing to we should talk about. We should speak it out. We should actually raise our voice to talk about the violence, the discrimination which are faced by women or girls or youth in general. So we'll have a talk, and then we'll get into the video. Firstly, let me just introduce Fareen and Likhit. uh, we're going to host this session together. So yeah, guys, you can talk about a little briefly explain about gender-based violence.
Yeah, Aishwarya and Farhin, am I audible? Yeah, hope I am. Yeah, what exactly is gender-based violence? Gender-based violence is nothing but uh, c- uh, centering an individual, causing harm psychologically, physically, or sexually, causing harm to the individual in any way is called gender-based violence. So, um, as we wait a minute. Yeah, Farin, carry on, please. Yeah.
Yes, so gender-based violence, as uh, dictated by Aishwarya and Likhit, is a violence against genders, and it predominantly happens against women, girls, and the queer community. And due to the pandemic, it has increased tenfold in the past year, and the stigma against the traditional gender norms perpetuate the gender-based violence that happens in different forms and due to different various actors in the society.
Yeah.
Yes, Likhit.
Yeah, and why only we discuss about women and girls when it comes to gender-based violence? Because we around the globe we see it daily that most of the women gets affected because of gender-based violence. Violence against women and girls is one of the most world's prevalent human rights violation. So on this Human Rights Day, it's essential to discuss about the gender-based violence and how to prevent it. So I think. The documentaries plays a vital role in showing what happens in the society and how to prevent them. So I think we should have a watch party and let's react to it and have post questions and let's interact with each other. So if we are ready with the watch party, we'll go with the watch party, or else we'll start with the questions.
Uh, Likhit, I think, and the watch party begins.
So address the
So,
title of the watch party. Yeah. Yeah.
So there we go.
जो कहते हैं उसी से सीखते हैं। जुग जुग जिया अब यहाँ के तौर तरीके ही देख लो। जुग जुग जिया सुलाला नवा भवनवा के भाग जगल हो। लड़के क्या कर सकते हैं और लड़कियां क्या नहीं, ये तो यहाँ दिख ही जाता है। भाग जगल हो। पिताजी का पेशा ही ले लो, शायद लड़कों को विरासत में मिलता है, मगर ऐसा नहीं कि लड़कियों को कुछ नहीं मिलता। मैंने देखा है उन्हें भी मिलता है, गृहस्थी, रसोई, घर की जिम्मेदारी। नाची नाची गावेली बहिनिया ललन के खेलावेली हो। जुग जुग जिया सुललनवा।
क्यों काका, दाढ़ी बना दूं?
हाँ हाँ,
बापू, ये लड़की होके उस तरह चलाएगी?
अरे बेटा, उस तरह को क्या पता कि चलाए वाला लड़का है या लड़की। क्यों? चल बेटा, फटाफट दाढ़ी बना।
हाँ।
जुग जुग जिया तो बाबोनिया के दुनिया जोर कैलो हो। जुग जुग जिया तो बाबोनिया के दुनिया जोर कैलो हो। सही कहते हैं बापू, बच्चे जो देखते हैं उसी से सीखते हैं। ना 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 ना।
गुड वन। अरे जिस दिन से आई है ऑफिस सिस्टमाइज्ड हो गया।
अरे छोड़िए, कहाँ का सिस्टम।
अरे सब कुछ झटपट हो रहा है, देखिए ना।
अरे सुनिए तो सही, 1 घंटा इत्मीनान से बैठ के मैडम को सब समझाया, बच्चे की तरह, सब बढ़िया। बात खत्म हुई तो तपाक से बोलती हैं ईमेल पे सब भेज दो।
अरे इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या है?
अरे सर भरना गया हमारा।
भाई साहब वैसे एक बात बताइए, आपको तकलीफ किससे है, ईमेल से या फीमेल से?
भाभी डोंट माइंड।
सुनिए सुनिए खान साहब, तकलीफ तो जबरदस्ती के चोंचले से है। हालांकि हमने इससे पहले कभी आपत्ति नहीं जताई, पर हमें तो पहले से ही मालूम था कि मैडम का जो अपॉइंटमेंट है वो गलत है, सही नहीं।
क्यों?
क्यों भाई, रोड वेज की भागा दौड़ी, धूल धूप, ऑफिस का टाइम बेटाइम, कहाँ से संभलेगा?
क्यों नहीं संभलेगी?
भाई साइंस के मुताबिक आदमी और औरत की शारीरिक संरचना में फर्क है कि नहीं?
फिर संरचना क्या बोल रहे आप?
अरे संरचना गूगल कर लीजिए।
अरे भाई बातों का बाजार गर्म हुआ कि नहीं अभी तक? आपके बिना गेट टुगेदर में जान कहाँ आती है।
नमस्कार नमस्कार।
भाभी नमस्ते।
नमस्ते।
कुर्सी लपकिए।
हाँ ले रहा हूँ भाई।
कैसे हो भाभी? हम बिल्कुल ठीक हैं। अच्छा हुआ तुम आ गई, हमें तो लगा नहीं आओगी।
अरे कैसे नहीं आएंगी भाभी, और वैसे भी घर में रहकर करती क्या, यहाँ रहेंगी तो कम से कम आपका हाथ बटा देंगी किचन में।
है कि नहीं? और भाभी बड़ा बढ़िया बढ़िया सीख रही है आजकल रेसिपी, देखिए कुछ बनवाइए। अरे भाई बनाओ। हाँ तो क्या संरचना, क्या बात हो रही थी?
संरचना पूछ रहे हैं।
बंगाली है, बंगाली है, क्या
मंजू चले की घुगनी ले आना।
घुगनी? अरे
सरला भाभी ने हड़का मचाया कि नहीं अभी तक? अभी कहाँ, तुम्हारा ही वेट कर रही हूँ।
नमस्ते भाभी।
नमस्ते रजनी, कैसे हो?
कैसी हो?
बस बढ़िया।
सुंदर लग रही है रजनी।
ग्लो आ गया है। हाँ।
सोट वोट के लड्डू भेजे कि नहीं मम्मी ने? हाँ?
अरे अभी तो टाइम है भाभी।
चम्मच देना।
हाँ क्या बना रहे हो भाभी?
कचौड़ी का आटा गूंद रहे हैं।
बड़ा मन हो रहा था मेरा खाने का।
चटपटा खाने का भी मन हो रहा होगा। गर्मी ऐसी पड़ रही है, ऐसा लग रहा है रसोई एकदम भट्टी हो गई है। एक मिनट, वो एक पंखा है तो ऊपर रखा हुआ, हम अभी लगा देते हैं। पर बतिया वो कुर्सी तो ले आओ दौड़कर।
ज्यादा चीटिंग मत करो वरना आंटी को जाके कह दूंगी।
जाओ कह दो, मैं भी तुम्हारे पापा को बोल दूंगा।
क्या कह दोगे?
कि तुम होमवर्क के बहाने वीडियो गेम खेलती हो।
हाँ वो तो तुम भी करते हो, तो वीडियो गेम मेरा है।
आराम से।
अरे और जब एमएलए साहब की अम्मा को दौरा पड़ा था तब क्या हुआ था?
हाँ पंडित जी, तब वही फॉर्च्यूनर लेके उसी रोड से भाग कर गए थे, क्योंकि अस्पताल के लिए सबसे शॉर्टकट रास्ता वही है।
लेकिन ये मदर का हार्ट अटैक कब हुआ था?
नहीं हार्ट अटैक नहीं हुआ था, पेचिस का दौरा पड़ा था।
पेचिस में दौरा पड़ने जैसा क्या है?
अरे सिंह साहब, पेचिस में तो बाखूबी दौरा पड़ता है, हाथ पाँव फूल जाते हैं आदमी।
अरे पेचिस माने क्या?
पेचिस माने डिसेंट्री था।
सुनो ओ शुक्ले, हमने तो नहीं सुना कि पेचिस से दौरा पड़ता हो।
चप्पल पहनी हो ना जी? क्या हुआ? अच्छा इसे ट्राई कर दीदी। हाँ ये ठीक रहेगा। अरे बाबा, भाभी पानी की बोतल किधर है? क्यों ला रही है? उधर कनेक्शन में कोई प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं? क्या हुआ? अरे दिखाइए। रुकिए मैं बर्फ लाती हूँ।
ये बताइए, इतिहास तो पढ़े हैं ना आप?
हाँ पढ़े।
अब बताइए, सम्राट अकबर की मृत्यु किस प्रकार हुई?
लड़ाई से हुई होगी। किस प्रकार?
नहीं तो वो मृत्यु को प्राप्त हुए पेचिस के दौरे की वजह से।
अरे क्या बोल रहे हैं?
हाँ
सम्राट अकबर डिसेंट्री।
सुनिए सुनिए सुनिए, वो पंखा नहीं चल रहा, जरा ठीक कर देंगे?
अच्छा आ रहे बताते हैं, तो महल में मंदिर बना रखा था और वही नमाज पढ़ता था।
हाँ तो भाई जो अकबर थे वो बड़े सेकुलर थे, ये सब एमएलए जैसे थोड़ी ना थे।
एक और कप देना वहां से रजनी, पर्वतिया के लिए। ये लीजिए। हाँ थैंक यू।
अभी बहुत देर हो गई दीदी, हम जाते हैं।
चाय तो
नहीं।
पुगाली, अब तुम अपना नंबर लगा ही लो।
क्यों? हस्बैंड वाइफ के बीच में कुछ नया बचा नहीं? 10 बच्चा पैदा कर लो।
सही कह रहे हो, हमें तो अभी से डर लग रहा है। अब बच्चे को पालना बड़ा करना आजकल के टाइम में कितना मुश्किल होगा ना।
अरे कितना बड़ा इमोशनल और फाइनेंशियल इन्वेस्टमेंट है ये।
ये सब अंग्रेजी में सोचना ठीक लगता है। लव मैरिज वाली हो ना तो अभी ठीक है, 4-6 साल के बाद सूनापन लगने लगेगा।
जब मियाँ बीवी दोनों बूढ़े हो जाओगे तब कौन सहारा होगा? अच्छा, क्या गारंटी क्या है कि आपके ओल्ड एज में आपका बच्चा आपके साथ रहेगा? बच्चा है कि फिक्स डिपॉजिट? अरे ये नहीं कि हस्बैंड वाइफ एक दूसरे का साथ दो और इंडिपेंडेंट भी रहो। इंडिपेंडेंट रहना अच्छी बात है, अपने हिसाब से जियो, अपनी मर्जी से जियो, लेकिन बगैर बच्चों के कैसे?
हम 1 महीने से ऑफिस भी नहीं गए और अब ये कह रहे हैं कि डिलीवरी के बाद तुम रिजाइन कर दो।
दिन भर बच्चे में ही लगी रहोगी, ऑफिस जाने का तो वक्त ही नहीं मिलेगा।
अब हम ही देख लो ना, मंजू भाभी को देख लो, नौकरी तो छोड़ी ना।
तो जरूरी है जो हमें करना पड़ा वो ये भी करे। अपनी मर्जी से नौकरी छोड़ना समझ में भी आता है, पर ये कौन सी किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि या तो बच्चों को पालो या नौकरी करो, दोनों एक साथ नहीं कर सकते हैं। मतलब भाई डायपर बदलना है तो वो तो हम ही को करना पड़ेगा ना, लोगों के हाथों से तो रिमोट छूट जाएंगे।
लेफ्ट हो जाता है ये क्या?
देख नहीं रही हो तुम क्या? बच्चे आ जा रहे हैं यहाँ पर, अंदर कमरे में रखो उनको।
राहुल,
यहाँ मत लाओ।
अमेरिका जैसा
रुको
देश
यहाँ
के बिना
पर,
ट्रम्प
चलो
इस कंपनी
कमरे के अंदर चलो।
वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
यहाँ अंकल लोग बातें कर रहे हैं ना। डॉली, डॉली, डॉली।
हाँ मम्मी।
थाली लग गई है, भैया लोगों को खाना खिलाओ।
1 मिनट।
बहुत खेल ली हो, तुरंत आओ।
अभी आगे देखो।
तुम लोग हॉल में क्यों जा रहे हो?
हम नहीं वो।
चुप करो, जब अंकल लोग ऐसी बातें करने लगे हैं तो बीच में मत जाओ। कभी हमें देखा जाते हुए?
पर
फिर वही बात, अब जाओ ध्यान से।
वो अमेरिका में जितने इंडियंस हैं ना वो सबको भगा देगा, फिर भी वही बोलोगे ना।
तो ओबामा ने क्या उखाड़ लिया?
हाँ, और वो क्लिंटनवा की बीवी क्या नाम है? हिलारी। हिलारी ऐसा क्या नया कर देती शुक्लवा?
आई एग्री विद यू पंडित।
हाँ,
आई एग्री विद यू। ट्रम्प ही एकमात्र ऐसा आदमी है जो अमेरिका में जान लाएगा वापस। देख लीजिए।
रॉन्ग फॉर अमेरिका।
अरे दादा, इस हड्डियों के बलबूते कौन सा देश चलाया आज तक, बताइए।
मंजू,
बूदा है।
थालियां लगा दो।
बूदा तो है।
इन लोगों की थालियां लगा देती तो ये उपद्रव बचा
अरे मंजू जल्दी आओ भाई।
Yeah, it's much cleaner now. Just look at it. And I think you should save this as well. Yeah.
Did you know that an octopus has 3 hearts?
Huh?
And even if you cut out its head, it can still live for 1 more hour?
Really?
Yeah.
God, that's so cool. So, listen, this is the best we can do remotely. Here.
Sorry, is it too loud?
Yes. Just keep the volume a little low, okay? I'm working. Okay, guys, I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, but send me the earlier presentations also.
Are you done with that call? Black coffee bana do yaar.
No, that's true, but the calibration of their system, if that's not right, you know, whatever we may do, it's not going to make a difference. No, I completely understand. But yeah, so it's no point, you know, even saying that to them. Why don't you first finish your food? Huh? And chew, please. Yeah. Okay. So just send me the files. Yeah, you just send me the files and then I'll look at it after my son sleeps. Hello. हाँ? Can you speak? थोड़ा जोर से बोलिए. अब सखी संस्था से क्या? नहीं, wrong number. Yeah. So.
Mama, I'm done. Now can I please wave?
Yes. But not for too long, okay? My head really spins.
Okay.
हाँ. हेलो. मैंने कहा ना आपको कि रॉन्ग नंबर है.
दीदी बात सुनो ना मेरी. मेरे को बहुत तकलीफ है. नहीं मतलब पहले भी थी, लेकिन अब भी भाभी बहुत ज़्यादा तकलीफ है, बहुत ज़्यादा. ये कर रहे हैं वो, मेरे को अभी डर लगा, बहुत तकलीफ है. हाँ, आई. हाँ.
हेलो.
आइए.
हेलो. सुनो.
हाँ मैं आई वो
देखिए. हेलो. सुनिए. आप देखिए. हेलो. सुनिए. हेलो.
किसको फोन लगाए? हेलो, बोलना कौन है? क्या है? बात करो ना.
केमिस्ट.
रॉन्ग नंबर.
हेलो पुलिस स्टेशन.
हाँ बोलिए मैडम.
जी देखिए, एक औरत उसको उसके हस्बैंड बहुत मार रहे हैं.
उसका नाम बताइए, पता बताइए.
हाँ, आप वहाँ पर जा सकते हैं क्या प्लीज? वो बहुत उनको अर्जेंट हेल्प चाहिए. मैं नंबर देती हूँ, प्लीज नोट करिए.
नंबर बोलो.
790 317 3248. हाँ.
हम दे देंगे ये नंबर वो हेल्पलाइन को.
हाँ, अगर आप अभी किसी को भेज सकते हैं.
इतने फोन आते हैं हमारे पास, किधर जाएगा हम? हाँ?
I understand, but देखिए वो बहुत बुरी हालत में थी, वो चिल्ला रही थी, वहाँ पर एक छोटा बच्चा भी था. तो
मत सिखाओ मैडम कि हमारा काम हमको कैसे करना है, ठीक है?
सर मैं आपको नहीं बता. Yeah, no, just say that again, just the last line. I'll was listening. It's just that I didn't hear the last bit. You can just repeat it, right? Okay. No. We are not giving it to Chopra for sure.
Mama, when will you be free?
Just give me 20 minutes. I'll be done soon. Okay? So,
अच्छा, looks like the mangoes have arrived, huh?
yeah, okay. No.
नासिक का एक बंदा है, he's delivering.
Yeah. हेलो
हेलो, सुनाई दे रहा है क्या?
हाँ बोलो.
मदद चाहिए दीदी मेरे को.
हाँ
मदद करो दीदी.
सब कुछ बता.
मैं बताती.
धीरे.
आज सुबह मैं दीदी खाना बनाने गई थी ना. 3 घंटा
the door.
पड़ी थी मैं. वापस आई ना दीदी तो इतना गुस्सा हो गया, क्या बताओ आपको. इतना मारा मेरे को, मेरा सर.
Open the door, ना.
You do it.
अरे.
हेलो, सुन रहे हो क्या दीदी?
हाँ सुन रही हूँ.
मेरे भी मारते थे, बहुत तकलीफ है दीदी. हर रोज का हो गया अभी तो. दर्द हो रहा है दीदी. छोटा बच्चा है. आज उसको भी लग जाती थी. लगते बच्चा है उसको. मुझे बहुत डर लगता है. मेरा बच्चा है. आँख के ऊपर लग जाती थी. आँख बुझी मेरा दीदी. पूरा चेहरा मेरा. मदद चाहिए. तकलीफ है दीदी, नहीं तो मर जाएगी मैं.
फौजी से यहाँ खाना पीना बिना खाए के भूखे है. एक बात के कोनी समझक लागी तोके. हैं? चल तोके बताबो. कांदू तक खुला है ना भौरी है तोर. हैं? एक बात के खानी पूजाव लगे तोके.
તમારીથી વાત જોઉં છું તમારા ફોનની.
બાબુ દે ને રાજા.
નહીં નહીં નહીં, હું તમારીથી વાત કરતો હતો. જોવા
હેલો ला दो ला देना
ले दीदी क्या ऐसा कर रही है
हेलो हाँ
ले रोज नहीं आती
हाँ
ले दीदी
हाँ 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 मैं आ रही हूँ कैसी है मम्मी हाय हाय अरे बेटा आ गई हटो चाचा दे बेटा
अरे दे दे इनको ही दे दे हम इसको रख के भी क्या करेंगे चल ला इधर
हाय हाय जिसे भगवान ने नहीं अपनाया उसे इंसानों का ये समाज क्या अपनाएगा ला मेरा बच्चा दे दे इधर हाय हाय लल्ला मेरा बच्चा लल्ला
ये क्या तमाशा लगा रखा है अस्पताल है ये आवाज नीचे वरना तुम सबको बाहर निकाल दूंगी
तू क्या निकालेगी हमें तुम लोगों ने अंदर ही कब आने दिया था है ना मेरे लल्ला
रुको कहाँ लेके जा रही हो बच्चे को
ऐसी जगह जहाँ इससे हर रोज कोई ये ना पूछे कि लड़का है कि लड़की है ना लल्ला
मुझसे तो कोई नहीं पूछता मैं बस सब इंस्पेक्टर रितिका हूँ
जी वो बर्थ डिटेल्स का फॉर्म फिल करवाना था
ये देखो अब इससे भी कोई नहीं पूछेगा
अरे चलो रे चलो
So yeah, after watching, hope you all watch this documentaries, and this pandemic also took the people difficulties and the gender bias. I mean, gender-based violence to a greater extent, where women face a lot of problems through domestic violence. And yeah, Fahim, continue.
Yes, like as we just showcased on the uh,
Yeah, so I think Fahim, you are not audible, so I'll carry on. So it's it's all about conditioning and so this gender-based violence, as we seen in the documentaries, the Jews and what we all see is women are not given the rights, basic rights, and what we see in daily lives is, if it is okay if I carry on in Telugu. So what we see in general daily lives is, women are not allowed to sit. See, manam relatives vachinappudu, like, women are not allowed to sit in front of men relatives equally with them and participate in discussions, and they are only asked to cook dishes and serve the dishes. Only women are asked to do so, And also we have seen in the documentary that a small girl, not boys are asked to serve the food, or only girls are asked to. So this is what conditioning is like. So this condition is going on since ages, and they don't even look like it's making this conditioning like this, and making this like this happen naturally, and it's like their own choice. So I heard some women saying that so cooking could be a choice. Why not cooking should be a choice? Like you know, why do you think it is conditioning, and why do you think it is restricting women to their kitchen, and why don't one have a choice as cooking? So what my point is, they're not allowed to explore many options. When they're not allowed to explore many options, the rights are being violated, right? So their rights are violated, so it's nothing but their basic rights are being violated. And I think it is the conditioning played a vital role in giving one gender more power, and let that gender control one over other gender. Yeah, that's my point. And Aishwarya, please carry on. Yeah. Aishwarya.
So yeah, the moreover, due to pandemic even, uh, the gender-based violence or the violence at households and everything have increased because uh, of like women stay everyone staying at home, and it's generally women who take care of everything at home and everything. So if they already have some domestic violence going on in their home, it is increased, and they are pretty it is pretty dangerous for women and children, because until they come out, until the pandemic ends and until we go back to our lives, it takes a lot of time, and until then women and children needs to be prevented, needs to be safe. So pandemic has also affected for this violence. And yeah, so as we have watched the documentaries, and in everything, from every documentary we have learned, we have got to learn about the violence women or a housewife or youth or a child faces in our day-to-day life. That's what this documentaries were the main agenda of them. And yeah, I pretty much it is deeply rooted. It is very emotional, and it is very profound. So so it has been great. So we'll start discussing, and we'll start questioning. So Likit, you wanna go to you?
Yeah, here are some. I have some questions regarding this. Yeah, so I have a question for you on every member participating in this session. So, are only women affected because of the gender-based violence? Is it? So, is it so?
Um, for me, I think not only women is the main agenda, but women, uh, girls, youth girls, or young girls, children. Not only it's especially women. At some sectors, we can see men are even affected by it, and like we can hear like many norms in society, society values in the society, like in our society, that women should be in this way or men should be in this way, or a youth or a girl or a boy should be this, and they have given us an identities, to be like this. And I think um, women are facing it, and even men are even facing it. So but raising a voice, speaking for it, and you know coming Yeah, making a point is really important, I guess. What do you think, Likit?
Yeah, according to me, every faces gender-based violence because irrespective of community, which community they are, whether they are rich or poor, many questions rise like uh, if they are rich, they don't face gender-based violence, but it's not like that because even whether they are rich or poor, there is bias everywhere, gender-based violence everywhere. So what I feel is why only women comes to first thought when it is gender based violence because women are the one who are most affected because of gender based violence. That's why we take women when it comes to gender based violence. So I think that's the point. Yeah. And I have one more question for you and every participant in the group. Yeah. So when it comes to gender based violence when a grown up facing gender based violence so he can realize it like that he is going through some uh, violence and he can report it or he can at least express it or at least he can solve himself. But how about gender based violence in children, in youth? I mean, how can one identify if they can't express themselves? So my question exactly is how can we identify gender-based violence in children and youth, and how can we fight them? Yeah.
Um, so my point on this would be preventing violence against the youth would be changing the norms and values which are deeply rooted in our society, and we can even um, they can even be enforcement of laws, new laws or and we can we can even provide service for them where they can have that space to speak up. And as we have done reflection circle where many youth came up in a space so that they can actually discuss together and explain or discuss and share their opinions and their feelings. So these would be main things, and parental guidance that also works. That should also be a very good base for for a child or a youth. And so these, I think these are the preventive things we can take for we can take against the violence for youth and children, because it's they even face bullying, they face trauma and many things in their life. So yeah.
Yeah, so I think it is necessary to include like reporting, coming up with the issues, whether whatever it might be. Like there should be taught in schools, bringing up their personal issues as well, and teaching what gender-based violence actually is, and uh, should be a part of education system. Yeah, and other question I have is. What could be the root cause of gender-based violence? What exactly it would be, and our does our country take any steps in preventing them or any organization? Yeah.
um, so what do you think, like it like what are the main causes of violence against women or girls in general?
Violence against women. Coming to this generation, when children see their parents like when we just came across this not exactly violence but in the Juice documentary, we saw that he has the total command over that girl. Like he can play the video games. Like what we see is, I came across many incidents like when playing such games, like some games. Uh, we should win over girls. They are weak. How can they win over us? Like they. the society just build a statement that generally girls are weaker than boys. So this is what mainly becomes the problem, that this male one gender taking power over other gender. So this would be the main reason. So uh, striving over to the equality could be the solution for it. And ongoing gender based violence, I mean, like our upper generations. So we therapies work, I guess. Like everyone should know the importance of therapies. Like or some people, therapies don't work because they're like their mental health is totally affected in such a way that they'll not even respond to therapists. For such in establishing it is better to get rid of those relationships, right? So this is what I guess. Taking steps towards preventing this gender based violence, like UN women organization uh, is taking steps to reach out maximum women, not only women, or any gender which facing the gender based violence, to help them, to reach out to them and seek I mean, to help them out. Yeah.
Yeah. To add on that, there are many consequences, even the causes, as you mentioned it, because it is deeply rooted in our society, in our culture, and beliefs that women should be at home doing all this stuff because she's weak. Than man should go and work because he's strong. So it is deeply rooted in our culture, and it's been believed by general people. So uh, through this, there are many consequences, even like psychologically, physically, and generally psychologically, physically, and then it comes impact on society even. Rather than giving them education, giving girls education, they just get them married and they send them to other place so that she can just she can carry on that household thing and carry on that woman wala tag, like woman identity where she was given. So uh, yeah, so you are right, and so that what is the cause and consequences.
Yeah, and the saddest part till now is we are living in 2020, and we not only particular gender, every person um, has don't has, I mean, the right to say no. They are losing it. Like they have no right to say no or yes. Yeah, and
Consent.
yeah, but coming to this gender-based violence, it is also important uh, to for the bystanders to help the victim to get out of that trauma and all. Like so it is also very important of a role of bystander to help the victim to get out of that trauma. Actually, what we see generally is oka family unte, like we don't know what exactly they are going through. So our trauma, though we know the actual problem is what the problem actually is, culture. మన కల్చర్లో ఏంటంటే మ్యారేజ్ బ్రేక్ చేసుకోవడం చాలా పెద్ద మిస్టేక్ అని, లైక్ వాట్ వి ఇండియన్ కల్చర్ అంటే విల్ నాట్ ఐమ్ నాట్ ట్రిగరింగ్ ద కల్చర్, బట్ యా ఏంటంటే మ్యారేజ్ బ్రేక్ చేసుకోవద్దు, ఎలాగో అలా అడ్జస్ట్ కావాలి పక్కా, లైక్ దే విల్ సే దట్ అండ్ మేక్ దెమ్ కాంప్రమైజ్ అండ్ live in make them live in the toxic relationships and make them do that. And this, because of this toxic relationships, it carries on to their children. And why to give birth to children when having such gender based violence at home, and when going through such a trauma at home, and such mental health problems? And why does it is there any need to carry it to children? Like it also affects the next generation too, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, uh, uh, so as a bystander, I mean, if we see any victim, so we should be enough. We should get enough courage to take the. I mean, stop the gender-based violence. Like not to fight, go and fight with the go and fight with them, but help the victim to face the consequences, help the victim to get out of the gender based violence. As on this human rights day, I think it is important to know what a bystander should do, and what how can a bystander help to do this. Yeah. So always don't think that ఎవరో ఒకరు వచ్చి చేస్తారు కదా మనకెందుకు అని పక్కకి వెళ్ళిపోవడం చాలా తప్పని నా ఫీలింగ్. సో బైస్టాండర్ రోల్ ప్లేస్ వైటల్ రోల్. యా. సో ఐ థింక్ ఇట్స్ టైమ్ టు wind up. So what I say is, let's not wait until then, like other people act. So let's act now. We need your help and commitment to make sure that we reach the last women. Together we can make it happen. Yeah. If not now,
If not now,
when?
when? If not you, who?
Yeah. So it yeah, it's all about gender based violence in the documentaries. Yeah, it's over. Yeah. So let's so stay,
So
stay
thank you
tuned.
everyone for
Yeah.
joining,
Thank you.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
so wait for the next sessions to start. Um it's Change Makers Corner. So stay tuned and join at 2:15. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Hello, namaste, Sastriyakal, Adab. Welcome to the Changemakers Corner. I am Isha. I love pink and I believe in unicorns.
Hi, I'm Hiral. I too love pink, but I don't believe in unicorns. And together we are.
Mind Motions. Mind Motions is a social action project under the Change Looms Changemakers Fellowship 2020. Under Prava Delhi, Rubaroo Hyderabad, and is being supported by the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, US Department of State. The project's main aim is to help facilitate a better understanding of emotions to younger students, which then in turn facilitate a better understanding of mental health.
In today's session, though, we'll be talking about mental health of gender based violence victims. To begin with, let's try and take each concept individually and then string everything together. As the world retreated inside homes due to the lockdown measures introduced to curb the COVID-19 pandemic, reports showed an alarming increase in the already existing pandemic of violence against women. Global estimates published by WHO indicate that 1 in 3 women worldwide have experienced either physical and or sexual intimate partner violence or non-partner sexual violence in their lifetime.
So, coming to what is mental health includes our emotional, um, psychological, and social well being. It affects how we think, how we feel, and how we act. And it also determines how we handle stress, relate to others, and make choices in our life. Mental health is extremely important at every stage of our life, right from childhood, adolescence, and all the way through adulthood. Over the course of our life, all of us have gone through various mental health problems, whether it might have affected how we think, our moods, or our behavior. Many factors together affect the mental health of every person. We've broadly come up with 3 factors here. That is the biological factors such as genes or brain chemistry, life experiences such as trauma or abuse, or even family history for that matter. But today we'll be focusing on life experiences.
Coming to mental health of violence victims, women who have experienced domestic abuse or violence are significantly at a higher risk of experiencing a mental health condition, for example, PTSD, anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, and the list goes on. In situations of domestic violence, it usually starts with an abuser's outburst, which is commonly followed by remorse or apology. But this honeymoon period usually comes to an end with violence and abuse. This cycle means women are constantly anticipating the next outburst. In Indian society, especially, all big and small problems are considered couples' problems, couples' business, in which the society shouldn't and cannot interfere. This pressurizes the victims into silence and eventually leads to mental health illness onset.
So, coming to the first mental health illness that we're talking about today is anxiety. Anxiety disorders form a category of mental health diagnosis that lead to excessive nervousness, fear, apprehension, and worry. These disorders alter how a person processes emotions and behave, causing a lot of physical symptoms. There can be mild anxiety, which can make you feel vague or be unsettling, whereas severe anxiety can have serious effects on our day-to-day living. When an individual faces potential harmful or worrying triggers, it is normal for that person to feel anxiety, whereas as much as it is normal, it is also necessary for survival. In the earlier days when men used to live in caves, the fight or flight response was extremely required for their day-to-day survival. But nowadays, you don't usually see a bear running on the street for you to feel anxious and run the other way. But nowadays anxiety has become more about work, money, family life, health, and a lot of other crucial crises that occur in a person's life. The nervous feeling before an important life event or during a difficult situation is a natural echo of the original flight or fright response that exists. It is essential for survival. Anxiety is a feeling like you're being hit by a car while crossing the street, but then hence you instinctively look both ways to avoid that danger. While a number of different diagnoses constitute anxiety disorders, there are a few symptoms that you can look out for, called the GAD, generalized anxiety disorder. Most often, the symptoms include restlessness or a feeling of, being on the edge, uncontrollable feelings of worry, increased irritability, concentration difficulties, and also sleep difficulties, such as, you have problem falling asleep or, staying asleep, right? And while these symptoms might be normal for some people in their everyday life, but then if it occurs, maybe like for a day or two, I think that's normal, like a normal level of anxiety that people have. But if this persists over extreme levels, it is extremely essential for you to reach out to a mental health professional and get the help you need.
Coming to depression, depression can be classified as a mood disorder. It may be described as a feeling of sadness or a feeling of loss or a feeling of anger, and it hinders in everybody's, the people who experience depression, their everyday activities. Now, everybody experiences depression differently. It may interfere your daily work sometimes, it may lead to chronic illnesses sometimes, it can influence your relationships, but it is important to understand that it is not just a state of sadness or just feeling blue. Major depression can cause various symptoms that does not involve just sadness. Some affect your mood, others affect your body. Some symptoms may come and go, some symptoms may be ongoing. These symptoms of depression can be can be affected by mood such as irritability. It can affect your emotional well-being, such as feeling sad, empty, anxious, or hopeless. It can affect your behavior, such as you might lose interest in activities you used to like. You no longer like social gatherings or your friends anymore. You have persistent thoughts of suicide. It also affects your cognitive abilities, such as thinking, or you were talking especially slowly or especially fast. Sleep patterns, such as having difficulty sleeping through the night or waking up early or sleeping too much. It also includes physical well being, such as decreased energy, feeling greater fatigue, changes in appetite, weight loss, weight gain. You can have pains, headaches, aches, cramps, etc.
Right. Now, coming to substance abuse. So, in most cases, when somebody, goes through violence or is a victim of violence, there are times that you no longer want to continue living in reality, because it's no longer, what you imagined it to be, and you're no longer happy in the reality. So, a lot of times that people violence victims end up having a lot of substance abuse. So substance abuse here refers to when you take drugs that are not legal, and it's also, but it can also be, abuse of alcohol, prescription medicine, and any other legal substance, in a huge quantity and in a wrong way. So substance abuse and addiction are again two very different things that, we must realize. Substance abuse is where you're wanting to escape from reality, and hence you are chasing this pleasurable high to ease your stress. Whereas also, sorry, in most cases of substance abuse, um, people have been able to quit and overcome and change their unhealthy lifestyles. But whereas addiction is a serious disease in itself. It means that, you cannot live without your addiction, and it makes you cause a lot of harm to yourself. Both legal and illegal drugs together affect your mind and your body in a very bad way, and chasing this pleasurable high might ease your stress and avoid problems in your life, but it can have a huge effect on how you perceive things, or your mental state, and also your physical body.
Coming to post traumatic stress disorder, which is a very recurring mental illness in domestic violence victims. It is a mental health condition that is triggered by a terrifying event, either experiencing it or witnessing it. Symptoms may include flashbacks, nightmares, severe anxiety, as well as uncontrollable thoughts of the event. Most people who go through traumatic events may have temporary difficulty adjusting and coping, but with time and with good self care, they do come out of it eventually. If the symptoms get worse, last for months or even years, and interfere with your day to day function, then you have post traumatic stress disorder, also known as PTSD. Getting effective treatment after PTSD symptoms develop can be critical to reduce symptoms and improve functioning. Some symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder include um, first, let me address the fact that the symptoms may start within a month of the traumatic event, but sometimes it may not appear until years. These symptoms cause significant problems in social or work situations and in relationships especially. They can also interfere with your ability to go about your normal daily tasks. PTSD symptoms are generally grouped in four types. First is intrusive memory, avoidance, negative changes in thinking and mood, and changes in physical and emotional reactions. Symptoms can vary over time or vary from person to person, which is important to note. The intensity of symptoms is also something that needs addressing. PTSD symptoms can vary from intensity for everyone. You may have more PTSD symptoms when you're stressed in general or when you come across reminders of what you went through. For example, you hear a car backfire and relive combat experiences. A lot of veterans face this problem. Or you may see a report on the news about sexual assault and feel overcome by memories of your own assault. Now, this is faced by domestic violence victims as well.
So now that me and Hero have talked about what are the different what is mental health initially, that is what we discussed. Then we came to what how does mental health and violence go together, like how do victims feel, and then we discussed, I think, anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and PTSD, which are commonly seen amongst victims of gender-based violence. So when you go through a violent situation, or when you're a victim of violence, I think it's very important to collect yourself, and which can be extremely difficult. And it is essential to collect yourself and reach out. Reaching out for help is extremely essential. Firstly, when we talk about mental health, there are a lot of times that people might label mental health as, oh, are you crazy, do you need help, why do you need help, like why aren't you normal? So there's a lot of time, I think, as for me, even as a person, and one of the sessions that we did for Mind Motions was, what is your normal? Why are we chasing a normal in terms of mental health? Because when we say that we're all unique people, I think we all come from unique backgrounds, and our mental health is as unique as everything else about us. So there is no normal that we're chasing here. So that is why it's important for us to reach out whenever we're not feeling our best. So um coming back to reaching out for help, so we should not be worried about being labeled as crazy, and hence we must seek help with the mental health professional, and not worry about its impact on our livelihood or reputation. Because I think every colony has some Sharma ji ki auntie who will come at us and be like, oh, why are you going to a mental health professional, like, are you mad, aapki beti pagal hai kya? So I mean, so all of that, I think we must go beyond what society thinks of us, or what society would tell about our parents, or whatever, and unlearn such toxic slurs against mental health. And hence, even while reaching out for help, when you talk about it to somebody, some people might tell you that, oh, it's all in your head, you should just take a break, try waking up early, maybe that might help you. So again, all of this is very wrong. It's not, I mean, I'm sure it's your mental health, and it's not about all of it being in your head. I think it's not just a little attitude adjustment that would fix it. I think it's important for us to take our mental health seriously and reach out to people, and not be like, just watch the sunset in the morning, you'll start feeling better from tomorrow. There is no magic potion. I think it takes a lot for somebody to even identify that I am going through this mental health crisis, and having the courage to reach out for help, and reach out for help to the right people, that is mental health professionals.
As Isha addressed, that there is this stigma around mental health and mental illness, which pulls us back from not going to mental health professionals. But there is also something within us that keeps us from going to mental health professionals, because we don't know when to ask for help. when to seek out help. You can seek out help for a number of reasons. You don't need a crisis as such to go and seek out help. It could just be a nagging feeling at the back of your head when you go to sleep every night. It could be a very big decision for which you need help. It could be struggling with any relationship, noticing that you're more worried than usual, feeling unhappy with your job. Actually, I can keep listing out reasons for which you can go to a mental health professional. You can also go to a mental health professional just to grow as a person, which is very important. But there are some major warning signs, which is to be kept in mind, knowing that this is the borderline. After this, you have to go to a mental health professional. These signs include hurting yourself or feeling suicidal. These require immediate intervention. If you are feeling such feelings, and if you know anybody who's feeling such feelings, then you should immediately intervene. There are some serious symptoms of mental health illness, such as hallucinations, high level of dissociation, mania. These also require intervention from mental health professionals. It is completely treatable, and you are not crazy. In addition, more subtle symptoms like losing interest in things you like, changes in sleeping habits, eating habits, maybe like Isha mentioned and like I mentioned earlier, these are actually symptoms of depression and anxiety. You can lack motivation, you can have more anxiety than usual. These are all underlying symptoms of really major mental health illnesses. You have to pay attention to your own mind and body to really understand yourself and when you need help. Actually reaching out for help is a very big step, to be honest. It requires courage, it requires support from people around you, your friends and family. When you're ready, there's good news that there's a lot of potential resources to turn to. It might seem overwhelming at first, there's a lot of information out there, but eventually it will all make sense. I think I can say that. A primary care doctor in person, an online therapist, support groups, community health groups, programs, clinics, employee assistance programs. Like I said, the list goes on and on. We have national helpline numbers. Even just going to your own family or your own friends is like a lot of help. If you're not willing to take a very big step, they can help you ask help, they can help you seek help. So it is very important to understand yourself. What is your borderline? Like, what is your threshold? Where do you stop?
Right. So um, now that we know that these are the problems that might happen for a victim or a violence victim, or even in general, and it's okay to reach out for help, and now you know when to seek out to help. But then, like Hiral mentioned at the end, that sometimes it can be really overwhelming to actually go to a professional, and the whole journey from identifying what mental health crisis you're going through, to actually reaching out to a mental health professional is a long way, right? So what can we do to fill this gap, right? So this is one of my favorite, I think this, for me and Hero, both of us, this is our favorite part of every session we do, is so I'm not going to tell that to you directly. I'm just going to make you wait for like a 2-3 seconds more until I give you my favorite example. So for example, Hyderabad floods, right? Let's talk about it. So you saw that there was a lot of floods. I wasn't in Hyderabad that time, but I did hear a lot about it. So what do you do if there's a flood? Initial instinct is pack everything valuable and keep them close to yourself or in a safe place. But another thing you can do is have like a emergency kit, like ye pakad ke mere ko bhagna hai, like no matter what happens, right? So why can't we do something for our mental health, right? So this segment is called making your own mental health kit. Are you excited? So when we talk about things, let's talk about anxiety here, because I think most incidents lead to anxiousness feelings, which is the most common. So you have hyper arousal and hypo arousal, right? Hyper arousal is when your body is overactivated, so you try and calm yourself down, right? And hypo arousal is when your body shuts down and you need to activate it, right? So I want all of you all to take a minute and think about, like, just close your eyes and think about something that calms you down immediately. right? And as for me, I think something that calms me down immediately is lavender oil, like lavender essential oil. Or for some, it can be as simple as chocolate. I can see Hiro smiling because she loves chocolate. And so these are things that help us calm down. I think all of us have our own things that help um, ourselves calm down. And while thinking of these things, I think it's important to try and engage all our sense organs, because engaging them helps us gain control back of our body, right? And another important thing, that I think the first thing to any initial kid or a mental health kid would have to be breathing, right? So for me, when people tell me, like, oh, just take 10 deep breaths and you'll feel better. So for the longest time, I thought it was, I mean, what's the point of breathing? I'm breathing right now. I'm not feeling any better. What do I do now to feel better, right? So the whole point is that I'm feeling happy, right? I'm feeling happy to be here, to share what I know, and to do what I'm passionate about. And so I'm breathing at a very slow pace. I'm sorry, I think I froze. So I'm breathing at a very slow pace, right? But when I get angry or I'm mad or I'm annoyed at something, my breathing pace increases, right? So I'm happy, I have a normal pace. I'm angry, my pace is heightened, right? So your breathing changes with your emotion, right? So if you were to reverse that equation, okay, I'm not your math teacher, but let's do this. So if you were to reverse the equation, then it comes to your emotions changing, or your breath changing your emotions, right? Not your emotions changing your breath. You get that? So hence, taking 10 deep breaths will help you get back the pace of your breath, and hence you change your emotions. Isn't that just brilliant? Right? So now you know how taking 10 deep breaths make sense, and it's not just like some very dramatic thing that they show in movies. It actually makes sense. So number one will have to be, just exit the situation you're in, which is causing you anxiety or any sort of discomfort. Come out of it, take a bottle of water, sit down, and breathe, and gain control of your body.
Before I mention the second step to making a mental health kit, it is important to say that the root of anxiety or stress is through your stomach. Literally, when you're very stressed, or when you have a lot of anxiety, you don't feel like eating, and then later you might face stomach issues or digestive issues. If something we've all experienced. But it is also important to know that nourishment is required if you are not eating or don't feel like eating, and thus leading to you not eating, your body is going to get weaker, and that's going to make your mental health even more worse. So it is important to always have like a calorie rich foods with you, like an energy drink or maybe some chocolate. If you don't eat anything in a situation where you're feeling very stressed, this it might worsen to you feeling even worse later after that situation. So for example, when the next time you are going to a very stressful situation like weddings or family functions, or going to write an exam, do carry some calorie rich food or drink with you. It's going to make you feel a lot more better mentally more than physically.
Right. So the next thing would have to be, I think, another one of my favorite things is writing in a notebook. I think there are so many conversations that I go through in my mind over and over again, like "Kash ye bol diya hota." So instead of doing that and just annoying your brain more, just annoy your notebook now. Okay, just take a pen and just start writing whatever you feel. Just free write. Just write anything and everything that's coming to your mind. So you must have a notebook.
The next one would be calling that one 4 a.m. friend every time you have a problem to be your in call therapist. Calling your loved ones always works. It could be family, it could be your siblings, your mom and dad, your parents, your best friends, your enemies, your frenemies, anybody who's ready to listen to you, anybody you feel safe with, who can provide you a listening ear and a safe environment, is an element in itself in your mental health kit. There, when you're going through a mental health crisis, the people next to you, their support is the most essential thing that will push you through your journey. They're a huge blessing, and they're literally angels in disguise. So it is important to always have somebody with you who knows what you're going through, as much as it um, you get satisfaction from keeping it to yourself, that I'm dealing with my problems in my own way and others don't have to know about my problems. That is not the reality. What you're doing is you're pressurizing yourself, you're bottling yourself up, and that's just going to burst one day, leaving all your friends and family very hurt when they get to know that you've been suffering but you haven't told them. So do have one or two people in your life that are aware of your struggles, whom you can call whenever you are dealing with a bad situation or bad problem, like your go-to person. I don't think we have to elaborate on this, Isha, because everybody has a go-to person.
Yeah, I think everybody does have a go-to person. So think about that person and remember to reach out and check in with that person as well. And make sure you're not just ranting at them without taking into consideration their mental health as well. So it's important for you all to have a very healthy relationship and for you to not just have outbursts on them and that person having their own outbursts and just like an apocalypse. Okay. So the next thing that I would like to share is fidgeting with the pliable objects. So I think anxiety leads and nervousness can lead to like a lot of nail biting and just fiddling with things and tapping your toes and all of that. So I think a healthier way to channel that energy would be playing cards, coloring books. I think coloring books is not just for that, for kindergarten kids, guys. Check out really fun books. They have adult coloring books which are amazingly beautiful and very very aesthetic. So you can do that. You can take up knitting projects. I think knitting is really fun. Knit yourself a blanket, guys. And stretchy toys, moldable clay. You can make amazing things with clay. So just go be your creative self, channel all your energy into positive things instead of them taking a toll on you even more.
Yes, please don't go rock climbing. The next thing would be reading a letter from yourself. Now, this is, I think, my favorite from everything else, because you can have all those people telling you, "Oh, you're no, everything's fine. You're amazing. You're the best." But when you hear it from yourself, something in you will change. So whenever you are feeling better, as in when you're feeling mentally stable, write yourself a letter to read when you're panicking. Now, write down your best qualities, your strengths, some incidents that really made you feel like amazing, like you are actually an amazing person. Write about the things you are passionate about, the things that make you feel good, things that you excel in. Write about your friends, your family. Write about anything that you positively associate with. And in your tough times, when you read this letter, it will act as an anchor. Remind yourself that you are not just your mental illness, because when you're struggling, it might be hard to differentiate. You might feel, I'm just my anxiety, I'm just my depression. And the aim of writing a letter to yourself is changing that you're more than this. You've come out of this before and you're going to do it again. And just like a pat on your own back, that kind of a thing, sending motivation to yourself from the past, that kind of a thing. So, as important it is to reach out to other people, do reach out to yourself sometimes as well.
Yeah, I think even the fact that this is December and the last month of the year, I think a great idea would be writing yourself a letter today for like the entire of next year. So I think that is something I will be doing after this call today. So let me know if you all want to join.
I think
And
in school, it was like an entire thing. We used to write letters to your friends, read when you're angry, read when you're sad. Just do it with yourself this time.
right, I think that's a great idea. So we're going to just power through this, and I want to talk about remembering what you're grateful for. So I think gratitude is a huge role that that plays in everybody's life, and it's very important to tackle anxiety. So when you turn your attention away from your stress and onto the people and places and memories that you're grateful for, your brain will find its calm amidst the storm or amidst an anxiety attack. So that's what you need to do. Count your blessings. Have a diary. Again, take that notebook and write down what you're grateful for. Try doing it every day. Every day might just help you.
And lastly, like Isha mentioned before, do remember to ask the people around you how they're feeling. The pandemic has hit everybody differently but equally. And you might be suffering to something else, somebody might be suffering to something else. Everybody has their own struggles, highs and lows. It is important to not only not look down upon somebody else, but also to support somebody else. Like push people up, don't push people down, is what we mean. Channel your mental, emotional energy into brightening somebody else's day up once in a while. It'll not only help you, but it'll definitely and eventually help the other person. Maybe sometimes you're facing the same issue, then you guys can help each other out through it. When you're having relationship problems, talk to the person on the other side of the relationship. That will help you more than you ranting about it to somebody else.
Right. So now we just want to lastly talk about, the importance of reaching out. So, I personally find it extremely, extremely difficult to ask for help with anything, right? And I think it's true for a lot of other people. We live in a world where, admitting your weakness is equated to admitting defeat. So we fear, that this might lead to losing respect from those who are around us, and people take advantage of these situations. Survival of the fittest has been created, where a culture of fear has been formed, a fear of honesty, a fear of judgment, a fear of being, seeing less than who you are. And in some cases, physical weaknesses is seen as like a personal weakness, but then there's this particular feeling that, a superiority when it comes to mental health problems, like, oh my god, you have a mental health problem somewhere, that is just equated to, a larger extent. And mental health illnesses are somewhat invisible because people prefer, to not talk about their problems, hoping that they would go away, and struggle in silence and develop coping mechanisms. But sometimes these coping mechanisms can be extremely unhealthy, like substance abuse, right? So then that person reaches such a crisis point that they know where the problem is, but they're just not being able to deal with it anymore. It just becomes bigger and scarier, and it just leads to even more problems that add to our daily struggles. Like, because life is already very difficult, and adding our mental health illnesses and not dealing with them just makes it bigger and scarier. So if we're okay with telling people that we have a headache and taking a leave from work, I think we should make an attempt and normalize that, hey, I'm not feeling well. And when I say I'm not feeling well, I think taking a mental health day off is extremely important as well. But it's important to talk about it. It's important in sending a text, leaving a good positive comment, meeting up with coffee with an old friend, or sending an old fashioned letter to someone you really love. So it's really important to reach out to people, because it might seem scary, but at the end, I want all of us to know and remember that we're not alone. So there was this one thing that I really want to talk about as we conclude today, that with the pandemic, I think we've all had a lot of loss of social interaction and all of that, and that's led to a lot of domestic violence, and which is another pandemic of its own. So what can we do, I think, to reach out, is that just send a simple text. And I would like to give an example over here. Is our very beloved Hero Shah, who's here with me today, did this thing where she would religiously reach out to everybody on a Friday. Like she would text you saying, "Hello, it's officially I am checking in on you day," and she would talk to you for 10 minutes and check in and ask you how things are and catch up with everything. So I think that's a very healthy habit that all of us can adopt and check in on people we love, right? So this is not the end of today's segment. I would like Deepshikha to come on in with her teammate and who will be carrying this conversation forward. So if we can have them.
Hey Isha, Isha, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you, Deepshikha.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, awesome, thank you. That was like, what do you call? A great, like informative, like lot of things which I don't know about how to take self care is like thought to be by you. As usual, you are there, no? We love you so much, Isha, about this. You were just
Thank you
like
so much. So,
awesome.
everybody watching us, I now pass on the thing to Deepshika, who's going to be taking over. She runs an awesome project on gender based violence and women nutrition. I don't want to talk about it much because I want to hear what she has to say. So, thank you so much. Mind Motion signs off over here and over to Deepshika.
Thank you, Isha. That was wonderful having you. That was a great session as well.
Thank you.
Hope you have a great day. Hello, everyone. Namaste, hello, adab. This is Dipshika from Swecha. Can I have Sandy?
Hello, everyone. Hi, this is Sandy.
Okay, go ahead, Sandy, please.
All right.
Okay,
So,
I'll
as I was,
introduce Sandy. Sandy, just a minute. I'll introduce you. Well, this is Sandy, my program coordinator, founder of Mabera Foundation, and a great human in and out. Like, we're so glad that you're a very short notice you're over here. How are you, Sandy?
I am doing great. I mean, now the question in the 2020, how are you, is itself a big question. So, but then I think everything is fine from my end, apart from few issues with the volunteers here with my foundation, but everything is going good. Thank you. How are you, by the way?
Badhiya, mast, ekdam full to bindas, full on power and all. So let's dive into the topic. Let's not waste more time. So today we are going to discuss more about forms of violence that an inclusive gender go through, and also how nutrition plays an important role in that. So, from a very young age, if you see, like, let it be from school or, college, always there has been a kind of bullying to me or any other peer, like, who thinks of like bullying is done. And according to me, bullying is also a form of violence. If you see how I was bullied in my school, I am a short, like I am very short indeed in height. So I always get this, you're a shorty kind of a thing. So there is always, like I always feel like, why should I be quiet? Why can't I, revert back or raise my voice? So how, Sandy, you think, inclusive gender go through this kind of violence? Because it's a new subtle fashion of going through bullying and all. How do you think a kid or a teenager will go through bullying, and how do you consider it as, if you don't raise your voice, how do you consider it as a very heinous form of violence?
So yes, as you were mentioning, Dipsika, that bullying is a very important and now have been a big fashion of people. If they are not able to do anything, they start literally start bullying. So in my personal level, when I was in my school days, I had to go through a lot of bullyings because according to the society norm, you should be this way, you should talk this way, you should walk this way, or you should behave, or you should even mingle with friend that way. So these are the norms which society have confined to us, and somebody is not following those norms are considered as not, there's something different with them, and then the bullying comes into picture. So there's group of bullying. I remember in my, when I was I used to travel in my bus, college school bus, when I was a very small guy. So they used to call, the juniors and seniors used to call me backside, and then they used to say that, you know, तुझे तो गलती हुआ, तू कि लड़का पैदा हुआ, तुझे तो लड़की ही बन जाना चाहिए था. And you know, there's lot of things goes around, and these are things which people think that they're making fun of it, but these are things. When I used to go back home back then, I used to not talk to anyone about it because I never had anyone back then to discuss about things to them. So I used to just sit at my four wall, think that why it is with me. Why I'm the only one. I'm the only one in this world who is going through this, who is going through this bully. But I felt my bullying, or the one who are bullying me, is the greatest extent of bullying, because everybody feel that मेरे साथ ही ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है. I think मेरे साथ, मेरे अलावा किसी को नहीं हो रहा. But as you mentioned that even your height was a topic people used to discuss. So this form of bullying comes from different people, but the mental trauma and the things which goes around with the bullying, people doesn't understand, and that may even lead for people to, you know, self harm also. Sometimes people uh, get so much disturbed about it that they started harming themselves. So a lot of things, I think, goes with the bullying, because that gives you, that your confidence also get down. You know, now sometimes, if I remember when I used to perform, I was in I used to very into culture thing. I used to take part in a lot of things in the college and all. But whenever I go to stage, that people always used to talk and comment or something. So these are things which made me slowly not taking part in a lot of activities which was there in my college. So I think this plays a very different role, and you know, we should really think of and think thrice, not even twice, when we are bullying someone, that particular person may feel bad about it.
Absolutely. Somewhere I feel that, bullying is a kind of violence, right? But it's not a mistake of an individual. Like, if you are short of it, it's not your mistake. It's like it comes by your genetic or your heredity. That's not like something which you is a point or a topic of that. And also, there is another thing of like, if you see, there is body shaming also is a kind of bullying. So if you see someone says, when you generally go to any of your family functions, either be it your peer group or like these days it's been a fashion to the youth, like you wear some trendy clothes which any of your celebs wear, and you just get into a party and everyone is like, oh, you're the limelight for the party and kind of a thing. So it always happens, right? Body shaming is an form of
I mean,
violence. So, like,
yes, Ishika.
how do
So,
you think
I,
it?
as you're mentioning about body shaming, I just remember this. Whenever we talk about body shaming, we normally talk about people being a little more in weight. I won't say fat, but then people who are little bit more in weight. So people think that that's the body shaming, and they might be going through body shaming. Trust me, I have gone through body shaming because I am very thin, you know, and people used to, and still now when I go back my home or someone, अरे why don't you eat food रे, you won't get girls, शादी नहीं होगी तुम्हारी, and इतने पतले हो तो कैसा. So it's like every other time they don't mind, like, why are you thin so much, why don't you eat something. अरे I eat properly, man, that's body is that way, what can I do about it. It's not that if somebody is not eating, that doesn't mean that that person is thin or fat, or if somebody is eating very much then only will be fat. No. So this thing is just not confined, and people think that we are just it is just confined to only people who have more weight, but then it also comes to the people who are having less weight also. So body shaming, yeah, I think every other day to day life we see that people are body shaming, and people feel bad about people who commenting and all. But there are very less people who think that my body, my wish, my body, my right, and you know they come out with that thought like, what's wrong with you if I'm fat? But there's very less people, and I think everybody should think that that's their body. That's not someone else's body who should comment about it. And if they are commenting also, it's okay. I mean, you should take it in a way that should not affect your mental health. That's what I believe.
not only mental health, and this body shaming ka factor, na, this also affects your physical health, and there is a lot of emotional breakdown for an individual. So if you see if a person is overweight or if he is obese, it's not a crime. Obesity, it's just an eating disorder that you'll have to binge eat and junk eat, that's it. But apart from that, few people are in such a form that they just come to a dietitian in a such a craze or crave of getting weight, like putting down their weight just in a span of 15 days. Can you imagine, literally, like a 121 kg guy completely just turning into 60 to 78 kgs in 15 to 20 days? It's not possible. Eat right, then only you'll have a right body, is what you have to understand. If you won't eat right and you expect your body to be right, it's being like you're not being wise enough or worth enough of understanding what good food means to you. You can't, like, if you give a diet plan for a week and then you expect that person to just get you'll become thin in a span of 15 days, and not that's not a good dietitian's role. And also, if you say that you I'm giving you a week a diet plan, so in that diet plan you have two cheat meals. So in that cheat meals you can have anything whatever you wish, and then you expect back in 15 to 20 days to get back as like 36, 24, 36 as being a fool. So if you're going through body shaming, the only thing what you can do is like wait. It's okay to be fat, it's okay to be thin, it's okay to be dark, it's okay to be fair, it's okay to have hair fall, it's okay to be everything. Just you have to calm down, wait for some time, and then get into the things, is what I believe. So moving on to next one is like in India, out of every three women, one woman go through domestic violence. Now, women going through domestic violence is a very common topic, and it's a very frequential topic that is spoken at by many, people. Like, this happens, ye hua. But it also goes in the LGBTQI community, but it's not more often spoken about it. So, what do you think might be the reason for that? Why do you think it's not outspoken more?
Okay, so I think this is just not the domestic violence we talk about. If we talk about rape in that case, so we say that if how many rape cases on men or something happened with men have been registered in India, or because how many people have spoken about it. Now, when we say rape cases, so if a man goes and says that I have been raped or have been physically abused or something, how many Indian police or else parents, specifically, first of all, you approach your family member, then you go to the legal procedure, right? So how many families you think will accept that, okay, if somebody, a male person comes and say that I have been trying to be physical abused or somebody have kind of tried to rape me, nobody, the people will laugh at it. And then this thing goes to police also, then police will also not take any case. I mean, they won't take any action. They will first laugh, make fun of it. How can a man be raped? But that's not the truth. Even men get, domestic violence, men gets raped, men get physical abused. So that's the only reason I feel, because of
Sandy, you're on
hello.
mute.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, now you're audible.
Okay. So so because of the society pressure, I think a lot of people doesn't want to talk about the domestic violence and domestic issues. Now, in this pandemic situation, I just like want to give you one example that we used to have a counselor with us who used to take cases every week, one or two in week. But then due to this pandemic situation, the cases came so much that we have to ask her to do thrice a session in a week, and that every session had three members. So previously it was only 2 sessions in a week. I mean, 2 members in a week. Now every week we are having minimum 9 to 10 people coming for counseling. So there's so much mental as well as physical thing happening within the community. And basically, when I say domestic violence within the community, it goes with women and men also. So there are a lot of cases we have seen that women coming out and saying that, I'm a lesbian. I have no interest on men. I don't want to marry a man, just to prove that she is not lesbian, just to say that she has a feeling towards the men. So many cousins, so many own brothers try to attempt to do with something with their own sister or own cousin, saying that just to prove that they are not lesbian. So there's so many cases we have registered in this, especially in this lockdown. We have seen so many such kind of things that people are going through a lot of domestic pressure, domestic violence. They are kind of ill-treated when now you are open. Now, when you're not open and you are still in the closet, so that point of time, the situation is different. You have to act a different way. And how long will your character be played? That is also important to note down here. And if at all you're open also, now your parents start forcing you to get married. No, it's nothing. It's a phase. It's a mental state which will be changing after marriage. I don't know why we Indian think that marriage is the ultimate goal and marriage के बाद सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा. No, it's not. Marriage के बाद things और पेचीदा हो जाएंगे. It will become more difficult for the person to even, and that will destroy just not his life, but the person who is he or she is getting married to. So I think these are things we have recorded so much in this last 8 to 9 months that every other day we are getting called that there's something happening. So there's this woman in Hyderabad who was, pressurized to have physical relationship with her own cousin, because just to say that नहीं तुम lesbian नहीं हो, या फिर ये एक phase है, या फिर तुम्हारे friend ने तुम्हें बिगाड़ दिया. So these are things we wrote every other day, and community may we don't talk about it. We never thought, as you mentioned, as you were telling, that why this men's things doesn't come out much, because there's no there's no people who will talk about it because they're scared. First of all, they're scared of their own family and then the society. If they say that, what will people react? First of all, people will make fun, and then if they are accepting it also, then it will go in a different level. After post the thing is done, if they are complaining, after that, what will be the reaction of the society? So these are the major reason why people we don't see any cases recorded of men having or going through domestic violence or rape.
Yeah, if you see in the scenario, like it's always, जो दिखता है उस पे विश्वास करो, जो नहीं दिखता है उस पे ना विश्वास कभी ना किया करो, is what you always thought from your, young time. So apart from domestic violence, what I have seen is like there is also another form of violence in any of a marital relationship, or considering a non-marital relationship. There is a kind of a controlling, your partner controls you, like saying, where are you, or constant pinging. That's also a kind of violence. This is also not more outspoken, but it's a kind of violence which people need to understand that someone can't control your life. Okay, someone can, be concerned about you when it comes to point of concerns, but an individual can't control another individual, because when someone is controlling you, your psychological mindset will be completely different. At times you feel like when it's a new start for you, someone is new to you and constantly they take care of you, you feel like, okay, it's they're concerned about us, so they're taking care. After a while passes out, it turns to be like, what do we say, why that sort of person is constantly keeping check on me, and sometimes it also turns to be a spying factor over there. So what one need to understand is like someone is controlling you. Either someone is deciding what food you're gonna eat, either someone is deciding what you're gonna wear, what hairstyle you're gonna make, what makeup you're gonna wear. Like anything that is someone deciding for you is also a violence. Now, what I just want to make it clear is like someone is controlling you. If you think it's a point of concern for a time limit, you are okay with that. Then as time passes, you start feeling bit, congested or, suffocated in that relationship, that you tend to harm yourself. So whenever you feel like someone is controlling you, hold your breath, then decide like, is the person controlling you or is the person showing care to you? Because there is a lot of difference between caring and controlling. Because if someone is controlling you, something that is going to hit smash an individual is your psychological mindset. Your self confidence will just, ruin. You will no more have any self confidence within you, and you'll always be in such a condition that you always want someone to help you out, whether it is a very little situation of difficulty. Even then you always want someone to come and reach out to you. So Sandy, do you think this also happens with the LGBTQI community, like someone
Yes.
controls them, or
So,
like that?
you know what, this domination things and which you're talking about, the, somebody having a control on you, saying that. So we normally think about men and women in that case, but then that's the same with the two men or two women also. So it's always there. Sometimes we see in our community, because we always talk about relationships, we always talk about a lot of marriages within the community. We don't see much, but when we see, there are couples also, there are so many couples in within the community, and then we see this in controlling nature. That point of time, that person doesn't understand. That point of time, that person thinks it's a matter of care. That person is trying to help me out for whatever I'm trying to do, because that person may be very young, thinking that I'm not that mature, and the opposite person is very mature. That's the reason he's controlling on me. He's asking me to wear the same cloth, or wherever I'm trying to go, which hairstyle I should maintain, or what food I should eat, whom should I meet, whom should I not. These are things. In starting, we think that it's just a control. Is that point of time when we think it's just a caring nature and all, but we do not understand that's not caring. At the end of the day, it's kind of controlling you, controlling your behavior, controlling you as a person, because and I think slowly that person understand. And once, the problem is that from starting, if you start giving lenience to that person, and you say yes, I'll say yes. If you say no, I'll say no. So that opposite person takes a grip of it. And then at a certain point of time, certain point of uh, when the things go beyond you know uh, beyond tolerance rate, then you try to burst out. That time you are not able to actually, and that ends to either end of the relationship, that ends to either doing something which is not enough, which is not appropriate. So I think these things goes within the community also. It's just that the genders are different, but then everything is same, and controlling things, and then having a domination in relationship, and that person telling that you have to go that way and you have to watch that way. And this is the same thing which you're talking about. And I think you have correctly mentioned those lines, that this is, firstly, we think it's a caring nature. We are the opposite person is over caring, or kind of very, he's trying to make my life better, and he's trying to help me. He's a correct person in my life. But no, slowly you understand, and when you understand that point, that this person is trying to control on me, this person is trying to take my peace of mind. At that point of time, it's very hard for you to come out of it, because you have already given that lenience to that person. You have already given that your controlling remote to him. Now, once you have already given to that person, he will definitely play with that remote. So that's how it is. And it is the same with the community people also, irrespective of gender.
Yeah,
Mostly we
that
see,
is
I
that is
think wanted to add here, this is mostly with the transgender community, because transgender community has a lot of expectation from us, from heterosexual community. And then they started thinking that they are their husband, and they started mingling with them. They started they get so much domination from that, because that person is a heterosexual and you are a transgender woman. And then I have seen this, I've seen this on a regular basis, that these transgender people start, I have seen so bad thing about how the badly they dominate. They call them at home, they make the entire room clean, utensil cleans and everything, just not the physical relationship. Apart from physical relationship, everything, they make them to cook food, and they do it because they think that they are our husband, we have to obey them. And but then ultimately what the other person does, since he's a heterosexual person, he goes and married to a woman. Now what about this transgender person whom he promised to be with, and this transgender woman have been dedicated her time, her everything. That point of time it gets waste, and that creates a lot of pressure to that trans person, and then they end up either ending themselves, or then go into huge depression, and then stop believing anyone in their life. So this is majority, I think. Then to LGB community, it is very much into transgender community.
Yeah, absolutely. Apart from this, kind of controlling and all things, there is also what often we see is that LGBTQI community often goes through verbal violence. People just call them, though they just, behave very good to them, very humanly when they are visiting the place. Behind them, there is a lot of, verbal violence. And also, I just want to make it clear that gender-based violence is not just about male and female or something like that. Inclusive genders also play an important role when we just try to talk about gender-based violence. So like I wanted to listen more about this verbal violence, because I've seen personally this in my family. When they come, they behave very good to them, and when they just leave, they start ye वैसे है ऐसे है ये ऐसा करते हैं वैसा करते हैं. There is a lot of things that goes on. So like, how do you how, I just want to know this, like, how do they cope with the this verbal violence, and how do they deal with that?
Yes. So basically, there's one thing which I actually believe, that is about you know what, you step out to give blessings as per the Hijra traditions, and you go through utmost humiliations, called out with different names, abusive word, and yet you shower blessing. So I had this question to a transgender person, that you go out and you give blessing, and but then the most humiliation you only receive in the society. What makes sense? I mean, what is the sense behind it? Because in one way you are taking their blessings, and you say, even my mom have been saying me from childhood that unka duaएं लो या ना लो, but bad दुआएं मत लेना. She have been always telling me this from childhood. So when one part of society we see, and one form of our culture says that in any occasions, say it's a opening of any shop, or else opening of taking new house, or marriage, बच्चे जब पैदा होते हैं, then you want transgender persons to come and give them a blessing. In the other part of the society, you are the one who says that these people ऐसे हैं वैसे हैं, उनको कोई rights नहीं मिलना. You scream on them, you shout on them, and you even, I have seen people even beating them. I remember an incident when I was traveling back to home in a train, and then I saw there was a transgender woman who was beat badly. I mean, she was bad, and it went so bad. And back then I was very small, or very young. I mean, I was in my engineering first year. So I was alone in that compartment who felt bad, I believe. And rest everybody were very enjoying this act, because they are saying, look, aise hi hai, वैसे ही है, वैसे ही है. But I don't understand when this society is such a double gamer here then, because you are taking blessing in one way and you are abusing, you are beating that person in another way. Either stop this or that. That's what I wanted to say, that either stop this or that, because verbal thing and verbal violence, it's very common, very common. It's transgender community is like every time. And if at all we talk about LGB community also, it's there. Sometimes it's there upfront, sometimes it is back of you. And upfront and back of depends on the person. So example, if I talk about myself, people are aware in my workspace about my gender, my sexuality, and the work I do around. But I haven't met a single person till now who upfront comes and says, you are this. How do you do that? I mean, why are you this way? I mean, why do you like a boy? Or why you do this kind of work? Kya hota hai tumko? I haven't received a single person. There was. I mean, in my college days, it was always there. It used to ping me, sometimes it used to be so frustrating, yaar. You don't understand, it's okay, leave it. Do not ask me this question, because that gives people think that's wo meetha meetha karke na, that's not verbal violence. That is also a verbal violence. You coming and asking me, ye koi bimari hai kya? ये ठीक कैसे होगा? कब ठीक हो जाओगे तुम? What is this a phase जो तुम जा रहे हो, इसमें ठीक हो गए तुम बाहर आ जाओगे क्या? So these are things people think that तुम उसको concern कर रहे हो, care कर रहे हो. No, you're not. You're literally giving that person more pressure of thinking कि सच में ये बीमारी है क्या? So I have been receiving that in my college days, but slowly when I have more spoken about my gender and sexuality, and now nobody upfront comes and talk about it very badly or kind of, question me badly. Maybe mere piche chalta hoga, they might have discussed. I cannot stop people. To be very frank, in a society where we are staying, वहां पे एक woman अगर छोटे कपड़े पहने तो भी comment होता है, उसके पीछे में बातें होती हैं. एक वुमेन की अगर कोई मेल फ्रेंड्स है, अगर उसको हक कर लिया, बाई चांस एक हक कर लिए, तो ही बहुत बड़ा डिस्कशन होता है. इन दैट सोसाइटी टू टॉक अबाउट अ लेस्बियन, अ गे, अ बाइसेक्सुअल, अ ट्रांसजेंडर बैक where they are not present is very common. So this is something goes around the society and we all are habituated to that. Upfront is something you have to be, you take it in a very different way. Now me as a personal level, I think मुझे सामने में आके कोई करने का हिम्मत नहीं करते, because I give them back. I can really give them back because that kind of knowledge I carry, that kind of people or positivity I'm surrounded with. So that is the only message which I always give to my community people whenever I get to talk to them, that what, never be thinking that यार वो लोग तो हैं ही जो मुझे verbal abuse करेंगे. They are meant to do that and we are meant to take it. No, you're not. That's very important for all of us to understand, that if we let somebody to abuse us verbally and we think that ये तो हम करेंगे because I am gay, then people will do that. No, you're not. You're not eating their own food. You're not born in their house or something that they have some right to abuse you verbally. No, you're not. Even your parents cannot verbal abuse you. Your own brother and sister have no rights to do that. It's you who will take stand of yourself. So if at all you make it very clear that I'm not listening to it, I'm not the one person who will sit and whatever you do, whatever come and say, and I'll listen it. If you are not that person, I'm definitely sure nobody will abuse you upfrontly. पीछे तो करने वाले लोग हमेशा से थे, हैं और हमेशा रहेंगे. And it's there with every community. It's just not LGBT community. It's there with women. It's there with, as you said, a person who is a black, who is a short woman, a body shaming. So I think every time पीछे तो करते ही हैं, but then you have to be very strong that तुम्हारे सामने move में करने के पहले 10 बार सोचे. That's what.
That is absolutely, I can also relate this, लड़की अगर छोटे कपड़े पहनती है तो जो आस पड़ोस के आंटी जीज होते हैं ना, उनको बहुत ज्यादा कमेंट करने होते हैं, कपड़े कुछ ज्यादा ही लंबे नहीं हो गए हैं, लाइक लड़की की हाइट थोड़ी बड़ी नहीं हो गई है, कपड़े छोटे हो गए हैं, ऐसा आता है. And also other thing that is like you coming with your male friends to your home or hanging out with them is considered always like you get this comment, एक लड़का और एक लड़की कभी दोस्त नहीं हो सकते हैं. That is just a rumor.
There's always like कुछ तो है, कुछ तो गड़बड़ है.
So hey, more of family members, outsiders are more interested in this, mirch masala ka gossip. Something should be there in the midnight talks to the people. So this happens. So what I would just like to say one, incident. So there was like I and few of my friends were hanging out. So we were 6 people hanging out at a place. So there was a relative of mine. So out of 6 people, everyone was just like, it was a mall place where we went. So the other people were just, they were roaming for shopping, something like that. They just went out. We were just sitting, because I just don't like more to roam. Sit at a place, be sedentary all the time is what is my kind of a thing. So to accompany me, my friend was just sitting beside me, like opposite to me. Like one of my relatives just jumps in, like he just asked me, do you know, like do your parents know this? I was like, then I was like very respectfully, "Ji, namaste, like how are you doing?" and all. Like he's just constantly on one question: do your parents know this? Do your parents know this? Like, what do my parents know? He's just my friend. He's just my guy friend. Can't you understand? Okay, you just want to inform this to my parents. Okay, don't worry. I'll just video call to my parents and show that I am with this guy friend, and I don't have issue. Also, a kind of violence. When you choosing your friend, all the relationships are chosen for you. You don't have option of changing your mother, father, your sister. You don't have option, but might be you have option of choosing right friends. And if your friend is going in the wrong way, you also have a chance and like choice of changing your friend in the right way. But anywhere, if someone is telling you you can't have a guy friend because you are a girl, and kahi pe agar, if someone tells you if you have lot of guy friends you are a characterless or slut something, it's not like that. It is also a form of violence. If someone is telling you, you need to explain them that what is your relationship with that guy and all. You just have to tell one thing, it's, you know, it's my choice of choosing my friends, you know. It is like, I can have many of the female friends, or I can have many of male friends, I can have many of bi, trans, any friends. Friends are in, like, in sense that is my choice, and it's completely my choice, and my choice has no explanation for giving you, like, why should I explain you why I have this friend or that friend. So as we were talking about domestic violence, I wanted to tell that in India, every three women out of three women, one woman go through domestic violence, is what the statistical reports show. Uh, and commonly, when we just talk about domestic violence, something that comes to our mind and something that clear pictures that goes to our mind is like, हाँ, इसके साथ मारपीट होने वाला है. She's gonna have marks on her face, hand, neck, wherever, you know, like, that's gonna be one thing, one aspect what that comes to our mind when we just hear the word domestic violence. But apart from that, also there is another form where a married woman is not given food properly, just because you know, कहीं पे वो ज्यादा मोटी ना हो जाए, कहीं पे वो अगर सबसे ज्यादा घर पे ना खा ले. So that is also a form of violence. And also another thing what commonly we see at our places is like, your cousins, like your brothers, your father, your, all the males in the house are feed first, like they are fed first, then the women eats at the end. So it also shows a statistical report that the women doesn't get proper nutrition at the end, because might be when they eat at the end and at the start when the male of the house eat, might be they eat a lot. If some dish or some curry is like really tempting enough, they just eat away a lot, and the rest of the part which is very limited, that a woman like eats it. So it's always shown that, you know, by doing this sort of thing, it is like, you know, women are lagging behind nutrition. And also if we see, there is more like 8.7% of malnourishment is only seen in women. So I just wanted to ask, does the same happen in the LGBTQI community? Like, you know, they are also, they do also go through this kind of thing, because anywhere in the statistical reports there are no mentioning of these things, you know, like ऐसा होता है इनके साथ, ऐसा होता है. So I just wanted to know, like, does that go same with them or what?
Yes, I think as I was mentioning from starting, it's just the gender is changing, the violence or whatever the thought process behind is the same one. So as you are correctly mentioning that, but then women's ke saath, I think it goes more than rather to if we talk about men in because you mentioned about post marriage and after marriage, women are not allowed to eat more and moti ho jayegi or something you mentioned. So yeah, I think it is there. So our saying marriage is a big issue right now. To and that also marriage of convenience is something which you know is now very practiced, but I don't know how much it works. Wherein two-person from the community gets married, like say a male, a gay and a woman लेस्बियन सो उन लोगों का जो मैरिज ही इतना बड़ा इशू है उसके आगे पीछे तो चीजें आई थिंक goes in different way only because once they are hiding their sexuality and a male gay person marrying a lesbian, it's just a marriage of convenience. That's it. Like because they do not have anything together, they do not have feelings together. It's just that society के norm से बचने के लिए, society के pressure से बचने के लिए, they're getting married. एंड आफ्टर दैट सो यही इतना बड़ा एजेंडा हो जाता है उनके लाइफ में. दिस इज ओनली सच अ बिग थिंग. बाकी सब चीज जो वो खाने पीने का वो थिंग ना actually doesn't exist only there because this is something it's so big in the community and which we are practicing. We in the sense we not of community people are practicing over here these days because they do not want to talk about their sexuality. In the same time they know that if they get married to a gender or someone who is not they are not comfortable with, they will either end up having a divorce or else they end up having something, they will end their life or something. So rather to that, they have choose a different path where they want to get married to a lesbian or a bisexual woman and settle their life, which I am against of, because that never works. That never works, because you are just not marrying that woman, you're also having a relation with the opposite's family. So it's a two family coming together for any marriages, right? When that comes, there's a lot of pressure. Now, once you're getting married, after marriage, there's a pressure of बच्चे पैदा करना विद इन 9 मंथ के अंदर बच्चा निकालना इट्स वेरी कंपलसरी हमारे समाज में. सो अगर शादी कर लिया तो बच्चा होना इज लाइक 1-to-1 ऑफर. सो at that point of time issues comes. So I think community में ये सब चीजें ज्यादा बड़ा है देन टू ये वुमेन्स के प्रॉपर खाना या वुमेन को प्रॉपर खाना नहीं देना ताकि वो मोटा हो जाएंगे. ये सब चीजें छोटी पड़ जाती हैं वहां पे, बिकॉज अ पर्सन फ्रॉम द कम्युनिटी गेटिंग मैरिड एंड उसके बाद जो वो इश्यू स्टार्ट होते हैं वो तो खैर एक लेवल अलग ही रहता है. सो those are things are more, I believe. That's the difference between a heterosexual community and a homosexual community. It's a major difference basically, I believe. इन सब जगहों में हमें difference दिखता है कि वो जब शादी करते हैं तो उनकी जो जिंदगी है उनको आगे ले जाने कैसे ले जाएंगे, how to you take your own life together in a smooth way, then बच्चे का सोचना वो सब पे रहते हैं. सो उससे हिसाब से फैमिली भी बिलीव करते हैं. पर यहाँ पे तो मैरिज तो कन्वीनियंस के साथ हुआ है, और यहाँ पे जो मैरिज कन्वीनियंस के साथ हुआ है तो यहाँ पे पहले तो फिगर आउट करना है कि करना क्या है शादी के बाद, बिकॉज बच्चे तो आने से रहे एंड हमें तुम में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, तुम्हें हम में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. सो अल्टीमेटली दे हैव टू हैव सम अदर पार्टनर्स आउटसाइड और समथिंग. आई डोंट नो व्हाट दे प्लान, बिकॉज सो पजल दिखता है मुझे, वो रिश्ता ही पजल दिखता है कि आप किस हिसाब से आप क्या बातें करोगे, बिकॉज फैमिली तो इन्वॉल्व हो रहे हैं. ऐसा नहीं कि आप एक लड़का लड़की शादी करके दुनिया छोड़ के चले जा रहे हो. नो, सबसे पहले आप सोसाइटी के लिए ही शादी कर रहे हो. You're getting married to a woman whom you doesn't want in your life, but because of your family and society. So उसके बाद आप कैसे प्लान करोगे, वो फैमिली का प्रेशर क्या आता होगा, बिकॉज बच्चे पैदा करने वाला प्रेशर तो डेफिनेटली आएगा. एंड दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम व्हाट दे विल डू आई डोंट नो. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स कम्युनिटी में ऑलरेडी इतने ज्यादा हैं कि बाकी सब चीजों को लोग साइड हटा देते हैं. यार मोटा हो रहे तो होने दो, पहले तो हमें बच्चा पैदा करना है, बच्चे लाना है, कहाँ से लाएंगे हम बोल के. सो दीज आर थिंग्स मोर, आई मीन वो एक स्तर ज्यादा हो जाता है, बाकी सब चीजें नीचे आने लग जाती हैं, हमें छोटे लगने लगते हैं कि अगर खाना नहीं मिल रहा है तो भी चलेगा, मोटा हो रहे तो भी चलेगा, कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. तानी सुन रहे सुनने देते हैं. तानी इज देयर एवरी टाइम. इफ community person, a man is marrying a woman, a lesbian woman in that case, and if she's fat, again वहां पे आ जाता है चीजें फैमिली वाले, अरे यार कोई और लड़की देख लेना था, because that's definitely a not arranged marriage, because that person have conveniently searched a lesbian woman and that will be considered as a love marriage again. So वहां पे शादी के दिन भी यही बात आती है. I have heard this with my own ears, because there was one person getting married who was very close to me, so I had to attend, irrespective of I was not supporting that marriage, but then I had to attend. I went there and I heard these people talking back that अरे लव मैरिज जब किया ही था तो थोड़ी पतली लड़की से कर लिया होता, ये क्या है इससे कर लिया है थोड़ी ये. तो दीज आर थिंग्स, ये सब तो एक बोलते हैं ना एक्स्ट्रा एड ऑन है हमारे कम्युनिटी में. वो सारी चीजें तो आती ही हैं साथ में, बट ये सब चीजें एक्स्ट्रा एड ऑन है कि मैरिज ऑफ कन्वीनियंस में आप करे तो करे क्या, बच्चे पैदा करने का प्रेशर तो है ही, जो कि आपकी कम्युनिटी हेटेरोसेक्सुअल कम्युनिटी में भी है, पर यहाँ पे बच्चे पैदा करने का जो तरीका है वो भी सोच के आने में से बहुत डर लगता है, बिकॉज हाउ विल दे डू इट, बिकॉज दे डोंट हैव एन इंटरेस्ट टुगेदर. सो दीज आर सो मेनी थिंग्स जो कम्युनिटी पीपल आफ्टर मैरिज जूझते हैं कि बाकी सारी चीजें नीचे आ जाती हैं.
For this, this बच्चों का pressure, like this thing ना, they're used to like in lockdown. I've seen a web series like which is in Telugu. So what happens is that girl wasn't interested. That is like a girl. That girl is a lesbian. So she is not interested. She just tells this to her parents. So their parents are like, शादी के बाद सब ठीक हो जाएगा. This is kind of mindset what Indian parents have. शादी के बाद सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा. Like they think that sudden में India जो developing है वो develop हो जाएगा. ऐसा kind of thing something. So they get married and that guy imposes like without any consent. He just tries to have a sexual relationship with her. He tries to get physical with her, and then that sort of thing just completely turns out to now to be a marital rape. So this is also not more spoken, hota hai shadi ke baad bhi. And if you anytime go and tell this to your mother, like ऐसा ऐसा हुआ है ना, हाँ ये तो होता है, तो हमारे साथ भी होता है, this is no more a normal, it's no more normal. Consent is very important. Unless you are ready to do it, you can't do it because your partner is willing to do it. That is also kind of violence. So you see in this LGBTQ community, they also involve themselves in other activities and all things. Like, I mean, you understand what my other activities meant to, like they get into some other works and also thing. So how consent plays a role over there, though it is their profession. So how consent plays a role over there? Do consent has any role over there, or they don't seek any consent? What is the thing over there?
You know what? When I talk about this, I recall so many incidents in my mind. Among them, I remember there was an incident where a transgender woman was standing in a they are into we know that hijra people have only two ways of earning money. It's either begging or else sex work. So there was one hijra who was standing for sex work, and then uh, there were some military people who took her, and they went. So when I say they, because he was not alone, he had 2 3 along with him, and they took her to some place outskirt, and they kind of raped her badly, and then they threw her there itself. But fortunately, she was alive. I mean, she was badly injured though, but she was alive, and she somehow dragged herself and came to the main road and seek help, and somebody helped her and gave her a phone to call, and we got a message that she's there. So why I'm relating this story, because your question is so much related to it. When she went to police station asking for help, and then police, what he said, तुम्हारा तो काम ही वो है, तुम्हारा तो काम ही वो है, वो उसमें रेप क्या है? आई मीन, आर यू किडिंग मी? व्हाट इज रेप इन दैट? तुम तो उसी के लिए घरे रहती हो, तो फिर रेप किस चीज का है? There comes the consent into picture. That's not, it's okay. We say that we are in a society where sex workers are seen in a very bad way, irrespective of gender. Again, here, if I talk about sex workers, it comes under also with women and transgenders, and also men. Men also, we have a lot of men sex workers in society. So it doesn't matter if they are into that field as a profession. Their profession, they are doing it with their own willingness, because they are just not doing it for their food, but they are also serving with that money to their family and other stuff also. So that is a totally different discussion, where how and why people are going into sex work. I don't want to get into that. But there is also consent important. Doesn't matter if they are sex workers. ऐसा सोचते हैं हम समाज वाले लोग, अरे ये तो sex worker है, इससे consent लेने की क्या जरूरत है? No, 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 no. You are very wrong then. You are very wrong then. If that's the case, तो फिर हर एक डॉक्टर को दिन भर इलाज ही करना है, उसको खाना बनाने की क्या जरूरत है? वो तो डॉक्टर है ना, वो दिन भर इलाज ही करना उनको, वो दिन भर इंजेक्शन ही डालते रहना, वो दिन भर वुमेन्स को ही देखते रहना। एक टीचर को हमेशा बुक्स खोल के बैठे रहना, बुक्स के अलावा कुछ करे तो नो, यू शुड नॉट, यू आर नॉट सपोज टू डू दैट। सो इन द सेम वे, एक सेक्स वर्कर भी एक ह्यूमन बीइंग है, एक वुमेन है, एक ट्रांसजेंडर है, एक मेल है। सो अगर उनका कंसेंट इंपॉर्टेंट रखता, अगर उनका बॉडी उस समय उस चीज को मन नहीं कर रहा, ऐसे भी बहुत बार होता है ना, सेक्स वर्कर इज डजंट मीनिंग टू डू इट टुडे बिकॉज हर मेंटल हेल्थ और एल्सो फिजिकल हेल्थ, उनका उस दिन तबीयत अच्छा नहीं है, सेज ही इज गोइंग थ्रू सम फीवर, but that doesn't mean that since he's a sex worker you have to do that. No, it's not. Unka consent is very important there. So in the community, if I talk about largely into transgender community, consent have never been talked about. It also haven't been taught to transgender ground level of hijra community also. I see that I have spoken to a lot of transgender hijra community women, and then I went to them and asked, फिर आपको तो आज तबीयत अच्छा नहीं बोल रहे हो आप, why are you standing here? Why are you here to have those things done when you are not well? Maybe it harms your body more. Then she says, what is consent in that? वो उसमें क्या? तो मैंने even ये भी पूछा उनसे कि आपने कभी रोकने की कोशिश की? Then she says, नहीं, हम नहीं रोक सकते ना. We can't stop. That's how it is. So मैंने कहा आपको बहुत बार ऐसा हुआ होगा कि आप एक बंदे के साथ you went for sex work and then you find there are a lot of other boys in the room or there's so many boys in the room. That point of time, what you do? Then she said that there's no point of consent over there. You are there for that. You have to do with it, irrespective of whatever you are treated. Your body is treated like a toy, or it's a kind of whatever you treat. That's okay, but you have to do that. So consent in community, largely in transgender community, is not even taught. It's not even known that there's something called consent. It's just that they don't know they are born to do that. उनको करना ही है. It's the same with lesbian, gay also. But then with lot of change now in society, with lot of people now getting educated about things and all, consent have been always played a little bit important role in lesbian, gay, bisexual community. But also there are few people from the community who have, as we were talking about people to have dominated to their partners, their consent doesn't matter again. When they have given their remote control to their partner, whenever that opposite person feels like doing sex, he and she is the other person has to surrender themselves, and they not to have, if they are not well and they are not fine also. And we see it, and we normally see it in every other day in our gay field also, that वो होता है. When I asked if तुम्हारा तबीयत अच्छा नहीं था तो फिर क्यों नहीं, Sandy, he's my boyfriend ना. अगर बॉयफ्रेंड है तो क्या है? आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड. आई टोल्ड देम दैट, टेल देम दैट बॉयफ्रेंड है तो क्या है, तुम्हारा बॉडी तुमने उसको दे नहीं दिया ना. अगर तुम उसको उस दिन मूड नहीं है, इट्स ओके, यू कैन से सिंपली नो. यू कैन से दैट चलो मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ झगड़ा करो, मारपीट कर दो, या नहीं 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 करना है हमें बोल के, बट देन एटलीस्ट यू कैन एक्सप्लेन दैट मेरा आज तबीयत अच्छा नहीं है, लेट्स डू इट टुमारो, और समथिंग लाइक दैट. ये चीज हमारे एलजीबी
Like
कम्युनिटी
you
में
are
है, बट
not his
लार्जली
property.
ट्रांस कम्युनिटी में ज्यादा है. हाँ सही बोला आपने.
You are not his property.
It's like
Sandy, now we're running out of time, so I just want to ask one thing. Like, how do you what do we say? One word you want to say to end up violence. Like, कैसे नहीं कोई अगर violence के साथ जा रहा है, तो what is an immediate or quick action someone should take?
आई थिंक अगर किसी को वायलेंस पे जा रहा है तो एक ही वर्ड जो मैं लोगों को बोलता हूँ, स्पीक आउट. जितने दिन आप बंद रहोगे, अपना मुंह बंद करके रहोगे, लोग आप पे वायलेंस करेंगे. सो जितना आप बोलोगे उस बारे में, द मोर यू स्पीक आउट, द मोर यू रीच पीपल, then I think that will start decreasing. Because as we were starting of the conversation, we are talking about, and why not a lot of men's coming and talking about it. We haven't seen a single case registered where men's have been violated, or men's have been gone through sexually or physically violence have been noticed in men. Why not? So I think the only thing which today with this forum I want to say that speak out. जब तक आप मुंह बंद करके रखोगे, लोग आप पे वायलेंस करते रहेंगे, लोग आपका फायदा उठाते रहेंगे. The day when you say no, then it's the change coming. Then I know saying no will give you a lot of other violence to come into picture, but then that will give you a satisfactory. First of all, you will be yes. So you will be satisfied. At least मैंने रोका, मैंने उसके लिए आवाज उठाई. So self-satisfactory is also very important in your life. So speak out. Do not shut your mouth down for wrong thing to happen, because supporting that wrong thing, you are equally supporting that that culture, that rape culture, that domestic violence culture, that bullying culture. So do not be quiet, speak out.
Absolutely, I absolutely agree on this. And also, I just want to say this only, speak out for the right. आपको लगता है गलत है तो गलत है. Something that is more important when you go through violence is accept the way you are and accept the fact that you shouldn't be going through this, and then speak out. Yeah, it happens, like a lot of revolutions will start up, but yet, somewhere the boundaries are going to get end. So this is for the today. Me, Deepshika, and that's Sandy signing off right now from Swecha. Hope you guys will continue to watch our sessions, many more interesting ones to come. So can I have Neeti? Because the devil's advocate is, going to make it bang on fire. So I would hand over that to Neeti.
Thank you so much, Deepshika. I'm here. That was great. A great session, Sandy. Great session, Deepshika. I'm glad
Thank
that I
you
could
so much.
hear
Hello,
Sandy
Niti.
speak.
Long time.
Hi. Yeah.
Yeah, over to you, Neeti. Hope you have a great session. See you
Thank you
all. Bye
so much, one and
bye.
all.
Take care.
Take care. Bye bye.
Stay tuned for the next one.
Ignis,
Yeah, we'll take a
so
10. We'll start by 4 o'clock, you know.
okay.
Matlab, there is still 10 minutes yet to go, so. Neeti? Should we begin?
Yeah, I think we can start.
Yeah, I'm audible.
So, yeah, you're audible. Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I am Neeti and this is Agnes, and we're here to have the devil's advocate session. And I am going to be the devil's advocate, and Agnes is going to be the good person. So we're going to talk about homosexuality, consent, and about consent in a debateful way.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's start off with the conversation.
Yeah, sure. So since we'll be covering a lot of range of topics around LGBTQ community, I hope this conversation helps you all who are watching on how different kinds of stereotypes and questions can be addressed. So should we start?
Yeah. Hi, Agnes.
Hi, Neeti. What's up?
Nothing. I'm just so bored. What about you? What are you doing these days?
Yeah, I'm fine. Do you know Shrishti?
Yeah, Srishti. We went to school together.
Yeah, that one only. So she's having a wedding on December 28th, I guess.
She's having a wedding and I'm not invited for the wedding?
You're not invited. Sorry.
How? I'm not invited for the wedding. Who's the guy? Who?
Okay.
Who's the guy?
It's not a guy. It's a girl. So she came out as a lesbian like a couple of years ago, and they are getting married. Isn't it great?
What? What are you talking about? Is she mad? Is she crazy? What are you talking about? She's getting married to a woman?
Yeah. Like, okay, why are you so enraged about it?
Did you talk to her about it? Are you even her friend? Did you try explaining it to her that it's not normal?
Okay, now I know Shayad why you were not invited, by the way. Anyway, what should I talk about? Like, they both are consenting adults, they are getting married. What's the problem? I don't see it.
Oh my god, I can't believe, and thank God she did not invite me. That's such a fake wedding, such a fake marriage. That is not even counted, that is not even valid. Two women getting married, that is not valid.
Okay, I think you missed the news in 2018 when Supreme Court decriminalized homosexuality. Section 377, does it ring any bells?
Do you want to like follow rules? Do you want to like talk about legal stuff? Okay, go on. But homosexuality is a sin. You will end up in hell.
Okay, first of all, it's not a sin. And being a citizen of India, you need to follow the rules of the country. That's what legal things are there for. First of all, and homosexuality is not a sin. Who told you that you'll go to hell?
I can't believe you're talking to me like this, Agnes.
No, Neeti, like, okay, fine. If you want to talk about religious uh, going to hell and being it a sin, if you look into our ancient Indian history, homosexuality has always been accepted as a part of our culture. In fact, if you go to Khajuraho temples, you'll openly see their sculptures where they are depicting homosexuality. And in fact, there are various, if you look into Mahabharata, Ramayana, various scriptures which talk about homosexuality. So I don't get it where you got this concept of going to hell. The criminalization of homosexuality came into India when colonialism happened. When the British came and according to their beliefs, they criminalized homosexual relations. Before that, yeah, there are proofs that Indians had a little bit tussle around the culture of homosexuality, but they were not hounding people for being homosexual. In fact, there is Mughal literature, there's Indian literature that talks about homosexuality openly before the colonialism.
Uh, okay, fine. At least, she is going to get cornered. She is our friend. Did you try talking to her? It might just be a phase.
Homosexuality is not.
Come on, she's our.
It's not a phase. They know what their sexual orientation is. They have accepted, and they are adults. They know what they are doing.
I think she needs therapy. Did you suggest therapy at least? Did you at least talk to her about going to therapy? She might be confused. I think she might be in that confused state, that I'm telling you, it is just a phase. She was with men before, I know it.
Okay, one second, no, 1 second. Yeah. So where were we? That she needs therapy. Okay, why do we take therapy? Why do we take therapy? When we are ill or when we need a cure, right? That's what therapy is meant for.
Yeah, and she needs a cure. She needs a cure from homosexuality. Get it?
Not a disorder. It's not an illness. So when there is no illness, when there is no disorder, then why would she need a therapy? And if you look into, okay, again, coming to the technical stuff, if you want, the American and Indian Psychiatric Association back in the 1990s have already given scientific proof that homosexuality is not a disorder. In fact, the people who are homosexuals from a very young age know their sexual tendencies and they tend to explore it over the time because it has always been such a taboo in our society that they don't get a space to explore it.
Okay, Agnes. Easy question. How do you think they'll have sex? How do you think they'll have sex? That is... How?
I mean, I'm so appalled by the fact that you're so concerned about their marriage life, but it's okay. I get it. Like all the uncles and aunties who interfere in our lives, it's okay. I understand your concern. That's fine. So yeah, about sex. First of all, a relationship ka standard is not set by sex. When I choose a partner, I don't choose कि इसके साथ मैं sex कर पाऊंगी कि नहीं. There are other aspects that I need to be compatible with that person, right? And there are various methods of having sex, and sex is not only meant of male penetration into female bodies. Sex means everything: the foreplay, the orgasms, and yeah. I would not want to go into details, but yeah, sex doesn't just mean that a male has to penetrate, then only it's considered sex, right? So there are various ways for them to have sex and attain sex. But
how do they even have sex? Dude, that's so unnatural. How do they even reproduce? Sex is supposed to be for reproduction.
First of all, sex is not supposed to be reproduction. Again, the sex is not a standard it's not necessary for the couple to reproduce if they have sex. It's not a standard set when we have sex with the person or when we marry that person, isn't it? And like, how do I explain? Even if that's the case, if that's what you're saying, it's unnatural because they can't reproduce, then there are a lot of heterosexual couples and people who can't have babies because of infertility and various other medical reasons. What then? Even then, that is also unnatural, no?
Dude, I think... Okay, I think these people have some... Okay, that is You're not getting the point, basically, Agnes. You're not basically understanding the point. I just think I'm right. Because honestly, that is unnatural. And from ages, it's been said that female and male, Adam and Eve. It's not Adam and Steve. You get it? And I'm pretty sure they're possessed by some evil power. I'm pretty sure they're possessed by some evil power, and I think we need to like take them to that temple. You remember we saw there? I think we need to take them to that temple.
Okay, so again, I think I gave you a whole list of reasons. First of all, it's not an illness or disorder or any kind of evil possession that they need to be cured of or they need to be released of. It's just how normal we are. When you were born, you you claim to be heterosexual, right?
You know, we don't claim to be heterosexuals. We are heterosexuals. We're straight, we're heterosexuals. We only have two genders and we only have two sexualities. Sorry, one sexuality, only straight people.
Okay, okay, fine. How did you know that you were heterosexual?
It is natural. You see, your parents, my parents, everybody is at heterosexual.
No,
it is normal.
There are people who get attracted to the opposite sex, which comes naturally to them. Similarly, homosexuals are the people who get attracted to the same sex, and there is a huge spectrum around it. There are bisexuals, there are asexuals, pansexuals, and so on. It comes naturally to them. There is no evil possession, or it's not a disorder that suddenly takes place in their head and it happens, which is again verified by the like scientific people, scientific standards. Are you a scientist? No, I guess.
I am a medical student, but my textbooks only taught me that there is only female and male.
Those textbooks were designed accordingly. Like there are still the explorations are still happening as the medical and technological field are expanding. The researches and studies are happening. That's how people get to know more. But that doesn't mean that it didn't exist in the historical times. Have you heard about Stonewall riots in New York?
No.
That marked the movement of LGBTQ community. They marked that, you know, LGBT community exists as a movement, as a revolution. Until then, they were not acknowledged because of certain propaganda, because of certain people in power. And the people in power decide what to go into the textbooks and what not to, and what to feed into people's minds and what not to.
But okay. So you're saying all this is just conditioning?
No, it's not the kind of stereotypes we develop. Yeah, that comes from conditioning. But homosexuality is not any kind of illness or a condition. It's something natural that comes to a human being. And they know about it since childhood. It's just we have not created a safe and developed space for them to explore.
So, but do you think, but I think, okay, fine. I think because I know her, I've known her for like ages now.
Yeah,
and I think she's not find she did not find the right man. I think she did not find the right man, and she's just wasting her life.
Okay.
I think she did not find the right man.
Okay, so first of all, she's an adult, right? You must believe, first of all, it's none of our business that who she gets married to and who she doesn't. But still, if we look into your aspect of, you know, your viewpoints, then what you are saying is that she doesn't have the capability to make decisions for her own life, which is not true. She's an adult, she's a very independent woman who knows what she wants in her life, and that's what she's getting for herself. She's marrying a woman because she likes a woman.
But I think she did not find the right man for some reason. Okay, maybe she's marrying a woman. I have to agree with it because she's my friend and I will tolerate it. But I think she did not find the right man. How about we like ask her to stall her wedding for some time and we find somebody for her like Oh man, like we'll send her to conversion therapy and see if it works, and we'll understand if it's a phase or not. How about this?
I again
Good
repeat,
idea.
she doesn't need a therapy because she is not ill. Therapy is for people when we become ill, right? But she is not ill. She doesn't have any sort of disorder. Then why would we send her to a conversion therapy? And conversion therapy is a, what to say, it's proven to be not effective again by the American Psychiatric Association in 1990s. And it's 2020 now, Neeti.
But I think this will work. I have this priest who's really good. He'll give her every kind of help that she needs, and she will be normal.
Okay. And why do you think so that will happen?
Because I know
How?
it will happen.
How?
I think we at least need to give it a try because she is going to get cornered. And we should be ashamed of ourselves for not helping her. And imagine that people are going to think that we are crazy too because we're her friends and she's crazy anyway. Oh my god, I can't believe people are going to think that I am crazy.
Okay, fine. You think that she's gonna cornered by the society. What forms the society? It's you, me, our family, our friends. It's us who form this society, right? If us, the friends, understand her, we give her the space, and we believe in her capability to make her own decisions, then how would she be cornered? Because she has all she wants. We have her back no matter what happens. Then how would she be cornered? And if there are people who talk about her, why does it matter? Because she is an independent woman. She knows what she's doing with her life, and friends and family like us who understand her have got her back. Anyway.
I know this guy, but you see, even if we are not disowning her, suppose I'm going to disown her if she's not trying all this, but okay. Uh, but if we're not disowning her, I think we like before I disown her, I want to give it a try. Like I want her to try conversion therapy. I want her to like be with a guy and see, at least try, no, at least try to be normal, at least try to fit into this society, and you need to belong. And it's not just you and me. You see, you are just so narrow minded. I'm trying to be progressive here. You get it? I'm trying to be progressive. And see, it is not you and me that makes the society. It's like some 100 billion people in this world. So everybody is going to corner her, and she's our friend. And at least we need to give it a try, dude. Like, think about it.
Okay, 1 minute again. Breathe, Agnes, breathe. You can do it. Yes. So where were we? She getting cornered. You want to give her conversion therapy, and you want to find a man for her. Is it? And you want to disown her, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, if she is not trying all this, I am going to disown her. I am definitely going to disown because I don't want it on me. Because my parents, my family, my full house, they're going to think that I'm crazy if I'm having friends like that. Who will have friends like that who's so spoiled?
How does being a homosexual makes you spoiled? That doesn't make sense. And like if your parents, okay, even if your parents think that way, you can talk to them. They are your parents. And even if you don't understand, how does it matter? Because she's your friend and you should be able to support her when she wants her to be. And again, she doesn't need a therapy, Niti. How I don't know how many times I need to repeat this to you, that she is not ill to have to go through a therapy. She has no disorders or any kind of sickness that she needs to go to a therapy. She is normal like you and me.
So let's suppose she doesn't have a disorder, but I think she's possessed by some evil power, by some demonic spirit, I think somebody performed a witchcraft on her. I don't know what. At least let's take her to that pujari, no? That pandit we saw there, no?
Venture, Pani. I'm sorry. I need some water. Yeah, okay. I am so confused right now because I'm tired of explaining it to you that she doesn't need to go to any pujari or she's not possessed. It's just basic scientific physiology of your body, which has been proved. What else do you need me to give evidence to that it is not abnormal? She's as normal as you and me. And yeah, you did mention that she used to date men in the past. She might be just exploring because we live in a society where heterosexuality has been predominantly, being conditioned to. That's how we are exposed to. Homosexuality was not even exposed to like when we were children. And don't you think that obviously she also might have thought ki, okay, I might have some kind of like there is something wrong with me. She might have been exploring her sexuality when she was with the men, and she must have discovered that she's not like everything's fine with her. It's just that she doesn't like guys, like most of the people claim to do.
I am talking about evil power, like evil.
Homosexual people don't have like any evil possession.
Fine. I think there's some genetic abnormality. Maybe we should just check into that. I think, like you said, I don't think it's a normal physiology. I think it's pathology. Pathology is diseases and disorders. I think it's a disorder, and I will check with that. I will check with my facts.
Okay, how are you gonna check with that? How are you gonna check that?
Okay.
You are a medical student, right? How are you gonna check?
Yeah, I will only do a research, and I will only publish a paper. And so I will tell you about this incident, okay? So when I was in the hostel, so there was this girl, and then she inappropriately touched this other girl in the hostel. And are you claiming that it's okay? Are you claiming that that girl doing this to another girl is okay? Touching her inappropriate.
Why would I be okay with any kind of abuse, be it a heterosexual male or a female or a homosexual male or a female? Be it any person, why would I justify any sort of abuse?
So you're saying abuse and sexuality are different?
Yes. Sexuality. Okay. Shrishti is marrying a woman, okay, because she knows that she's a lesbian or a bisexual, right? Now, they both are consenting adults. Shrishti has said that she loves this woman and wants to be with her, and this woman has accordingly said that she wants Shrishti to be her partner. They both gave consent to each other. Now, if Shrishti goes against the will of the woman and tries to be with her, then that's abuse, which is not justified again. So her sexual orientation has nothing to do with the abuse. Abuse is abuse, no matter what your sexual orientation is.
Correct.
Finally, said something.
Makes little sense. But like also, dude, I think while we talk about abuse, I think it's because of that girl only that this girl went and touched her inappropriately. You know what kind of clothes she wear? She will wear this much. The babies also won't have that, they're so short, and she always wears those ripped jeans. And she doesn't even like wear proper clothes, dude. I'm progressive, but still those clothes are so, it's like you're asking for it. And anybody knows that she's asking for it, like basically if you see her.
You Amma, you are saying that if you wear this kind of clothes, you are asking for people to come and abuse you. Huh?
That girl, did you see?
So what? She's wearing what she's comfortable in. If tomorrow I'm comfortable in a burqa, I would wear it. If tomorrow I'm comfortable in a bikini, I would wear it. That has nothing to do with me asking for it. Understand? A woman in a covered clothes or not in a covered clothes, they both are empowered women, and they are not inviting anyone to abuse them. It's their choice of clothes and we need to respect them. It's just that we have sexualized women's bodies so much that we can't just see them as normal human organs or normal human parts.
Okay, Agnes.
Hence,
You okay? Fine. Let's say that they are. You can wear such clothes at home, no? Why do you have to wear it outside? Go to pubs,
choice, no.
drink.
No, if she
What
wants
is
to
all
wear
that?
such kind of clothes outside, let her wear it. What is the big deal in it? What is wrong with it?
You are not understanding. I'm telling you, no. Okay, that girl. Okay, she wore those clothes and she went to the pub straight and she got drunk.
Okay.
You tell who will not touch inappropriately.
When
That is like asking.
अच्छा ऐसा है तो if she is asking for it then आधा इंडिया के अंकल लोग is asking for it, getting drunk and creating havocs in their houses. The wives don't abuse them. आधा इंडिया का अंकल लोग will be at police station reporting abuse. That is a very generalized statement, but just because she's drunk, if you see a girl or a woman or a man, anyone who's drunk, if you can, you make sure that they are safe. You don't go and abuse them, isn't it?
You're not getting it.
Give you a like scenario. You go to a pub tomorrow, you see a man in ripped jeans and you see them in short clothes or whatever, revealing clothes, and they are drunk there, you know. So do you think that the man is asking for it? And would you, if you have the resources to help him, would you help him or would you go abuse him?
Everyone is not like us, Agnes. You see, everyone is not as good as us.
Seriously. Neeti, she being drunk or she wearing short clothes is not asking for it. Okay? It's the perspective of the abuser who abuses with their own choice, which happens. It's not the responsibility of the victim or of the woman in this case to, protect herself every time.
You are not understand. Okay, fine.
Then make me understand.
I think both of them are equally responsible in this case. She should not be. She should not be doing that. Why is she even drinking? Why should women smoke? Why should they drink? Like why should she do anything?
Okay, drinking and smoking are injurious to health for both men and women. But that doesn't mean that one can't do it just because they belong to one gender. Don't you think so? And you claim to, okay, so you say that not all of us are good like us. Then good people like us believe in equality of all the genders, right?
I believe in equality, but balanced equality. Like equality should be balanced.
How is there balance there? You are saying that women can't do one thing, you are policing them to do one thing, and there is no such restrictions for men. Then how is that, a balanced equality anyway? That in itself is contradicting your thoughts and statements that you speak. Don't you think so?
You are not understanding. There is balanced equality. Okay.
How can you bring balance according to your perceptions?
Okay, let's just. I think I don't have an explanation for this as of now, but I will come back to you with that explanation of balanced equality. But I really don't understand what we're doing here. I think we should just end this. I'm just done with the conversation with you. All this political stuff that you talk about, so done with that.
It's not political. Everything is political. It's not just the political stuff that I talk. Everything is political around us, no matter what we do. You just can't.
I really don't get it. I really don't get it, Agnes. You first of all want our friend to be cornered. You want everybody to shun her away from the society. Like you want everybody to think that she's mentally ill, and you want what? You want to talk about? You don't want our friends to dress properly, and you want to like. You are unbelievable. I'm telling you.
No, I can't believe I'm having this conversation with you. Okay, so I am so bad, then why are you even talking to me? I am her friend. Why would I want her to be cornered by the society or by anyone? It's sad. Yes, it's sad that we live in a society where people are not accepted for who they are. We live in a patriarchal society. We live in a misogynistic communities. But just because कुछ है ऐसा, it doesn't mean that it should be like that. Just because some things are where they are, it doesn't mean that it should be, right? If people carried that sort of mentality which you are carrying right now, you being able to talk like this wouldn't even be allowed. Do you know that? How much women have progressed over the years? It wouldn't have happened at all if people carried your kind of mentality. Don't you think so? So just because how things they are, or you be telling her to fit in the society, doesn't mean that that society is entirely right. Nothing is right. Everything has its own flaws. We need to be unconventional sometimes and think outside of the box.
So you're talking about my mentality now.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
So this friend of mine, she sent nudes to another person.
Okay.
And then that person blackmailed her. Okay. And then I asked her, and then I told her, and then she wants to complain on that person for blackmailing her to send more nudes. First of all, it's her mistake to send nudes. And whatever I am doing is talking about the real problem. I'm being practical here. You see?
Okay.
It's her mistake to send nudes in the first place. And here, it's her mistake to wear those clothes, those provoking clothes in the first place.
You know the whole analysis and the one statement that I have for the guy who blackmailed, or for the whole.
You see,
here
I am saying
the guy is the bad person. Simple as that. Okay, the girl sent nudes to that person, believing him, trusting him, because she might have loved him so much to trust him enough to send her nudes. And that guy broke her trust. So here the guy is bad and not the girl. And if she wants to punish him or hold him accountable for what he did, then what is she doing wrong there? She's just holding him accountable despite the fact that he has already hurt her. And we live in a society where a woman's nude leaks can destroy her entire career, but people with rape allegations are ruling our country and various other countries, and nothing is being done about them. What about that? It's unbelievable, Neeti, that I am having this conversation with you, because you being a friend, I thought you would understand my points, because I think I made legit points.
You did not make legit points. You're just being so not practical right now.
Oh,
I just don't get how you're doing this.
like this.
You're absolutely
Okay.
you're so fixated on something. You're not having an open mind right now. You just think whatever you say and whatever you hear and whatever your friends do is right, and you're just blindly supporting it. Think about it. You know, I always say prevention is better than cure. You know, this girl, she shouldn't have sent her nudes in the first place. That girl, she shouldn't have she shouldn't have worn those clothes in the first place. It would have been prevented. It's all on them.
Oh, there is. Okay. First of all, she sent the nudes because he might have asked for it and she sent it from her own consent. But leaking those nudes to other people and, maybe in the current scenario, maybe destroying her career or maybe her reputation by that man was entirely ridiculous. And it was without consent there. Do you understand the concept of consent that's there? She gave the nudes with consent, but him leaking the nudes without her knowing is non-consensual, which is again wrong. Simple as that. And girl wearing clothes, again, she's not inviting anyone to come and touch her unless she gives consent for someone to come and touch her. If I am wearing a certain kind of clothes, be it any kind, what do you say about then little girls getting raped? What about you say old women getting raped? What about them? Did they wear provocative clothes? Did they invite how about a 3-month, 5-month old baby? How could she have been provocative to invite an abuser, a rapist? What about that? How would you justify that then? It doesn't matter, Neeti, what kind of clothes one woman or anyone is wearing, be it a man or a woman, unless I don't give consent for that man or a woman to touch me, nobody can and nobody should. It's simple as that.
Also, I think we forgot giving the trigger warning if anybody's triggered.
Sorry, yeah. I wanted to say when
Yeah. Please leave the meeting. I don't really understand what you're talking about. But like, you see, okay, I don't agree that it's not his mistake, but I also don't agree that it's not her mistake also. But like whatever you say is kind of making sense.
Oh, come on,
so I'll think about it.
A little sense. Thoda to credit de do. Thoda to it made sense.
Yeah, thoda sense at least. So thoda sa sense it's making. So. Yeah, little sense.
So I guess support Shrishti in what she's doing and try to understand. And if you don't know about all these concepts, which is fine, because I understand. When I was a teenager, I was so patriarchal. I used to slut shame women the way that, the concepts that you just said. But we need to unlearn those conditioning that has been given to us. We need to maybe, the privilege that we have to learn more and gain more knowledge, we should use that privilege to unlearn such patriarchal conditioning. That's what I have to say to you. And just be her friend. A good friend just has got their back. So just be their friend and understand and believe that they are capable enough to make decisions for their own lives.
I think she needs to pray the gay away.
I'll die. I think we are done. Yeah, like.
Yeah, I think we're done. So I think I think we've covered like a lot of points, but like we want to like end it on a note saying that you cannot pray gay away and there is no gay gene. Everybody is, and Indian Psychiatric Society and American Psychiatric Society has clearly passed a statement saying homosexuality is not a mental illness. And recently, Pope also dictated.
Yeah. Pope also
Yeah,
acknowledged that they are the part of Christian community.
yeah, and that they're children of God. Uh, um, and yeah, we've spoken about consent. No is a no, and till you get that yes, you are not supposed to do anything. Um, and I think that's about it. And gender is a big spectrum. Sexuality is a big spectrum. I think we all need to understand that. Be more accepting. Uh, just be there for your friends. Be and if you're going through something, don't be hard on yourself, and slowly figure it out.
Just remember that everyone's going through their own journey of exploring themselves, be it intellectually or sexually. And there is this other notion that we wanted to discuss about, how there's this stereotype that they are pedophiles, they always are, wanting sex, which is not entirely wrong, because a person's life is not just defined by their sexual orientation or their sexual life. They go out, they might be doing their professional jobs, they might be cooking, cleaning. There are a lot of aspects of life which are present other than the sexual aspect. So we can't just define a person or their character just because. And about being them pedophilic, there are various studies, if we go through, which says that the child abusers are usually heterosexual men from the families itself in the 90% of time. Again, trigger warning. I'm really sorry if it's triggering anyone. You can kindly leave. And so there are various studies which says that 90% of the time it's the heterosexual men who are the abusers. So you can't just assume on the basis of any stereotypes that has been fed by any community or by any propaganda that used to be there. So we need to keep updating our information regarding these aspects. Yani.
Yeah, and also it is not a phase. Please, when somebody comes up to you and opens up or comes out to you, please don't call it a phase. Or if you don't know anything, just stay silent. It is not a phase. You can't break it away. And even if there might, and it's on all of us to educate each other, educate one another, and be more informed about all these things. It's not on the people from the community to educate all of us. It's on everybody to educate each other and learn from each other. I think that's about it.
Yeah.
Do you have some?
As Neeti said, that it's fine that sometimes you might not understand what that person is going through, which is again fine. You might not have the information or knowledge, or maybe sometimes you just don't get it, right? So just be silent about it, just listen to them, because we just have to listen. They are the ones who are going through it. So just be there for everyone. If everyone's being there for everyone, then I think that's it. Like, that's more important rather than passing a judgment or understanding them right away.
Yeah, and don't try diving into their sexual lives. It's not our job. It is not our place to dive into their sexual lives or know how they're having sex or anything. Don't ask such questions at all. And especially if you know something about conversion therapy, please report it. Please don't encourage such things. Please report conversion therapy, and please reach out to organizations like Rubaroo and other organizations which are working for gender. If you need any help, be it with mental health or be it with any kind of struggle that you're going through, please reach out. There's a whole community out there that will help you, that will support you, and that will always have your back.
So that's us signing off. This was amazing.
Yeah, Neeti and Ignis.
Yeah.
And next is Rakesh. I think it's going to come.
Great session, Neeti and Agnes. Thank you so much. Like a very informative session it was. So okay, next it's going to be OMG relationship toxicity. Stay tuned for the session. Have some snacks and take a break.
Also not good. But this is milk. No, what we can do? Who will give every day? Permanent ఒకటి ఉంటే సరిపోతుంది కదా ఇస్తారు మనకి
Hello, everyone. There is some technical issues. We are figuring it out. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Good evening,
Hi,
Angela
Kiran.
ma'am. Good evening,
Good
Aparna
evening,
ma'am.
Kiran. Good evening, Aparna. Hi. Hi, good evening to
Hi.
all of you. Yeah.
Good evening.
I'm so sorry, madam. I'm so sorry, everybody. There was some technical glitch.
No issues, Rakesh.
Yeah. So, hello, everybody. Hi. Namaste, vanakkam, adab. Greetings to everybody, and welcome back again to the virtual platform of Rubaroo with another interesting session today. So before that, I just would like to quote a couple of words about the previous event, the Devil's Advocate. Seriously, Neeti and Agnes, what an energy, what an enthusiasm! It really boosted me so much. Like, it was 100%, and I really enjoyed the session a lot. And yeah, I've learned a lot. In fact, it is always good and appreciated taking and asking consent, and also making sure that people from LGBTQ are also normal people, and we have to treat them with respect and courtesy and everything. So yes, so after a hot debate session of the Devil's Advocate part, now we are here to speak OMG, relationships, toxicity. Yes. So we are here to speak about toxicity in relationships, and how's the event is going to look like. So it's a 1 hour webinar session where we have three eminent speakers or panelists speaking about the toxicity in relationships, addressing the different levels of age group people ranging from teens, youth to adults. So, firstly, we have Aparna Ghosh Adhikari ma'am, who is a trainer, psychological counselor, and a person who is working for several other organizations in the society, having 20 years of experience in varied fields. And then we have Mrs. Angela David ma'am, who is a professor at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, and who is also a psychological counselor at Sahayam Psychological Counseling Center. And finally, last but not least, we have Ms. Kiranmai Varigonda ma'am, who is a senior manager in Infosys and one of the directors of Camp for You Foundation, which works towards women empowerment and also the child development initiative. So we are so excited and so pleased to have you all here. And so my dear viewers and participants of Rubaroo, so let's hear how the OMG toxicity in relationships looks like from their words. Over to Aparna ma'am. Thank you.
Should my video be on or can it be off? Can you hear me?
Yeah. We prefer it okay if you can switch on your video, but it's completely up to you. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I have the share screen option, right? Can I check?
Yes, you do.
Yes, you have it.
Yeah. Yeah, is my screen visible? So good evening, everyone. As already introduced by Rakesh, Rakesh from Rubaroo, the topic today is toxicity in relationship. And the topic allotted to me, I'll start with, my focus would be on teen relationship. So without delaying much, let me just go on as we have a time period. So let us see what does entail. My session basically will talk what is toxicity in relationship, what is teens, how do we identify the toxicity in a relationship, and the different types of behavior in the amongst the toxic personalities, and lastly how we can come out of how to deal with the toxicity in relationship. So as I introduced, as we all know that teenagers are basically an age which there's a lot of exploration, there is a lot of curiosity, there is a change between. And so between the age as we call teens, so the life from 13 or 12 to 13 up to 18 or 19, we call them as or the teenagers. And during this teenagers age, many of us or have a special kind of inclination towards the opposite gender, or you feel like talking about relationships. There's a lot of aspects which we want to know. So many teenagers spend a lot of time thinking and talking about being in a relationship. And it's also seen as very normal that some children, some age in this age group, 12, 13, 14, or early teens don't show such interest in a romantic relationship or in a relationship with the other opposite gender until they are in their late teens or some 17, 18, 19. So it varies from person to person. Now, if we think that a person is in a relationship, that would mean both the partners they have committed that they are going to be in a kind of romantic relationship, or they committed that they are together with each other. Then we see that there is they call themselves a partner, both the partners, a boy or a girl, is in a relationship. For example, let's say, now, when we talk about a healthy relationship, we say that it is mainly involves mutual caring, respect, compassion, and interest in our partner's welfare and growth, and ability to share control and decision making, in short, a shared desire for each other's happiness. That means when both the partners, for example, a partner and the other partner, they are respecting each other, they have a mutual regards for each other, they are interested in each other's growth and development, and no one wants to control or something. They have a care, and they respect each other's decision, and also a desire for each other's happiness. But when we talk about toxicity in our relationships, it basically is characterized by behaviors that on the part of the one partner that is very emotionally and physically very draining, and it's damaging to the relationship. For example, there may be less respect, there may be a lot of controlling, there may be a lot of taunting, there may be always a kind of insecurity, fear, and a person, one of the partners may feel they're walking on the eggshells of the path. So this is very threatening sometimes, and they feel insecure. The other aspect, again, in a healthy relation contributes to the self-esteem and emotional energy, while a toxic relationship, on the other hand, is not a safe place. It is where the toxic person may be very self-centered, very dominant, controlling, and there's a lot of disrespect and lack of cohesiveness. Now, when we talk about this in a relationship, my next question if the two people are in a relationship, they can reflect on this. Like, if one partner is all the time feeling that choked in the relationship, they're fighting a lot nowadays. The partner's presence has stopped being comfortable, and the partner dread meetings and time with a significant soulmate. No longer is very exciting to meet your partner. You dread those meetings, and you think, oh my God, it's like a burden in the head that, oh my God, I have to meet my partner again. And you think all the negative thoughts. You're not excited about your relationship. If the answer to all these questions are yes, it signifies that one is in a toxic relationship, and they might need to reflect on it. Now, there is another aspect of it. When a person is in a toxic relationship, or one partner is very toxic, there are 6 types of toxic people we can see where their personality shows that. If we can see in the picture, one is like the energy drainer, as the name connects. Second is the fake complimenter. Third is the pessimist. Fourth is the criticizer. Fifth is the manipulator, and last is the victim. Now, if I go the criticizer, one of the partner, if he or she is toxic, the toxic partners always wants to be dominant, and if the other partner wants to do something or contribute, always is criticizing, demeaning, belittling, and always the power of decision is always in trying to be in control. And as a result, when the partner is trying to always control the other partner, her the self-esteem may be very low. For example, Rajesh is a 17-year-old boy, and or 70 or Rakesh is a 18 or 19-year-old boy, and Ridhima is just a college-going girl from around just has entered the college around 16 and a half, 17 years, 16, 17. Now, this is the first time where she has got into a relationship, and over this around a year, they have comfort feeling, and they have started being into a relationship. After around 7 to 8 months, Ridhima has suddenly realized that all the time Rakesh is always criticizing her, whatever she does. If she's making even small decisions like today deciding like where to go for eating, or which movie to go, or which how to go, your outing or anything like that, this Ridhima gets very is criticized all the time, and Rakesh is very controlling. He never considers Ridhima's decision as anything to be very significant. This kind of partner could be, we could call it as criticizer, always belittling, like kind of, that's a personality. Second, we can talk about the bad temper or the toxic partner. Since I've taken the example of Rakesh and Ridhima, I'll take to this, and Rakesh being a 19-year or 18-year-old guy, and Ridhima being 16 and a half, 17-year-old girl, teenager. Now, the other second thing is, if we talk about Rakesh, if the second type of relationship is very energy drainer. For example, all the time, very short tempered. All the bike they are going out somewhere to a long drive. The bike has broken down. Rakesh doesn't even think, oh my God, Ridhima, it's your fault. Wherever I go with you all the time, these kind of things happen, and the bike is not working now, and it's all the time your fault. And he will start with this and blaming and blaming and blaming, and then it'll end up to a bad temper, and it's very energy draining. The third type is guilt inducer. Guilt inducer is a person who not only controls by inducing guilt, but also temporarily removing the guilt by always putting it to the other person's responsibility. For example, we'll take case of Rakesh and Ridhima. Rakesh, a teenage guy, Ridhima, a teenage girl. Rakesh, for example, Rakesh had a bad academic career. For example, he was in the second year, he did not score marks, and he was on the verge of really failing or not scoring good marks. So immediately, he will not retrospect on himself. What he will do, he will try to always just immediately put all the blame and thing on Ridhima. See, Rakesh would say, Ridhima, because of you, I have not performed well. You don't guide me. You are such a, all the time, you are so much attention kind of me, and I can't study because you put so much stress on me. I could not perform because of so this. So this is a kind of guilt inducing technique they would do. And sometimes, and continuously, when Rakesh continuously puts on and on and on and on about the guilt inducing on Ridhima, over a period of time, Ridhima feels that I am only to blame. That's why really Rakesh has performed less because of me only. Correct? He's saying, and she tries to believe. She believes that yes, because of her, Rakesh has performed less, and then she feels very guilty, and then again it gets into manipulative things. The next one is a deflector, overreactor, the victim. In the relationship, sometimes one of the partner may always play a victim card. Victim, always the victim. If we can just reverse all the time. I'm talking about Rakesh and Ridhima. This time, I'll talk about Ridhima and Rakesh. Now, Ridhima is for example, is a 17-year-old girl, as we say. She's all the time. If Rakesh has said that, that I'm not feeling well, or today you don't do enough for me, I have to come and wait for you for hours, and all the time I have to call you, you don't call me, I'm giving much more to your relationship. See, today I was so tired, and you know what, this happened to me because of this, I'm really upset, and you never take out time for me this over the last period of days or last 6 months. Yeah, can you please tell me how much time you gave me? You're always busy with your friends, your parents, your other things, but me, you are not at all concerned. At that time, Ridhima does not accept this, and she will try to be a victim and always say, Rakesh, I don't think, she will play on her cards and say, no, 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 it is you don't have, please, don't have time for me. You are, I have not done anything. It is because of you, I gave time, but you never come on time. You never give me time. You are always temperamental. So I react because of your behavior. So she will all the time not accept that, these are the certain things which are happening, but on the whole, she will play a victim card and always get away and try to put on that as if the other partner is at fault, and it is not her fault. So this kind of things, their personality, they sometimes over the relationship, it keeps going on and on. Next is the over dependent or the manipulator. This is many a times a partner can be very over dependent. Now again, we come back to Rakesh and Ridhima. Rakesh is a person, has a very strong personality, or probably we can say that Rakesh has a personality which is as if shows that he is not very, he's strong, but he always is very dependent, always want to be taken care of, never takes any of his decisions, and always asks Ridhima to do everything. So, for example, he'll say, if Ridhima asks, where do you want to go? So Ridhima will say, you tell me, Ridhima will ask Rakesh, where do you want to go? So Rakesh might say, let's go. Rakesh say, you decide where we will go. So Ridhima might choose, so come, let's go to something in some hotel somewhere in Gachibowli, or she decides. So at that time, Rakesh might not say anything. Once they go there, and that time his some things don't turn up well, or in that even in the hotel or restaurant when they're eating, things might not turn up well. Immediately, what Rakesh will do is, he will try to make things as of nothing, whatever, though he did not participate in the discussion or to make a decision, but whatever, if things don't go correct, he will automatically put all the blame on Ridhima, as if because Ridhima did not plan well, all the time, everything is Ridhima's fault. So this is over dependent, and sometimes they don't want to take any decisions. Everything they live on Rakesh like people, they will live on Ridhima only. And then when it comes to blaming, they will do the blaming. They don't want to take responsibility for any of the actions. Next is user pessimist. With a user in one way, naturally the fact that you will end up never having done enough for them. Now, these kind of personalities, they are all the time thinking that how much you do for them, they are never satisfied. You may, from morning till night, till day after day after day, you keep on doing, listening to them, pleasing them, how much time you spend with them, do whatever they like, the dress up, the way they dress, the way you behave, you lose all your contacts. If the person doesn't like you to talk to someone, you stop doing that. Doesn't like you to dress in a particular way, you stop doing that. He likes you to behave in a certain way, talk in a certain way, only be friends with him, and whatever the way, and always talk to him, always care for him or that particular partner. Then what happens is, how the more and more you do, but that partner is never satisfied for him. Or the thing is, toxicity is, he is never satisfied with, that is never enough for him. The last one is the possessive or the toxic controller. Now, this is, we call it paranoia. For example, in every relationship, a lot of young people say, for example, Rakesh loves Ridhima. Now, when Rakesh loves Ridhima, he cares for her, and he comes, picks her up, drops her, and whenever he is a little bit of possessive or a little bit of caring for her, that's okay. But sometimes what happens is Rakesh is all not giving a little bit of freedom also for Ridhima to meet her friends, to go out with other people, to talk to any people, and anything and every time suspicious. If she is even gone out with her parents to some grandmother's place, to a social event, or through a party, or wherever she's gone, the Rakesh would feel very upset, and they would try to control. And then again, what Ridhima has to do, she has to all the time give explanations, all the time have to give sorry, and all the time explain, but still Rakesh would never be satisfied. His suspiciousness and controlling goes on and on, and at a time comes when it becomes very difficult for Ridhima to bear with it. It becomes like a control freak, and it's a little paranoid in the behavior. So we see criticizer, we see bad tempered, we'll see the guilt inducer, we see the victim playing card, overly dependent, always using, never satisfied. Whatever you do for that person, always wants more and more. Or the other end, or very, very overly possessive, which is we call it, which can be taken as in the form of a paranoia, which can get into paranoid relationship. Now, summarizing all this, we come to the signs of toxicity. Teens' partnership is possessive or overly jealous. Teens start changing their habits. They have unexplained injuries. Teen's significant other does not respect their goals. Teen constantly is checking in, apologizes frequently. Definitely the drop in academic performance. And the relationship becomes serious too fast. For example, they have just known each other for a very short time, and then they are very serious into relationship, and it's very obvious that it's like a lot of so that is one of the warning signs. Now, overly possessive, overly jealous, it means that they would not respect the partner to talk to anyone, to have relationships, or slowly the person. For example, if you take relationship between some other names, you take Rakesh and Ridhima is too much. We'll take Rahul and Ria. If we take Rahul and Ria, Rahul is again a 19-year-old guy, and Ria is around 17-year-old girl. Rahul is very possessive and very jealous. Ria suddenly realizes that she doesn't have any relationship with her friends anymore. She barely has gone out with her friends for a long time, not talking much to anyone, even only with her parents, and her most of her time are only with Rahul, and any other interaction with other friends are overly questioned. She has to give explanation all the time. These are the things. Suddenly their habits changes. For example, they become loners. They are very distressed, anger. They have a lot of anger. They have a lot of fear, anxiety. All these things are suddenly seen in their behavior. There are changes in habits. Suddenly, if Ria was very bubbly, she suddenly becomes very loner. She likes to live in a room, most of the time spending her time in the mobile, and all the time in the room, and not interacting as before. Unexplained injuries. Probably in Ria's hands, if there were marks, cuts, which she could not say, like she did not fall down, or she's not able to explain, she's hiding something. So these can be seen. That means these are signs that probably there is physical abuse also in the relationship, where the person has beaten her or tried to harm her, like that. Another thing could be there is respect. The partner, if Ria wants to become a fashion designer, Rahul would right away just pull her down and say, it's okay, just finish up your main studies and then we'll see what we have to do. We can discuss this later on. Fashion designer, what will you do? It's not, it's of no goal, nothing, it's of no use. What you will do, it will not add to our goal relationship. First, you support me in what I have to do. I will become an engineer and I will go to and do an MBA, and then we'll have a good career and we'll have a good life, because if I earn money, then we'll have a better life. You support me in all these things. Your fashion designing will not bring in much to our things. So all these things always demeaning, not encouraging her to pursue the goals. Apologizes frequently. If the person is very controlling, then sometimes you will see that she gets into all the time. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
all
hear
the
you,
time.
Aparna. Yeah.
The last slide, I will finish. Yeah, so all the time they are apologizing for no reason. Yeah, Ria is all the time apologizing that I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, and only the one partner is only apologizing. There is no effect, or there is no kind of response from the other side, as if in the relationship all the faults lies with the Ria only. If she is Ria and Rahul are in the relationship, all the time she's apologizing, she's on the tender hooks, and she is made to feel guilty all the time. Obviously there's a drop in your academic performance or whatever your goals, whatever you are pursuing, and the relationship becomes, of course, too fast. So these are certain things, and there's definitely a change all the time. There are crying spills which are there. There is no interest in any kind of social get-togethers, or there is no interest in television, or they wanted to, or any hobby. The eating has decreased. There is all the time a kind of a aloofness, which if being seen in the behavior. These are certain relationships, signs which we need to see whether there is a toxicity in the relationship. Now, how to deal with it? First, we have to identify the toxicity. So calmly but firmly, we have to confront the toxic behavior. Identifying the behavior, we have to talk to the partner, letting him or her know that these are not acceptable. Not getting angry, not getting upset, just trying to explain that these are we talked about those controlling, or those manipulative, or those playing the victim card, or always over possessiveness. Whatever is the toxic behavior, confronting and talking to the partner that this behavior is causing a lot of issues in our relationship, and it will cause it is not acceptable. The other person will probably try to tell you that you are the cause of all these bad feelings, but still trying to explain that this is not acceptable anymore, because this is causing a kind of strain in our relationship, and it's causing a lot of stress on me. Or to Ria should talk to Rahul in the manner. Then one very important thing is be firm, and it's important to know that there is zero tolerance policy for physical abuse. Verbal abuse or physical abuse, if a person Rahul has starting hitting Ria because not able to have a control, it is not acceptable at all. So Ria should upfrontly and very calmly say that beating or physical abuse is not acceptable at all, and set boundaries. So when they are trying to talk, and if these are not acceptable, she has to start setting some boundaries. She need not be too nice. She has to accept that this is in a difficult, the relationship is in a difficult situation, and she has to deal with this difficult relationship. So first she has to accept that this relationship is getting toxic, calmly try to set boundaries and see these certain behaviors are not acceptable, be very rational, and still if there is no change in Rahul's behavior, it is she has to accept it and start looking at how to improve the situation and how to get back into a normal health or relationship. And she has to also understand, or the partner has to also understand, that it is not her or his job to save them. Know that when it's done, if she feels or he feels that the relationship is done, no more they can take it. I mean, a thing comes that it's not changing, done, it's done. It's important to understand that healthy communication, mutual respect, trust, and kindness are just a few things that should be at the center of a healthy relationship. And if the partner refuses to change, consider separating from the relationship for some time. And still, if things are not better, it's better, and you're not able to deal with the emotional turmoil, it's better to take some professional help and to deal with it, because it causes a long-term issues emotionally and physically and mentally, psychologically. It can cause a lot of harm. So sometimes when you're not able to deal, you do that. Some people may cut out their hands also because they're not able to deal. They feel so guilty, it's my fault, and they try to self-harm. So when all these things are we have to be very, very careful, and we need to, it is time that we need to take some help, and we can come out of our toxicity in the relationship. Now, the toxicity in the relationship also, if there is too much of toxicity, so it definitely will create gender-based violence, because when there is not a healthy relationship, it will lead to a lot of fights, verbal abuse, it will lead to emotional abuse. It might also lead, if they are into a sexual relationship, it might also lead to sexual relationship, and of course financial abuse. So when all these things starts, if you're not firm or you don't identify all these things, later on the damage will be quite a bit. So if once you realize that these are the symptoms, or these are things which are happening, you start reflecting, and if you feel that you're not able to deal with it, very important we take some help, talk to our friends, talk to our concerned person, or a concerned adult, or a concerned friend who can help us, and or get some professional help, like there are so many counselors available, or so that we can be emotionally healthy and come out of this toxicity in the relationship. And as we are all as we address the teens are a very or very, very important milestone, when a lot of things are changing in their mind, a lot of things are forming. So if they have a bad experience which it's not dealt in a proper healthy way, it might have a long scar in their long-term life, and then it may affect their adulthood relationships further. So with this, I just close my thing with, it is very important that we have a safety net, set a goal. Though in every relationship, we should be independent and we should be dependent. So we should have a safety net. We should have our relationship, and also not stop relationship with other people, whoever. We should be having talking. We should stop if it's very if we feel very kind of binding. We should stop talking to the partner. Do things which calms us down, or it's kind of relaxing for us. So to come out slowly, we have to divert our mind and take some help, so that we can come out of the toxicity in the relationship in a healthy way. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Aparna ma'am. It was all the characters are, lot of our participants and lot of our viewers also could apply for them, apply for their life, and could understand all these things in a better way, I hope. Thank you so much. And yeah, so I now welcome Angela David ma'am to just take it over. And before we start, as the time is constrained, we have extended the time to 6:25. So I request the panelists to just make sure even the time is also.
Yeah, thank you, Rakesh. And how much time do I have? 10 minutes or 15 minutes?
We have extended it to 6:25, ma'am. Yeah. So yeah,
okay. So I don't have much time. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, Aparna has gone into details, and she is focused on the teens, right? And all the symptoms and everything she has spoken. So my job is to talk about the age group of 20 to 30, right? Where the teenager is more or less settling down in academics, settling down in career, settling down in getting into a steady relationship. So certain amount of stability has already come in. So what could be the kind of problems a youth can face? See, toxicity in a relationship can take many forms, right? Including forms of abuse. Huh? There are different forms of abuse. A partner can never change. Like abuse comes in many shapes and sizes. This can be hard to recognize, especially if you have been in a long-term toxic relationship. See, if they have started dating, right? Dating from the teenage, and it has been over a 5 years or 6 years relationship, it becomes a little, they become comfortable with one another. So once they become comfortable with one another, it is not easy to detect that there is a problem, right? Because over the period of time for the last 9 years that I've been working, especially specifically with the youngsters in the university, I find there have been long-term relationships, right, which has caused problem. Now we are talking about toxicity in a relationship in the context of gender-based violence. So I presume, I not only presume, but I'm sure that most of the victims, what we are talking about is here women, right? Women, young women. There are also men who could be victims, but when we are talking in context of gender-based violence, it is the young women who are affected the most, because I'm focusing on the target group of 20 to 30. So how can we identify, right? Especially when you have been in a relationship for a longer duration, because you have become comfortable with one another's habits, you have been comfortable with one another's personalities, you have become comfortable and friendly. So when you start feeling anxious, when you start feeling insecure, suddenly that introduction to one another, it is not easy to detect, right? But I would like to focus more from the psychological point of view, especially for the age group of 20 to 30. Some of the things that can be easily noticed is the diminished self-worth. That is a diminished self-esteem. You will find this person, this girl who's been bubbly, full of life, having goals, everything. And suddenly she's feeling that she's not worth. Suddenly she's feeling that she's losing out on many things. Okay, suddenly she starts feeling insecure. Suddenly she's feeling incompetent. This girl who's supposed to be a topper, this girl who's supposed to have studied so well all along, suddenly we can see the change. So diminished self-esteem, diminished self-worth is a very, very important sign that one should be aware of. If you start feeling that my self-esteem has gone down, I am not worth, I am not able to do well, I am not feeling confident about my subject, I'm not feeling confident about my exam, I'm not feeling confident in so many things earlier which I was confident. It is the number one sign that you are in a toxic relationship. Number two, there could be chronic stress and anxiety. This person who's supposed to be nice and happy and joyful, easygoing, happy-go-lucky, suddenly is coming under tremendous stress, getting anxious, doesn't want to talk to anybody, right? And doesn't know what to do. Sometimes she can even develop with anxiety and fear of the future, whether there's a relationship, to what level this will take on to, right? Whether she will get married and settle down, whether she'll be able to deal with the other issues that comes along with marriage. All this can cause her tremendous anxiety and fear, because it was not there before. Before she was very happy, very confident, but now she's starting feeling anxious. She's starting feeling stressed. And sometimes she can also develop NSSI syndrome, which is non-suicidal self-injury syndrome, which means sometimes you can find them cutting their hands, harming themselves with knives or with forks, or deliberately trying to, cover it and bandage it, and and to say it has just happened, like, because they're not able to cope with these kind of emotions or feeling that is going on in their relationships. They may be unable to confront, they're not able to dialogue, they're not able to resolve certain issues. So these also can cause anxiety and stress. Another important, the third most important, what I observe is, in a toxic relationship, mostly I feel the girls, they get cut away from friends. They used to have so many friends, friends in the college, friends in the school, friends in the neighborhood, friends to wherever they have gone, maybe to to the sports where they used to play. They had so many friends once upon a time. Now they have become all by themselves. This is again a very, very serious sign. And slowly they are also drifting apart in the family, because earlier they were all very happy. to be the family, going out with the family. Together they are going out for a movie or going out for dinner, and very sociable and happy and nice. And she used to have regular friends coming in, and friends chatting, friends playing with, friends just chilling out. All this was there. Suddenly now this girl finds that she has no friends. All her friends have moved on. And she's also drifting apart in the family. Once upon a time, close knit family. Now she's seeing that there is a gap. Sure sign there is a toxic, this is a toxic relationship, because the person who she's associated with in the relationship is slowly trying to control. It's all about power and control. Okay, so he is dictating or telling her whom to visit, whom not to visit, whom to get close to, whom not to get close to, on account of which this person, this girl becomes a victim, this young woman becomes a victim, and she is starting drifting apart. Very important signal. Another important signal is also, financial restrictions, right? Suddenly you'll find this girl, even though she's earning so much, all her finances are handled by her boyfriend or the partner, whatever you call it, right? Because now they are in a mature age, they are between 20 and 30. So the family interference may not be so much, right? So there could be possibility. Debit cards can be with the person, credit card can be with that person, Google Pay account can be with that person, passwords can be with that person, email IDs can be with that person. So like that, all those kind of things which is making this actually supposed to keep this girl financially healthy is now slowly she's becoming financially unhealthy. Because I have very experiences where I had one young woman coming to me, of course, doing her post-graduation program, and also a scholar. She had got scholarship because she topped the fellowship exam, and she got a scholarship. And then she was getting a fellowship of some 30K something, right? But she was in a relationship, right? And they were very happy in the beginning. But slowly after some time, I think they started living together, right in Hyderabad. And this boy was living with her, and she was paying the rent, she was taking care of the home, and literally she was taking care of everything. But the bills were paid by this boyfriend of hers, this boy who's also a student, right? He was paying the bills of the rent, he was paying the bills of her fees, he was paying the bills for the grocery, he was paying everything. Why? Because the credit card, the debit card, the ATM card, her bank passbook, everything was with this boy. And one fine day, because the relationship was getting so toxic, as I told you, toxicity will take various, right? And she's a very good student. And fortunately, she reached my place where I counsel. And when I met her and over a period of time started talking to her, I realized that this was a toxic relationship. This person, one person was totally controlled. Especially this boy was controlling this girl. He had taken everything that is related to finances in his hand, and he was not letting go of her, right? And actually he referred this girl to me for counseling, and later on we realized that it is not her. He required counseling the most, and of course that's a long story. We tried to link this boy to another therapist and try and found out what problem we had. And anyway, so it was on the road to recovery, because luckily this girl found a place where she could come. She found a therapist, and she also found ways and means to connect once again back to her friends, once again back to her family, and all this. So, so threats of self-harm, physical violence, all these kind is very, very, sometimes toxicity takes such a form, especially now among today's youth. Right. Teenagers, I can understand because they are attracted to one another. Infatuation plays a great part. And because of the hormonal play in their bodies, all this is possibility. But when they come to certain extent, especially when they cross 25, 26, 30, no, I'm talking about the youth group, no, the toxicity takes various forms. Like, sometimes I find some girls, like I had one girl telling me that this boy has been checking her phone. He's been checking her emails, literally stalking her. He knows where she goes. He knows her time schedule. He knows what she does. He knows who she's related, from where she's coming, what she has, what she possesses. Every detail, not only about the family, but also the financial transactions she makes, also about the kind of other relationships this girl is maintaining through the phone. So he's reading up all the messages, he's checking into all the group chats that she is part of it, and sometimes even linking people with that. So this is again a warning. When you find your boyfriend is checking your phones, absolutely no, no. He's checking your messages and he's doing your financial transaction. He knows your password and he's making Google Pay or is making banking transactions. It's a warning. And he knows your FB account. He's opening your FB friends and is checking with whom you're chatting, what you're chatting. He's literally invading your privacy. When this is happening, Instagram, Facebook, or anything, it is a warning, which means you are in a toxic relationship. It's time that you stop this. Because dating violence is also now getting very, very common. When they are dating, a lot of things, okay, they are happy with one another. In a healthy relationship, we help one another to grow. We help one another to progress. We help one another to move forward. We help one another reach our respective goals, right? But in a toxic relationship, only one person is progressing. The other person is not progressing. And in the context of gender-based violence, mostly women are the victims. You'll find the guys will move on, but the women will end up giving up their career, giving up their academic to look after the children. All the compromises, everything will be made by women. Okay, so when this is happening, a lot of this kind of is happening, and when they are, in the process or making a decision to get married, they must look into all these angles before they make that final decision of wanting to settle down. Okay, or sometimes even asking for sexual favors even before they are tying the knot. So that also can be very, if they are constantly harping or being very possessive that she cannot be talking to anybody else except him, right? So as I said before also, it is sometimes even taking away the laptop and erratic anger, like how Aparna mentioned, the kind of anger they show, right? Sometimes they can break. I had a counseling, I had a girl who came to me and told me that a boyfriend was so angry with her when they were talking that he literally broke the laptop. It was around 60,000 and above. Another time he broke a cell phone, which was almost a lakh, right? So with all this kind of thing, they were very disturbed. Another case of stalking, one girl came and told me that in the classroom, he'll ensure to make sure that he will sit directly opposite to her. So such a way that she becomes so conscious about her body, literally invading into her. And 2, 3 times she found him, coming across near the toilet, coming across near the, almost like hitting one another. So stalking. So all these kind of things, when we notice, it is a toxic relationship. Yeah? So I think I very clearly told you between 20 to 30, especially when they are moving into a career, settling down in academics, settling down in relationships, all these are possibilities. So what can we do? Already Aparna has given a lot of things on the slide. You can check the slide. But some simple things what I would like to tell is, first and foremost, this is not okay. If you are finding this person invading your privacy, if you're finding this person making financial transactions, and if if you find this person cheating on you, lying to you, because most of the time a lot of dishonesty will happen, right? Lot of pretense will happen, as we spoke in the previous slide of faking, faking compliments and all these kind of things. So first and foremost, you need to identify. Once you identify, if my self-worth has gone down, I am not like before. I was so bubbly and enthusiastic and was goal oriented. Today, I have no goals. I have no friends. I have no support system. I'm all alone. I am upset. I am sad. I am depressed. I'm anxious. I'm frightened. And I am feeling suicidal. Enough. That shows that you are in a toxic relationship. Beware. So, first and foremost, accept if you have all these signs, and you don't have to bear up with this. Okay, there is no reason for you to bear up with the abuse. That is number one. Number two is, you don't have to blame yourself. Most of the time, girls come and tell me that they are at fault, that they are responsible for whatever has happened. They keep blaming. This boy has abused me. He has molested me. He tried to have sexual favor from me, and he tried to harm me. And I am responsible for that. And I'm feeling so unhappy about it. I'm feeling so sad about it. I don't know why it should happen only to me. So they start self-blaming. So what I would encourage all our young girls, stop blaming yourself. You are not responsible for what has happened. Okay, you just be aware that you are in a toxic relationship and you have all the power to come out of the relationship. So decide, right? Decide and in your mind that you will not respond to, like, and not get sucked into these kind of arguments. Because if you try to confront the person will try to justify, he will get argumentative, he will get into so many ways to, because he doesn't want to let go of you easily. So it's not going to be easy. If you have been in a relationship for 3 years, 4 years, and 5 years, you realize it is a toxic relationship. And now you want to come out of this relationship, the other person will be very smart. He'll alert himself and he will not let you go easily. So do not confront. Just be very firm and clear that you will not take up this nonsense anymore. Enough is enough, right? And then you try as much as possible to exit the relationship. Most of the time, the girls will come and tell me, but I still love him, ma'am, no matter what he does. Okay, but for temporary, okay, for she's just thinking about few years, but what about lifelong? What will happen when children come in? All these kind of things they will not take. So when you refer them to a counselor or a therapist, the therapist will be able to help them and guide them. Yeah. So find a therapist and give yourself some time to heal and take support from your family and friends. I think that is what is all about what I wanted to talk. If there is any questions, you're most welcome to ask and I'm there to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Angela, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was so eye-opening, and yeah, a lot of my friends and all the participants also could apply whatever the incidents that you have shared with us. And now, without delaying, moving on to Comfy Foundation director Kiranmai, ma'am. Yes, please take it over. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, so Rakesh, am I audible first thing?
Yes.
Visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And I have 15 minutes.
You have, yes. You have 15 minutes. You can go till 6:25. Yes.
Okay.
Thank
You, Rakesh. So it was very informative session, both Aparna ma'am and Angela ma'am. I think you covered everything, most of the things. But yeah, I will try to cover the toxicity that a person who is in the age group of 30 and above. If you see the social interactions that a person who is in the age group of 30, what are the social interaction that he has? He has a social interaction with the family. He has maybe if he's a married person, then the interaction with the spouse. And if he's a working professional, then at a workplace. So he can encounter toxicity in any of these three, from any of these three group of people. So let me first divide. First thing is toxicity within the family, toxicity from the spouse, and toxicity at workplace. So when I say toxicity within the family, it could be toxicity from the siblings, like miscommunication or disagreement or sibling rivalry is very common in every family. I don't think there's any perfect family as say. But then the reasons for all these disagreements or communication gaps or sibling rivalry, there could be many factors. Like it could be some maybe financial factors, or it could be a stress at your workplace or at your study which you carry to your family, or it could be that you're upset with one of your friends and then you bring it back home. And I think family members are easy targets for us to offload all our tension and everything. These are normal tendencies of a family, a normal family. But then it becomes an issue when this is persistently happening for a long duration. I mean, the toxicity that you encounter from the siblings, it happens persistently for a long duration, then yes, it becomes an issue, right? And in case of, I mean, unlike other relations that we have, distancing ourselves from a toxic person is a very tough choice when it comes to someone who is from our family, because it's very difficult to let go. But then whatever the behaviors that Aparna ma'am told and Angela ma'am told about a toxic person, that even holds good for a toxic person who is within the family, like controlling or demeaning a person, or too much of control, or manipulating. All these behaviors also they are good enough for a person who is within the family. So how do you deal with a person who's toxic within your family? As Aparna ma'am again told, be assertive, set your boundaries, that what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, and try and reduce the interaction that you have with that person. When I say reduce the interaction, not to lose the control, because definitely we don't want to let go of our family, right? But in whatever are the social interactions or social gatherings that you have, try and reduce that time with that person and give some space to yourself and to that person. And again, reiterating that you have to be very assertive. And if it becomes too difficult for you to handle, yes, see, seeking professional help is something which can get you out of this issue. That was about toxicity within the family. Next is toxicity that you encounter from a spouse. Again, Angela ma'am has spoken at length about the different kinds of toxic behavior and how to handle. Only thing, without getting into too much of the details of that, I just want to emphasize on only one thing, that if you have children in your relation, then the decision of distancing yourself from a toxic husband or a toxic wife is very, very difficult. Definitely it needs professional help, and it needs a mutual work to be done by both the husband and wife together. So I don't want to get into more details of that, but third aspect of toxicity at workplace is something which I want to talk about, because I, coming from a corporate industry for 20 years, I have few experiences which I thought I'll share it with you. So, and it's also very important, because whether we do a job because of our choice or because of our goals, we start working. I mean, this generation, we start working at the age of 25, and we work till the age of 60. We work 6 days a week, we work 12 hours a day. So it's a substantial amount of time that we spend at a workplace. So it's all the more important that we try to reduce if there's any toxicity that is present at our workplace. So what can be the different kind of toxicities that you face at a workplace? It could be a miscommunication or no clear communication either from your managers, or it could be no clarity of your goal, or no clarity of your role, no growth in your career, or and it need not be that toxicity is always from the boss, but it can even be from your peers and your juniors. Or in some cases, it could even be maybe a sexual discrimination that happens at a workplace. So there can be different factors that will make your workplace very difficult for you to work. Again, one thing that I want to tell very clearly is tough working conditions or challenging working conditions is different from toxic working conditions. Like all of us, I think whoever are working, we are aware of Monday blues. We don't want to go to office. Saturday, Sunday, we relax. And then Monday is always that very difficult day for us to go back to work. But then as the week progresses, I think we somewhere gather our energy, gather our spirit, and then we get back to our work. Or it could be those durations where we have a very challenging timelines, strict goals, strict timelines, and then we stretch all through the night, try to submit our work and everything. But then at the end of all this duration, you at least have self-satisfaction or some skill that you would have acquired, or some output for which you would be very happy. In case of a toxic workplace, you don't see this the same. I mean, I think the Monday blues, if I have to say, you face this Monday blues all through the week, and you get drained. I mean, before you start your work, you feel very drained, you feel demotivated, there's no encouragement. So these are all the things that would add up to your toxic workplace. Not only the environment, I think even the job can be toxic. I mean, if you are doing something which you really don't like, then that also adds to the toxicity. In just to this context, I'm saying that how do you handle if there is a toxic workplace, then how do you handle it? Few of the things is something. I mean, if you like your job, if you like your work, but then the working conditions are toxic, how do you handle? If you are not liking your job, but then the working conditions are fine, how do you handle? So first thing, when I said if you like your job and then the working conditions are toxic with relate to either the growth aspect or your communication and everything, how do you handle it? I think you have to stay positive, keep your work and home separate. Don't bring in whatever is your work pressure back to home and home pressure back to the work. Keep things separate. Try to take breaks in your work. When I say breaks, it either could be the normal breaks, or maybe go on a holiday, rejuvenate yourself, try and find a hobby for yourself, and try and find something interesting other than, it should not be always work, work, work. You should have something that will add to your hobbies, or you should have an extra hobby for yourself, so that at least you will get that fun factor or a lively factor into your life. So that's one way of dealing with it. And in case you're not liking the job, this is not something which you like, I think you need to reskill yourself, upskill yourself, and try to find what is your passion. I just want to give you a small example of one of my friends who went through the same experience. My friend, from childhood, she was very much service oriented. She did a lot of service in a lot of NGOs, and she worked for the betterment of the society. For, as I said, because of financial needs, she got into a job, a corporate job, but then she never used to like the desk job that she is doing. Her heart was somewhere else, but then she was only physically here. But then she had to sustain herself. And this pressure of not liking the job, she forcing herself every day to the work, it also took a toll on her health as well as her performance in the company. So she had to take a pause, think about herself, and see what are the changes that I have to do. So she upskilled herself, because see, service industry is something she's very much attached to. So she upskilled herself, she got herself trained, she became a CSR manager, for got an opportunity as a CSR manager. I think now she's doing a job which she likes, doing a job which gives her satisfaction, doing a job which is correct to us as per her skill, and doing a job which gives her the money. It might not be the same case for everyone, but I'm just telling that if you're someone who's not liking your job, then only way out is to upskill yourself and try to find a job which you really like. This is, I just want to quote Japanese philosophy, Ikigai. Ikigai has 4 factors in it. As I said, you have to do something which you like, love. You have to do something which you are best in. You have to do something which helps the society, and you have to do something which gives you, which is financially viable. So that small quadrant which covers all these 4 factors is your Ikigai. So my friend got her Ikigai. So that's few things that we can handle our workplace toxicity. So quickly, because I was running out of time, so I just touched upon few things and concentrated more on the workplace. I think that's it from my side. If anyone has anything to add, Rakesh?
Well, yes, ma'am, you have actually touched every part of what an adult goes in their daily life. And thank you so much. And I thank each one of the panelists, whoever has taken time for for today's session, going against the violence against gender-based, gender-based. And thank you so much. And I also thank every participant and every viewer on their each name for participating in this and taking part. And thank you for enlightening us. Yes, with this note, I would like to, say goodbye to everybody, and I request all the participants and viewers to tune up for the upcoming session, which is going to be a guided meditation. And yeah, we call it as Mohe Rangve. And yes, thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rakesh.
Thank you.
Thanks for giving this opportunity.
All the best for your following sessions. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Angela ma'am and Aparna ma'am. It's an honor to
Thank you
share
so
the
much.
tour with you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye, Aparna.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Rakesh.
Bye. See you
Thanks
again.
for inviting.
See you soon now.
Thank you. God bless. Bye-bye. See you.
Bye.
So I request everybody to turn their cameras on. Could everybody please turn their cameras on? Could everybody please turn their cameras on? Could everybody please turn their cameras on? So I hope everybody is ready with their art supplies. Okay, so well, assuming everybody has joined. So first, I'll talk about what Mohe Rangdez actually is. And so basically the title or the words Mohe Rangde translates to give me color or color me. So when I say this, it's about us to choose whether it is us who are going to color ourselves or it's somebody else. In Hindi, they say कि you know कि हम अगर किसी के रंग में ढलना चाहते हैं या खुद के रंग में. So it's a choice that we make for ourselves. And this session is all about that. It's all about embracing yourself and coloring yourself in the the color of love. So let's get started. So here I hope that everybody has their colors with them. So I want each one of you to kind of pick one color, let it be a crayon or a paint or a color pencil, anything, and pick a color that your state of mind really is right now. So I want everybody to pick that one color that you think you feel right now. And it's good if you guys switch your cameras on so everybody can get to see you.
So I think everyone has their art supplies with them. So it would be nice if you kind of show which color that you have picked. Okay, nice. So
Orange.
now I would like orange. Okay, Rakesh. So I want everyone to probably tell in say 20 seconds about why they picked that color.
Can you please come again, Priya?
So yeah. So am I audible to all? Yeah. So I want everybody to talk about why they chose that color in like 20 seconds. So give a quick brief about why you picked that color.
Should we have to say why we have picked it up?
Yes.
Okay, I have picked the orange color sketch. The reason is all day I'm like going with orange, hashtag orange the world. So, I haven't had any other color in my mind. All of a sudden my hand went to the orange color sketch and orange color crayon. Yeah.
Okay,
So all
Rakesh.
day I'm
Tag
trying to
somebody.
look at things around me, also wearing, things that resemble orange. Yeah.
So anybody else wants to share why they picked the color they did? All
So
right.
I picked, I think it's a
Yes, Praveen.
green color. I think I picked it because of my background. My room is green, so I don't think you can see it, but it's green.
Yep, I saw that. So great. So now seeing that, everybody picked the color. So I picked yellow because I don't know, I just feel very happy and everything is very bright around me. So I picked yellow today. So now moving on about, picking this color. So now pick a color that you really, really feel. So if this is the color that you really feel right now, kind of hold on to that color. So we will go ahead and do this mindfulness. For that, I want you guys to hold this in your hand or put it somewhere near you, at an accessible place. And we'll get started with a beautiful, experience right now. So give me 1 second for that. So it's great if everybody could get their headphones if possible, because it just enhances the experience. But it's all right if you don't have them with you right now. So all right. So let's get started. So let me know if everybody can hear the audio, okay? And tell me if anyone's feeling a little, unpleasant after the thing, any dizziness or something, let me know. Because it's a little mindfulness that we'll be doing now. So yeah. Can you hear?
Hey there, and thanks for gifting yourself these next few minutes. It's important to remember that you're a priority, and allowing yourself even just a few short minutes of intentional reflection can really have a positive impact on the rest of your day. So let's use these next few minutes to come back to center and set an intention for the rest of your day. Move into a comfortable position, whether you're seated at your desk at work or laying on the couch at home, and gently close your eyes and shift all of your attention onto your breathing, taking slower, deeper breaths than you've taken all day so far. Taking a deep breath in through your nose and slowly letting it out through your mouth. Continuing to breathe that way, feeling your lungs expand out as you inhale and contract back in as you exhale. Tune into your body, noticing how it feels. Noticing if there's anything that it's trying to tell you. Notice any place of tension or tightness in your body. Give those areas permission to relax, sending love into those areas. Thank your body for taking such good care of you. And let it know that it's okay to rest and relax for these next few minutes. You may notice that your mind starts to wander off. That's okay. That's natural. Just notice it and bring your attention back to your body, using your breath as your anchor. Try to picture one thing that's happened today that's made you smile, or made you thankful or appreciative. And just let that feeling fill you up for a moment. Breathe that feeling in from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. And allow yourself to smile if that feels natural. Now focus on something that you can do today, whether it's for yourself or for someone else, that will allow you to continue feeling this way. It could be something as small as deciding to go to bed early tonight, so that you have time to finally read that book that's been on your bedside table. Or the joy of getting dinner with a close friend. What's one little thing you can plan for your day to bring that intentional joy to it? Now just focus on that for a few minutes. Sit in that feeling of joy and peace. Now let's take a few more deep breaths together. A deep breath in, feeling your lungs expand out as you inhale. Everything contract back in as you exhale. Again, an even deeper breath than the one before it. Holding that breath for a beat. And exhaling everything out. Last time, your deepest breath yet. Sending that breath through your entire body. And exhale it out. And in your own time, slowly bring your awareness back to where you are. And thank yourself for taking these few minutes to just be intentional and kind to yourself. And when you're ready, you can gently open your eyes and enjoy the rest of your day.
So now I want everybody to hold on to that feeling that they felt while doing the mindfulness for a bit, and pick that color that you chose and just hold on to that feeling as I play songs, and you're going to dance with the colors. And like the canvas is, your imagination, you can do whatever you want. So I'm going to play. So I'm going to be the DJ for now. So yeah. So now I want everybody to, kind of feel the music and just keep, drawing. And as the beats change, just like your mood, just feel the music and just paint everything. And just move your fingers and just feel the paper, feel the color that you had in your mind before. Just emote everything that you can onto paper. You can just have, strokes of paint or just scribble. Just, kind of just fall in love with the paper. So now hold on to this beat and just feel free to groove to the music, or just groove on the paper. Just make the colors dance across the paper and feel every beat of your heart as it goes up and down, just like these beats. So now it's the time to just embrace your feelings and just feel the depth of what you feel and embrace yourself, each feeling that you ever felt, every touch, anything, every desire that you ever felt for others or yourself. Recognize the femininity in you, recognize the masculinity in you, recognize that there is a presence of both, and recognize the intensity of each. And understand that every feeling you ever felt, let it be desire, let it be hope, let it be sorrow, let it be anything, let it be, thinking about how you feel about yourself or whether you're loved or not. Just validate all those feelings because they start and end at you. So it's nothing but it's all you. And now just accept yourself for the person you are, the whole that you are. And slowly, just experience everything that you ever felt in your life. As the colors just run across the paper, that's how your life ran. That's how your heart beats every day in rhythm. So paint in rhythm to your heartbeat. Take a moment to count your breath. Take a moment to see how your heart beats. Take a moment to acknowledge that your heart and your breath probably are in unison. And take deep breaths, counting each breath at a time, valuing it that every day you have a new chance to take another breath. And each breath you take, relax yourself and acknowledge that each breath you take is like the love that spreads across you. Recognize that every feeling that you felt, let it be sensual, let it be emotional, anything, it's all in you. And you can be the powers that runs the universe, that is life, and everybody has the power to give life, give love to others, and only humans can ever bring happiness to another person. So just embrace yourself and you know rung or color yourself in the name of you, not anybody else. So just hold on to those feelings that you had, the love that you have for yourself or others. Just embrace it. Just give a big hug to yourself and just paint your emotions like an artist paints a canvas with his passion. So it shows how passionate you are about yourself, your life, your dreams. So let it all flow like the paint that flows from a brush, slowly, but its stains are forever. And slowly close your eyes and take a deep breath and think about the experience that you just had, about emoting your feelings onto a paper, expressing it with the use of colors as a tool. Think about the impact that it had on your mind, on your heart, on everything, on things that matter to you. This is all about healing us, healing ourselves, and healing others. So, just as the brush strokes against the paper, all your sorrows, all your pain just fades away. At least believe that it will. And just embrace a beautiful next moment instead of thinking about what happened. Embrace what happened, feel it to the fullest. But again, when you put the color on the paper, let it go. Let it all flow like the water flows in a river. From afar, it looks like it's still, but it's still flowing. So now, everyone, gather yourself back to who you are, give yourself a warm hug, and whenever you're ready, you can take another deep breath and let go of everything, all the negative energy that you ever felt, and take another deep breath in with all the positivity that's around you. And then you can open your eyes or turn on your cameras. Can I have everybody to turn their cameras on? So, how did you guys feel? Anyone would want to share about how they felt in this 30 minutes they gifted themselves? Fareen?
Thank you, brief. Today was a really hectic day, but I think these 30 minutes were really short. It felt really short and was very calming.
And Agnes?
For probably the most liberating I've felt in the past 3 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do such kind of meditation and stuff, but I haven't been doing it. So it like I really missed it. I felt that yeah, it was a reminder maybe that I need to start doing it again. And I did nothing, just I just scribbled if you wanna see. Like I don't know, I just felt nice. Like it felt abundant, kind of like, filling myself. So maybe it was symbolic to what I really want. It felt nice. Yeah. And after some time, like I stopped doing everything. I was listening to you and the music. So yeah. Thanks for doing this.
Anybody else?
Yes, so I felt really good. Actually, I can hold the show. It's just nothing. I did this, and this is how I generally scribble, like, in my book also with pencil. This time I chose this color. It's because I thought it's matching with my color. That's it. But when I was doing it, and I tried to fill in all the white space which I was seeing. Like, I didn't want any white background to be there. I wanted it to be completely colored, but it was not happening. So I started to realize, like, as yeah, symbolically we can think about it. I do miss many moments that could have happened in my life, but it didn't. So, like, I always feel bad about it or something like that. And then I try to fill in with any other things to be like, as a compensation to that. But this thing, like, I was just realizing ki not everything happens every time, and it's okay. It's beautiful anyways. So it was lovely. It was lovely, Srilaya. Thank you.
So, anybody else wants to share how they felt? Go ahead,
Uh,
Rakesh.
yeah, so this is second time I'm experiencing this guided meditation thing. So first time it started with when I was actually in the Rubaroo fellowship, like, at the initial stages of Rubaroo. So yes, so it started like that, and I really felt really amazing. It's kind of putting my thoughts on a paper, and yeah. So if I have to show you like what I've drawn the loops. I don't know, like, I've drawn a loop. If you all can see, I've drawn the loops. So, this symbolically, if I have to also say why this actually came into my mind is because, this is representing my life. It's like a loop. It's continuing, it's continuing, it's continuing. And there is one final point where I'm reaching and, intersecting everything at that point. So this is what I felt, and thank you so much, Laya, for this thing. Uh, yeah, so that is what I would like to share with everybody for this section.
So, anybody else who wants to share how they felt? Anyone? Okay, so I think that's about sharing how you felt. You can always feel free to, kind of put it in the chat box about how you felt if you're not very comfortable about talking about it. So basically, the whole idea behind this is about how we speak about colors, and usually you attach an emotion to each color. So, for few, black is something, a symbol of power, but for somebody, black is a symbol of, you know, pain or, sorrow or, kind of negative emotions. But at the same time, the same color black gives a lot of power to few people to, kind of live their life and become strong and empower themselves. And example, color red. So for few, they say that that denotes to love and everything. But for few, that just denotes to bloodshed. So it's about two completely different things but attached to the same color. So, I think that this is very similar to a metaphor that, gramophone, right? The olden days CD player. So I believe that each person is like a gramophone, and the CDs are the emotions or the feelings that we have. And it's up to us when you can take the CD and change and play it in us. But we, most often don't recognize the power that we have, that we control our own emotions, nobody else does. And I think through this, we can understand that whatever we felt yesterday, today, tomorrow, they're all our feelings. Maybe somebody can impact them, but end of the day, it's us who are feeling all of that. And just as you can change the CDs in the gramophone, I believe that we can also change through the lens of colors we see. कभी बोलते हैं ना कि सब कुछ इतना गुलाबी गुलाबी है. It's all so pretty and rosy. And in the same way, it's up to us if you want to look at life in a very rosy way, or just put some black shades on and look through it. So about everything about the word Mohe Rang De or Rang has always very fascinated me. And I think the reason is Holi is also one of my very favorite festivals, because you realize once there's some color onto you, it's very difficult to get rid of it. And also it's very difficult to embrace the color. So it's all about embracing our own color, it's about embracing our own personality, it's about embracing our feelings. And mostly, as mentioned, it's about embracing the gender, the sexuality that we have. And it's about, if not you, probably no one. That's what they say, right? If you don't take the first step, nobody's going to walk with you. In the same way, it's about embracing the fact that yes, I feel this way, I love this way. And end of the day, gender, sexuality, it's very personal, and it's something that a person owns. So I don't think there is anything to be questioned about it, because as they say, cliche things that लकीरें different होते हैं, and then पांच उंगलियां बराबर नहीं होते and everything. So in the same way, everybody is unique and everybody loves different. Everyone feels different, and everyone has different perspectives. Most often they might not match, or they might match, but end of the day, it's about living with the beautiful people that we have around us and accepting each other for who we are. And most often, most importantly, it's about accepting ourselves for who we are, and just spreading that love all onto ourselves. And I think in the guided meditation, as he said, just take a deep breath and spread love to all those parts that long for love. So this whole session is all about loving yourself and loving each energy that our body probably exhibits or it probably takes in. It's about valuing and acknowledging it. So once you acknowledge, I'm sure that everybody will start valuing it sooner or later. So this session is all about that, and I'm very happy that all of you could be a part of it. So basically, it's not about showing how good of an artist you are, but of using art as a medium to kind of communicate with yourself about how you feel. So yeah, because most often I try to paint when I feel something, but I end up with the picture comes a very meh. But the truth is that's exactly how I feel then. So maybe everybody can try and do some art just when you're feeling low, or write something. So yeah, so thank you so much for everybody for being part of this. And yeah.
Thank you, Srilaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Anuja.
Thank you,
Thank
Laya.
you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody who could be a part of this.
So true that everybody has their own choice. Yes.
Yes, they do.
Hello, people. Good evening. Hope you all are doing great. So, welcome to this conversation of gender policy and citizen. And I'm pretty sure that you all had an interesting and profound and fun day with Rubaroo on this occasion of Gender Day. So, I'm Savitri Hari, an emerging leader fellow 2020. And this energy that I see here today since morning is nothing but the power of collaboration. So, today we're going to have an intersectional dialogue on gender inclusivity in the perspective of policy implementation and how we as citizens can come together in building inclusive society. So, before diving deep into this conversation, today is Gender Day. So, why don't we talk about gender? So, I think it all starts with birth. It's pretty common to confuse sex with gender identity and gender expression. They're related, definitely, but not the same. We all know that sex is assigned at birth for mere categorization. But as people evolve, for some people, this internal and individual experience of gender doesn't fit into the sex categorization. So society starts to disown some people when they outgrow these narrowed notions. So just because a person publicly express or present their gender, uh, which is beyond the common understanding, should they be deprived of all their rights? Since decades, we've been talking and fighting for equality. We aspire to achieve equality in society. But what we are downplaying in this process is gender inclusivity or intersectionality. So, the scope of intersectionality is that it promotes the notion that all opportunities and establishments are, open to all people beyond the male and female stereotypes. You know, intersectionality allows people to transcend beyond the societal roles and expectations. So while we are you know we are while we are still a long way from achieving equality in the sphere of gender, we as a community can come forward to practice intersectionality. So to talk about this more in detail, we have Ms. Satvika Jandiala joining us. So Satvika is representing Bombcom Matters, a citizen collective campaign. So she's a development practitioner working on girls' education and gender equality. Also, she's the lead curriculum developer of Awaze Telangana Fellowship. So, hello Satvika, we're super excited to have you here.
Hi, Savitri. I'm also very
Yeah.
excited to be here.
Exactly. So I don't think I did enough justice in introducing what you do because development sector is one such space where outsiders know very little about it. So it would be great if we start this session with knowing more about you from your words.
All right. So I've been working in the sector for a couple of years now, and majorly I focus on girls' education and life skills education. Of course, the reason being the passion behind all of this is because for me, I would like to envision this world as a gender equal world. And the way that the path that I have chosen for this would be to ensure that all young people, especially adolescent girls and young women, receive the equitable educational opportunities and the skills required that can make them sort of realize their fullest potential. So whatever programs I've been involved with have always worked towards gender equality, education, life skills education, and I have predominantly worked with young girls and women.
That's great, Satvika. I knew that you were working in development sector, but definitely didn't know that you work with grassroots and contribute in making significant impact. So since you've been working in this sector for a very long time, so I think we need to start this Q&A with, getting into the basics. So how do you think, gender plays a role in our day-to-day life?
Gender plays a significant role in each of our lives. If we were to just sort of reflect on our own experiences or experiences of what we see around us or what's happening around us, things
which are very basic, like, you often sort of, I mean, if I were to sort of just reflect and delve into my own personal experiences, I went to this school where it was always told that girls had to be prim and proper. They had to walk a certain way, talk a certain way. They can't be laughing too loud because, good girls don't do that. You've got to have your back straight and, always speak in a soft tone and be gracious. Girls are expected to be, or rather conditioned to be empathetic, and they are the sort of glue in a family. So all of these sort of burdens on a girl to be a certain way is our own conditioning of how gender plays out in our day-to-day lives. We don't say that to the boys in our family, do we? We don't tell them to laugh, softly, or speak softly, or walk graciously, or whatever. I mean, these are like super basic things. But since you said basic, well, reflecting back upon my school days, these were some of those things, and they all stand out. And this is just scratching the surface.
True. I think gender culturally defines about what a person should do and what a person should not do. And people cannot accept if somebody transcends beyond that. If somebody revolts or, somebody goes against what they're being told, there's definite backlash, and there's no acceptability for people who, and everybody wants change in the society. Everybody talks about aspiring to be that change maker, but nobody wants that change to begin from home. Even in the subtlest of things we see that happening. So if it is impacting us on a personal level, I believe it is happening in community, because each individual forms up to be a community. So how do you think gender impacts on a community as whole?
So I think what you have said has sort of also very critically pointed out that an individual is not isolated. An individual, a being, belongs within the same space and the same community that the community resides in, and so is the community, and so are the different structures and societies and conditionings and ideas, people and actions. All of this are not isolated. We're all sort of in a community with the conditioning that we have, that we sort of constantly reproduce over and over again. Also in the name of, as an intergenerationally too, right? We do this because our parents have done it, or my parents do it because my grandparents have done it. So definitely, whatever we see around us, the stereotypes or how gender plays out in our individual lives is what you see in the community as well. What we are reflects in the community and vice versa. So if we really need to sort of break the cycle, because it's just going to go on and on intergenerationally, the only way to do that is passionate young people, or passionate people who are super they want to contribute to some sort of an action. They want to change the public narrative. They want to change and influence action in some way, and with sort of a gendered focus, and being sensitive towards the roles that are played out in the society. And change can come about if these sort of people come together and form collective action and bring about action. So I'd like to still be hopeful that there are people out there that are willing to see that action happen, and are working towards it.
True, but also speaking about youngsters' role in it, we are often misguided in many ways, right? From the settled sexism in Bollywood to being told constantly that you're not supposed to do this. We've been facing as a youngster myself, only through fellowships like Rubaroo and Womcom Matters, is that I understood that it is okay to deviate from what others are doing. Because of this peer pressure, people are under constant lens that to fit into it, and this culture of FOMO. And is it the same with you as well? While you were a youngster, did you face all these barriers while working? I mean, coming to development sector is
really a tough choice, because it's not that fancy MNC job that people know about. It is definitely a different sector. So what was your experience about convincing people and way forward?
I think coming into the development sector was it wasn't a natural progression after class 10 or class 12 to say yes, I want to work in the sector. It was actually some sort of a longer path that sort of led towards it. And it was a lot of my personal sort of experiences itself that led me to the sector, to say that, if only I had this information at that time, maybe I would have made a different choice. If only I was aware of how gender would play out within my own family, and how that would lead to some of my own decisions earlier in my life. Maybe with a community like you and I working together, or how WCM works together, if I was aware of a community like that, if I was aware of sisterhood in that sense, maybe my decisions would have been very different, and probably I would have been in the sector long ago. As far as peer pressure and all of that is concerned, I think no matter what sector you take, I feel that youngsters today do have to face a lot of peer pressure, because you're not saying the right thing, you're not doing the right thing, or you're not being a certain way, and you're not doing things a certain way. There's always this constant pressure to live up to some sort of expectations, which nobody understands why. So probably the only way to do it is to reach out to sort of if young people who are sort of battling critical decisions in their lives, and if you're close to them, why not have a conversation with them, and talk to them about what they'd like to do instead of what they're expected to do, because those two don't necessarily are not necessarily the same, especially when you're 18 years old, because you tend to do what your parents ask you to do. So keeping all of that aside, the development sector in general, if you're talking about, I think if you're passionate about something, if you want to contribute towards change, you want to be a change maker, you see yourself sort of working towards that social issue that you deeply feel about, then I feel there is no stopping you, isn't it? So you would be working in a place that you would be working, and if it is the development sector, then it is.
True. And also for people to come forward and share their traumas or anything, I don't think there are enough inclusive policies in India. So what do you think? Like, can policies change the ground reality, or is it the implementation? Because for implementation, we have a really long way to go by surpassing all the societal stigmas. So what is your take on this?
I don't think policy and practice are two different things. And I don't think one can contribute to the kind of change that you're talking about without the other. So both of them have got to go hand in hand. So you need policies that are reflective of the realities on ground, and vice versa. So if there is a gap between your policy and practice, there's always going to be that gap, and sort of ensuring that you sort of cover that gap to bridge that gap would be that much more difficult. So I don't think one is more important than the other. I think both of them are equally important. What if you have a great policy and but there are gaps in implementation, or you're implementing something that is required but it is not by policy in your country, then that is also equally problematic. So I think both of them go hand in hand, and I wouldn't be able to choose between one or the other.
True, that's true. Because you, as a development practitioner, have worked on this gender-sensitive life skills curriculum, and like with all the stigmas and sexism around, to reach to the grassroots, what is that approach that you think that people should administer for bringing gender inclusive practices?
The only way that I've known so far, and I don't think I'm prescribing this, but I'm just speaking out of my own experience, is to act
on something that you're passionate about, and to sort of do your best in your job today, instead of sort of wishing for a world, that sort of doesn't exist today, but you're sort of hoping for that sometime in the future. So going by that principle, I have associated myself with context-specific programs that are gender sensitive, that work towards gender equality, that promote education among girls, that focus on providing life skills to girls and young women, so that they can make critical decisions in their life. They need those day-to-day life skills to sort of be better at sort of whatever they do, or at least enable them to do better, think more critically, to make more critical decisions, to have self-confidence, to be able to build relationships, to critically solve problems. All of this sort of requires interventions, which I have fortunately been a part of. And that is also sort of an extension to my association with WOMCOM Matters. And because as a collective, this group is working towards gender equality. This is a group that this is a citizens collective that calls out injustices, that calls out inequality in society, is working towards giving that space to women that they deserve in society. If you look at the statistics in terms of violence, early marriages, intimate partner violence, you open the newspapers, you read about so many things, harassment, rape, sexual assault, all of these against women in Telangana. And WCM is sort of working to change that narrative. And therefore, I think I am, contributing in whichever possible way that I can in WCM. And that brings me also to the point that we are also working towards a fellowship, like you earlier mentioned. We're working towards a fellowship called Awaze Telangana, which is an immersive year-long experience for passionate change makers who want to contribute to action, who want to contribute in changing or sort of influencing policy and policy action. And the only way to do it is to have these group of change makers come together, provide them with the technical knowledge, tools, and information, and create that sense of community that can also help them with their personal development, which is what we aim to do through AVAS. And our first cohort would be any change maker who's calling out for action, calling out for injustices, calling out against inequalities in the society, are passionate towards a social cause, and they identify themselves as a woman, is all that you're required to do to sort of be part of the Awaze Telangana Fellowship.
True. I think fellowships are an amazing tool for youngsters to get the knowledge about how is it to work towards making change in the society. So, as a part of Emerging Leaders Fellowship, before being this ELF fellow, I had no knowledge about gender or sexuality as such. But with my journey through Rubaroo, I've learned a lot, and I see myself transcending into a different person altogether. So it is great that many communities are working towards social change, coming up with fellowships for to equip youngsters like us to work towards social change. So, but this raises a little question that whenever we see any gender-based violence or any sort of injustice happening in our society, we just just look away. Like, are we as a society letting this bystander effort kick in when there's injustice happening? Because are we failing to incorporate these safe spaces for victims to come up and speak?
That's, I think, a very loaded question, but also a very critical one. If you're talking about societies, I think, are they creating enough inclusive spaces and safe spaces for women? There are pockets of, I would like to believe there are pockets of communities and, like, for instance, the fellowships that you are talking about, or, as a community, the WCM, what is trying to do. Um, there are efforts in this space to ensure that all women feel safe, but are we there in this state? Definitely no. The data tells us that it's not. You open the newspaper, it tells you that it's not. But I don't think that the answer can be as simplistic as yes and no. While we are in the journey to sort of ensure that we create more inclusive and safe spaces for all genders, and especially when you're talking about women, to have them feel safe in sort of public spaces at their homes, we need functional committees, we need functional commissions, we need functional bodies, we need functional governance. So I think it is something that we all need to take action against, right? If you see injustice, if you see that there is something that is happening, then I think the thing to do is to take action, is to not sort of let that bystander effect, as you are talking about, kick in. But is that sort of something that's happening in society today? Yes. I mean, a lot of us observe, you're standing at a bus stop and somebody is harassing somebody. How many out of people, how many people, like if there were 10 people, how many out of those 10 people are actually going to stand up and say, well, what's happening is not right? So for all of this, I think it's important that you have these collectives, you have citizen collectives, you have communities that bring together a change, and you consciously need to make efforts and steps to bring about that change. So well, I think I've answered your question.
Yes, yes, indeed. That's a very profound answer, I guess. So, to end this session on a positive note, so what is that one change or the aspect that you observed in society that gives you hope that, okay, we are indeed driving towards a society that's inclusive? What is it that, what is one aspect that you think is happening right now?
We are far away from the world I dream of, I'd envision of, which is a gender equal world. But I believe that from growing up days to now, when you sort of look around you, you see more women like you, and I'm talking of my very personal experience to say, when you see more women like you passionately working towards social issues that they are passionate about, that are bringing about change, that are influencing policy, that are influencing public narrative, and are coming together for work like what Warmcom Matters does, or for fellowships that WCM is initiating in terms of Awaze Telangana. It gives me hope to say that we're on the right path. How far is this journey? Well, it probably is a long one, but it's fantastic that we've at least made a start.
True. Even I'm hoping that very soon, at least we can see youth working towards and with collaborating with stakeholders in making this society at least to make them practice intersectional practices. So. Thank you so much for joining, Satvika. This is a very informational session, and thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. And
thank you so much, Savitri. It was wonderful being here.
Same here. Thank you so much. Yeah. అవుతుంది.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back again. So at the end, so we are at the end of the session, and so we have come to an end. And with this, we're going to end the session with this open mic session. So I welcome everybody again to this virtual platform of Rubaroo with this open mic session. And yes, so nice to see all the participants joining. in spite of the technical glitches. I hope I'm clearly audible. Sound? Yes. So now this is an open platform for everybody with whatever the talents they have, everything targeting the gender-based violence, against the gender-based violence. So anything, you can sing, you can say poetry, or you can recite a poem, or you can say a shairi, and no language barrier and nothing else like that. And doesn't matter even if you're wrong, okay? So your participation is more important at the end of the day, and show some energy and show some love and show some care, and share your knowledge with all of us. So yes. So who would like to go first and hit this? Yes. Show some sound, participants, all the viewers. Who would like to go first? Or should I have to pick anybody or somebody? Well, within a count of three, let me just see if somebody can try. 3, 2, 1. Yes, yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Achi, go ahead. You are on mute. You are on mute, Achi.
Hello,
yes.
hello everyone. I want to sing a poem. Why not girls? Uh, People pray for boys, not for girls. They desire a boy, not a girl. Blessings of elders are for a male, not for a female. But when in need of wealth, they pray for to goddess Lakshmi. In need of education, they go to goddess Saraswati. In need of courage, they go to goddess Durga. Now tell me, why do they hesitate to have a Devi in their family? And another poem, a girl child is God gift. Girls are treasure to every family. Girls give moral strength to the family. Girls are the future of every nation. Girls need a little amount of care, a hand full of warmth, a heart full of love. Educations to girl will left the family. Let the girls also be smiling and happy. Thank you.
Achi, could you please repeat the first poem that you have recited just before? Could you please recite the first poem once again?
Yes. People pray for boy, not for girl. They desire a boy, not a girl. Blessings of elders are for a male, not for a female. But when in need a wealth, they pray to goddess Lakshmi. In need of education, they go to goddess Saraswati. In need of courage, they go to goddess Durga. Now tell me, why do they hesitate to have a Devi in their family?
Great, great. It sounds really good.
Thank
And
you.
yes, yes. Who would like to go next? I think you have your drawings here, right, Achi? Can you identify your drawings? Achi, can you
Yes.
identify your drawing?
Yes,
Could you
yes.
please? Is this the one that you have drawn?
I can't see, Anna.
Okay. So whose drawing is this?
కనబడతలేదు నాకు.
Okay. That's fine. So who would like to go next?
I want to go ahead, Bhaiya.
Yes, please go ahead.
This is Aarti.
We all have a role to play in making our communities safer. So, gender based violence is crime. So, I want to say that a girl is always compared to an angel, a boy is always compared to a bold character. Then, why not a transgender can be called as a angelic bold person? I I thought you got my point about what I am trying to say. It's about transgender. मैं एक कविता शेयर करना चाहूंगी. कोई कहता है छक्का मुझे, कोई कहता मैं हिजड़ा हूँ. मैं तो इश्क की सुंदर रचना बस गलती से ही तो बिगड़ा हूँ. बस कोई मुझे रचना समझता ही नहीं, बस एक श्राप हूँ. अपना वजूद ढूंढते ढूंढते अपनों से ही मैं बिछड़ा हूँ. बद्दुआ है जिंदगी पर, दुआ देने खुशी के मौके पर जाता हूँ. प्यार नहीं मिलता कहीं भी, बस तिरछी नजर ही पाता हूँ. जो सपने दूसरे के लिए आम है, मेरे लिए नामुमकिन है. झूठी निकली ममता माँ की, छोड़ा दलदल में, अब दर दर भटकता हूँ. बीच का बनाया खुदा ने, तालियों के सहारे दुआओं देता नफरत बटोरता हूँ. किसी ने इस ताली पे ही सवाल किया, बिना ताली के तू जिएगा कैसे? तब से लिखना शुरू किया, दूसरों से ताली बजवाता हूँ और उन्हीं तालियों से मैं अब जीता हूँ. ये कविता आराध्या ने लिखी है. तो मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि जैसे हम सब इंसान हैं, उसी तरह वो भी इंसान है. उसे भी नॉर्मली ट्रीट करना चाहिए. वो भी भगवान का एक भगवान ही. इवन दोज आर पीपल आल्सो क्रिएशन ऑफ गॉड. बट सोसाइटी क्या कि उन्हें नॉर्मली ट्रीट नहीं कर रही है, जो कि ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए. इवन जब हम पब्लिक प्लेसेस पे जाते हैं तो वहाँ पब्लिक टॉयलेट्स होती है, पर मेल फीमेल का होता है, ट्रांसजेंडर का नहीं होता. उन्हें भी पब्लिक टॉयलेट यूज करने के लिए बनाना चाहिए, उनके लिए भी. तो मैं यही बोलना चाहती थी.
First of all, I'm so glad that you have got this thought of thinking about even transgenders, and also considering them as human beings, and in the perspective of society, and thinking about their well-being. Thank you so much, Aarti. Thank you for sharing your insight about this incident and thing. Yes. Who would like to go next? Yeah.
Boss, can I go? This is
Yes,
Mohammed
please.
Badi from Hyderabad.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm currently into the Changemakers program, cohort 2. So there's a little poem that I had written, or it's just a thought that I had written on the rape culture in India. So it goes like, it's in Urdu. It goes like कि किस मिट्टी के बने हो तुम, किस मिट्टी के बने हो तुम, कि मिट्टी से मेरा मुजस्समा तराश कर मुझी को पूछते हो तुम, फिर क्यों उसी मिट्टी में मेरी इज्जत आबरू को लूटते हो तुम.
Are you done, Mohammed?
Yeah, done.
Oh, could you please repeat it once again? आप फिर
I
एक
can
बार.
जी, I can repeat that once again. कि किस मिट्टी के बने हो तुम, किस मिट्टी के बने हो तुम, कि जिस मिट्टी से मेरा मुजस्समा तराश कर पूछते हो तुम, फिर क्यों उसी मिट्टी में मेरी इज्जत आबरू को लूटते हो तुम.
So nice. So nice. Within these few lines, you have covered plenty of information, and बहुत सोच की बात है. Yeah. Thank you, Mohammed, for taking time and joining us and taking part. Yes. Who's next? Whose drawing is this? Whose
Yes,
drawing is this?
hello,
Yeah.
Rahat. Yes. Hey, Rakesh, I'm going to next. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Right.
तो ये एक हिंदी कविता है जिसे विवा अवस्थी जी ने लिखा है, छोटी सी कविता है ये, जिसमें इन्होंने इस नज्म का जो उन्वान है, जो टाइटल है, वो है रोना, क्राइम, रोना। ठीक है। तो सोसाइटी ने एक स्टीरियोटाइप है ना, एक तय किया है कि मर्द जो है वो रो नहीं सकते, उन्हें रोना नहीं चाहिए। तो ये एक मदर होने के नाते अपने बेटे से इस नज़म में वो बात कर रही है। अपनी नज़म में वो इस नज़म में वो अपने बेटे से मुखातिब है, उनसे बात कर रही है और उनसे कुछ फरियाद करना चाहती है। तो लेट्स सी वो क्या कहना चाहती है अपने बेटे से। तो वो कहती हैं कि मैं उम्मीद करूंगी कि आंसू भर भर जाएं तेरी आंखों से, मैं उम्मीद करूंगी कि आंसू भर भर जाएं तेरी आंखों से, तुम दर्द में तड़पो कभी और कह पाओ किसी अपने से। मैं उम्मीद करूंगी कि आंसू भर भर जाए तेरी आंखों से, तुम दर्द में तड़पो कभी और कह पाओ किसी अपने से। मैं मांगूंगी कई कमजोर लम्हे जिनमें तुम जाकर उसके दर पर कुछ कह पाओ, कुछ रो पाओ। जरूरी नहीं सख्त जान होना, जहां जरूरी हो आंसू की नमी वहां निष्ठुर चट्टान होना। जरूरी नहीं हर वक्त सख्त जान होना, जहां जरूरी हो आंसू की नमी वहां निष्ठुर चट्टान होना। अपनी दीदी की तरह पकड़कर कोई कोना, मेरे बेटे तुम भी फूट फूट कर रोना। अपनी दीदी की तरह पकड़कर कोई कोना, मेरे बेटे तुम भी फूट फूट कर रोना। तुम्हारी पिछली कई सदियां खुलकर रोई नहीं है, आंसू से अपने दर्द को धोई नहीं है। तुम्हारी पिछली कई सदियां खुलकर रोई नहीं है, आंसू से अपने दर्द को धोई नहीं है। मत सोचना कि रोने से तुम मर्द नहीं कहलाओगे, मत सोचना कि रोने से तुम मर्द नहीं कहलाओगे। अरे ये जज्बात तो कुदरत ने बनाया है, तुम कब तक इसे झुठलाओगे। आई वांट टू रिपीट दिस सेंटेंस कि मत सोचना कि रोने से तुम मर्द नहीं कहलाओगे, ये जज्बात तो कुदरत ने बनाया है, तुम कब तक इसे झुठलाओगे। मैं उम्मीद करूंगी आंसू भर भर जाए तेरी आंखों से, तुम दर्द में तड़पो कभी और कह पाओ किसी अपने से। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Rahat. If I let you for more time, you will definitely make me cry with your voice. Seriously, thank you so much. Yeah, they are really heart touching, and they are really thought
Yes,
provoking.
yes,
Words that
yes.
you
This
have
is
said.
really thoughtful, actually. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes. Wow, such a nice drawing. I think. Yes. Yes, Zara. Yeah, indeed. I agree. So, whose drawing is this? I think it's Sana's, maybe. Would you like to go ahead, Sana? And
Yes, bhaiya, mine.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I will. मैं बेटी दुर्गा का स्वरूप कहते हो, फिर क्यों दुत्कारा करते हो। घर की लक्ष्मी कहते हो, फिर कोग में क्यों मारा करते हो। ममता की छाया कहते हो, फिर दहेज के लिए क्यों जलाया करते हो। ईश्वर की सुंदर रचना कहते हो, फिर क्यों रचना को भांग किया करते हो। यही सब सवाल है मेरे, क्यों जवाब देने से डरते हो। हो गया भैया।
So you are going only with one, or would you like to say something? और एक बोलना चाहते हो आप या फिर?
नहीं भैया, एक ही।
Okay.
I am completed भैया.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sana. Thank you so much for taking part. And I think these are all your drawings, right?
Yes, भैया. This is not mine. This is Achis.
Okay. So yeah, Achi, would you like to say something about your drawing, or the artwork that you have done? Wow, what made you actually draw this thing, and what were your state of mind? Share చేయాలనుకుంటున్నావా? Would you like to say something, Achi? Are you there?
Yes, I draw this design diagram because they are stopping. వాళ్ళు మాట్లాడనీయకుండా ఆపేస్తున్నారు అమ్మాయిలు అనేది వెళ్ళకుండా, అందుకని వాళ్ళ నోరు ఆపకుండా అలా నాకు థాట్ వచ్చింది, అట్లా వేసేసిన. పొద్దున చెప్పాను కదా.
Okay, fine, yeah. Okay, so morning, acha. Okay, so what you have shared in the monologue, so based on that you have drawn this, acha. Cool. Thank you, Achi. Thank you for showing us this good art. And yes, who would like to go next? Or should I have to call somebody who's left over? Aarti, are you done? I hope you're done. Show some sound.
Yeah, I have done.
Yeah. Angeline, would you like to go ahead?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Rakesh. Hi, everyone. Yes. So I would like to sing a song. And yeah, I would like to dedicate this to all the people out there who are struggling for survival, who are struggling for freedom. दीवारें ऊंची है, गलियां है तंग, लंबी डगर है पर हिम्मत है संग, पाँव पे चाले सांसें बुलंद, लड़ने चली हूँ आजादी के जंग, बेखौफ आजाद है जीना मुझे, बेखौफ आजाद है रहना मुझे, बेखौफ आजाद है जीना मुझे, बेखौफ आजाद है रहना मुझे, रीति की जंजीरें खा गए जंग, न्याय के मंदिर भी हो गए भंग, जमाना चले ना चले मेरे संग, बोलूंगी हल्ला आवाज दबंग, बेखौफ आजाद है कहना मुझे, बेखौफ आजाद है रहना मुझे, बेखौफ आजाद है कहना मुझे, बेखौफ आजाद है रहना मुझे, छोटे जिस्म पर मरहम उमंग, लाश नहीं हूँ मन जिंदा पतंग, दिल में उम्मीद और खुशियों के रंग, हर आंसू बनेगा एक नई तरंग, हाँ बेखौफ आजाद है बहना मुझे, बेखौफ आजाद है रहना मुझे, बेखौफ आजाद है बहना मुझे, बेखौफ आजाद है रहना मुझे, दीवारें ऊंची है गलियां है तंग, लंबी डगर है पर हिम्मत है संग, पाँव पे चाले सांसें बुलंद, लड़ने चली हूँ आजादी के जंग, बेखौफ आजाद है जीना मुझे, बेखौफ आजाद है रहना मुझे, Thank you. Can I share a few words? Uh, it's not a poem or something. I'm not
Yes,
a poem or something. I just I just wrote some lines and I want to share it. Yes, so this song I actually wanted to dedicate for those who are struggling for survival, who are struggling for their identities. Like we are male and female, and there will be others.
हो गया मैं पढ़ लिया ना
Yes.
Rahat,
Can I
could you
talk?
please could you please mute yourself, Rahat?
Yes, I just wrote some lines. So I'm sorry if I'm wrong somewhere. I'm a human too. Of course, you would think I'm a different species from an alien world. God created you, and you. And the same God created me too. Why am I the only one hated, pushed, bullied, cornered? While I stand up for myself, while I stand up for who I am, for what I say what I feel, I'm unlike you. Though it was not our choice, we struggle for survival, we struggle for acceptance, we struggle for life, we struggle for rights, we struggle for freedom, we struggle for life. My life is not easy too, so that you can have a cheap look on me. I'm a human too. The least, the least I ask for is not your special attention, but a little space for survival. I'm a human too. I'm a human too. Yes. I think they don't need our sympathy, they just need our empathy. While imagine while the genders who have been identified are going through so much in their own lives, and what would be the situation of the people who are not been identified, what would be their struggles? I just can't imagine even one day being in their place, how much they are struggling to just survive. So let us not just show sympathy towards them, but let's show some empathy. Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Angeline. Thank you so much for taking part in our open mic session today. And I feel so honored right now, hosting this session. Thank you so much for taking part in showing such great art and such great talent, working towards the well-being of the society and against gender-based violence. Thank you, everybody. And yes, so with the same energy to continue on, who's next? Yes, Prasanna, please go ahead.
Hello, I am Prasanna. I read some shairis in internet. I want to share them. अपमान न करना नारियों का, अपमान न करना नारियों का, इनके बल पर जग चलता है, पुरुष जन्म लेकर तो इन्हीं के गोद में पलता है। क्यों कहती है दुनिया की नारी कमजोर है, क्यों कहती है दुनिया की नारी कमजोर है, आज भी नारियों के हाथों में घर चलाने की डोर है। दुनिया की पहचान है औरत, दुनिया की पहचान है औरत, हर घर की जान है औरत, बेटी बहन माँ और पत्नी बनकर घर घर की शान है औरत। शुक्रिया। Anna, that's it.
Thank you, Prasanna. Thank you for searching such wonderful shairis for us. Yeah, who's left over? And yeah, who's next? Yes, this is the end day. Like we are ending the
Arshia.
whole. Yeah, Arshia. Is it Arshia who would like to go? Okay, Zara, please go ahead. Yes, Dr. Zara.
Hi, everyone. A very beautiful evening to one and all. So, I have a 3 to 4 minutes long poem, and it is open to perception. So, you can relate to it, or you probably saw somebody else relate to it. The name of this poem is All I Can Mention. From the clutches of the valley so deep, in a warm heart full of affection, comes an aching, dull memory of a trauma so old. Now, don't get me wrong, trauma isn't always physical, it can be emotional, very well be invisible, and it can be ruthlessly self critical. Trauma is trauma, and often it runs in families. So, from the clutches of the valley of your soul so deep, in a warm heart full of affection, I see pain. The tears you try to hold back, the conversations you strive to maneuver, the striking contrast between your infectious smile and your numbing heart is attention grabbing, always attention grabbing. Not to those half wits who don't even know what they feel or why they feel or how they feel, but to those with whom you don't need words to communicate, those with whom your one look is enough to understand you, those who ask you, "How are you?" and mean it. You say, "I'm not okay," and they are ready to hear you out with patience. So, from the clutches of the valley of your soul so deep, in a warm heart full of affection, I see pain. I see you trying to be there for me. I see you striving so hard. I see you take in all the trauma I inflict upon you so shamelessly, so effortlessly. I see you loving me when I can't even love myself. I see you patiently waiting for me, ever so loyal to me. I see you never getting tired of my endless whining or complaining. But I also see pain. I see pain because I forget you're only human. I forget you're not a robot. I forget that sometimes you need a break too. And a break doesn't always necessarily mean distance, if only more love. I forget when you wave goodbye with teary eyes, you secretly want me to stay. I can't see between the lines. Sorry, life has made me ruthless. I forget that sometimes I don't need to console you, rather, just be by your side, there for you, without projecting my exhaustion on you, even if I do feel tired. Because after all that you've done for me, I think taking you for granted is the least thing I should offer. So, from the clutches of the valley of your soul so deep, in a warm heart full of affection, I'm here standing in front of you to proclaim, I love you, and that's all I can mention. Thank you, guys.
It was so deep, you know. You took you, even if you have taken time, like still it is too deep. Every word was like, it's touching. And seriously, thank you, Dr. Zara. Thank you so much. Thank you. Um, yes. Who's next?
Me,
Are we
Bhaiya,
having?
Arshia.
Yes, Archana, please go ahead. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Arshia from Young Zimmers. Uh, Today, I want to share something what I wrote. उस औरत से ही जन उस औरत से ही जन्मे सारे उसके प्यार है उसका प्यार है ढंग न्यारे चाहो हो तुम मोटे काले चाहे हो लाख कमियां तुम में फिर भी प्यार तुमसे करती प्यारे उस औरत से ही जन्मे सारे फिर भेदभाव क्यों दिखाते सारे दिस वाज दैट भैया
Thank you, Arshia. Thank you so much. I think this is your own one, right? You have prepared it, no?
या भैया
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, presenting your thing to us.
थैंक यू भैया
So Savitri, would you like to go ahead with something else, or anybody? Is everybody done, or else I'm just assuming?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it is this, yes, still anybody, just please show some sound. Let's show some energy, and let's end it in a very grandeur way. Yeah. Okay, we have been getting requests from the people. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, Angeline, everybody is requesting you once again to just go ahead and sing the song once again. Could you please do that?
Do you want me to sing the same song?
Or yeah, you can also go with another one if you want.
I'll
Or
sing the same. Or
yeah.
maybe. Okay, I would like to sing this song. किसे पूछूं ऐसा क्यों बेजुबां सा ये जहां है खुशी के पल कहाँ ढूंढूं बेनिशा सा वक्त भी यहाँ है जाने कितने लबों पे गिले हैं जिंदगी से कई फासले हैं बस जिते हैं सपने क्यों आंखों में लकीरें जब चोटे इन हाथों से यूं बेवजह जो भेजी थी दुआ वो जाके आसमां से यूं टकरा गई कि आ गई है लौट के सदा जो भेजी थी दुआ वो जाके आसमां से यूं टकरा गई कि आ गई है लौट के सदा सांसों ने कहा रुख मोड़ लिया कोई राह नजर में न आए धड़कन ने कहा दिल छोड़ दिया कहा छोड़े इन जिस्मों के साए यही बार बार सोचता हूँ तन्हा मैं यहाँ मेरे साथ साथ चल रहा है यादों का दुआ जो भेजी थी दुआ वो जाके आसमां से यूं टकरा गई कि आ गई है लौट के सदा जो भेजी थी दुआ वो जाके आसमां से यूं टकरा गई कि आ गई है लौट के सदा किसे पूछूं ऐसा क्यों बेजुबां सा ये जहां है खुशी के पल कहाँ ढूंढूं बेनिशा सा वक्त भी यहाँ है थैंक यू
Thank you so much, Angeline. It was so melting, seriously. I'm just trying to find out the words for you and for the talent that you have got. Seriously, God has given you a beautiful voice and you're, you're really lucky. Yes. So yeah. So you have also inspired me for I also would like to sing a song. Okay, you inspired me. Yes. ಸೋಜುಗಾದ ಸೂಜು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂಡೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ದುಂಡು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಸೋಜುಗಾದ ಸೂಜು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂಡೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ದುಂಡು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅಂದಾವರೆ ಮುಂದಾವರೆ ಮಟೆ ತಾವರಿ ಪುಷ್ಪ ಚಂದಕ್ಕಿ ಮಾಲೆ ಬಿಲ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಂಗೆ ಚಂದಕ್ಕಿ ಮಾಲೆ ಬಿಲ್ಪತ್ರೆ ತುಳಸಿ ದಳವ ಮದಪ್ನ ಪೂಜೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೋಜುಗಾದ ಸೂಜು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂಡೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ದುಂಡು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಸೋಜುಗಾದ ಸೂಜು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂಡೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ದುಂಡು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ. Also, another one. Let me just try this. लब पर आए गीत सुहाने माने न जियारा लाख बहाने लब पर आए गीत सुहाने माने न जियारा लाख बहाने याद तिहारी आए सताने मन लागे रे पछताने ओ मोरे सैया मैं लागो तोरे पैया बला मवाना जाया परदेस सजना जी करूँ मैं कैसे राजी पिया जी लागे जिया को ठेस. Thank you so much, Angel. It was so
Wow, Rakesh.
Amazing, Rakesh.
Yes, amazing. Okay.
God has given you a beautiful voice, and you are really lucky. Yes. Yeah. So you have also inspired me for I also would like to. Can we have a picture, people? I just don't want to miss this feeling. So can we have a picture? And I request everybody to switch on their cameras. This is so wonderful. Had a great day, and yes, the day is ending in a very beautiful manner. I thank each and everybody on each and everybody's name for making this so wonderful and so great, so enjoyable and so entertaining and so eye-opening and so much learning. Seriously. Yes, Sana and Sumant. Yes.
Everyone, Suma, this would not have been possible without you.
Yes.
Please. Yes, of course.
Please come on to the
Thank you
screen
so
right
much,
now.
Samant.
Everybody, just turn your camera on. Woohoo!
Woo!
Woohoo!
Yeah. Yes. So 3, everybody cheese. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Somebody also tried to take pictures on their phone.
Three, 2, 1, say cheese. Or say something.
Cheese, burger, everything. Yeah. Thank you all.
3, 2,
Thank
1,
you everybody. So yes, over to Uma, or sorry, over to Anuja.
Thank you. And it was a wonderful, wonderful day with lots and lots of talent. I mean, wow, just wow. I don't know what else to say. It's so amazing. And thank you everyone who joined us through Facebook or Insta or YouTube. And it's so great to see all of our youth, like, who have participated. It was so nice. And I would like to thank our fellows from Emerging Leaders Fellowship and speakers, and our youth and adolescents from YRC, Youth Resource Center. And of course, our team, Rubaroo, Neha, Monisha, Uma, Amar, Rashmi, everyone. And it's amazing. Thank you, everyone. And a special thanks to Sumant for being there and just coordinating all this bit. And of course, like, I cannot name individually, but really great. And hope we come up with some other event like this, and hope to see you all there, and do support us, do follow Rubaroo. And yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Stay safe. Yes.
Thank you all. Bye bye.